Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a day of attrition, not only for the server, but obviously the tech in the broadcasting team here today. But look, welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a hiccup there. We are only... these guys
we've only done two completed laps, David.
Shot out a couple of laps. We are winding down to about 20 minutes into the race. And of course, over 8-minute laps. We are just focused on, I think that's the Rees car there, just very sideways. J-Man, as they run down this chute, really early stage of the lap here. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the hiccups. But plenty more action to come. J-Man, we haven't really missed much, have we?
Well, right now, mate, honestly, the Law car and the Tamaki car just ahead of Steve Rees, that has been, while you've been trying to sort out those technical difficulties, and I've just been having an absolute blast watching what is a spectacle of the 316 car working over that Lexus. We talk often about how fast that Lexus is in a straight line, but the Ferrari right tucked up in behind has just absolutely been applying the blowtorch. Only, as I mentioned, a couple of laps and heading around this third lap of this 20-plus kilometre circuit. He is searching, and he just got to be a little bit careful too, because, as you mentioned, the 633 Steve Rees car in the hunt for this thing. And I know we are focusing up the top end of town at the moment. We will cover off many drivers throughout this field. And first and foremost, Mia Rose making that break at the start of this race and getting out to a 7.5 second lead. So just a bit of a shout out to Mia and her team there. But yeah, the battle right now that I had been focusing on was definitely the Tamaki Law Rees, and also that very endurance successful car in there with Bruno Gallo, the 12 car.
Bruno, yeah, definitely. Obviously, Law and Tamaki changing positions while we had that short outage there, J-Man. But look, is still well on the tail and well in touch. It wasn't just like an overtake from Tamaki and then drive away as like Mia Rose. So these guys are still well in touch. And like you mentioned as well, that laundry house car of Gallo, successful car, that one. Driver pairings there as well, so yeah, definitely one to watch throughout. And that group of cars, they're just all noses line astern, and just really settling in, aren't they?
Yep, they are. And another one that I've been keeping my eye on at the moment is also the 910. It's the 8910 Hignett. I think it's Hignett. Yeah, no, apologies. It's Maxi Ricker, John Carter. I'm not sure who the other car is in that battle, but John Carter holding down 10th right now. But just up in front, the Maxi Ricker car with the bonnet up on that Ruse, that Race on Oz Aston Martin. So the bonnet's up, so that thing has taken a hit. It's damaged down the right rear quarter also, but plenty of damage on that front splitter and front bonnet. But still got plenty of pace on that car. So that was one that had come up on the radar also, Davo.
Definitely. It's, just off camera there. I think that was Leicester in one of the Astons past the 777 BMW of Stu Arrowsmith, who is holding down 14th currently. So nice work from those boys. Again from, I think, 19th was their start position, Joe?
Yeah, it was. Sasha Death copied a 15-second penalty. I'm not sure if that was anything to do with that early incident of this race.
Look, I would suspect so.
But however, I had previously also been keeping up with the Will Hammond car, currently running P25 and really heavily on the back of Takahashi at the moment as they work their way through the middle sector of this track. Heading up the big hill, heading towards Carousel as we speak, actually. So that was another very spicy battle that had caught my eye through the deltas. Plenty of times throughout the field that are separated already by that 30 seconds to 50 second mark. But you know, as we scroll through the delta, when we look at these battles like what we've just picked up on there on the live cams, there's definitely some you know, the groups are finding themselves out there. This is what a big lap will do. This is what an endurance race will do. The longer it goes on, the more you're going to find cream will rise to the top. Strategies not as big a play as we heard from Rusty here tonight, with obviously the likelihood of 7-lap stints being the factor. But certainly we've got a good bunching of cars coming together, trying to squabble over those positions, and this definitely one of them, David. You got me, mate? Cool. Something else, if he can flip the cameras over once again, that battle, we see Steve Rees really just getting that much closer to the Yuki Law car. I think it's Yuki, or it's Law anyway, so...
Yeah, so down that massive back straight there, J-Man, again, the McLaren v Ferrari on Law, with Gallo still in tow. Now the Lexus, you can just see the punch of that Lexus now with these guys having a little bit of a ding-dong between themselves. That's allowed Tamiki to stretch his legs a little bit in the Lexus, J-Man.
Yeah, now we don't have an official speed trap here at the Nordschleife. However, we did record speeds in excess of 290k an hour in qualifying. I'm not sure if they're going to be quite getting that currently full of fuel, but we know that they'll be certainly north of 280k at that part of the track. So
definitely. There's definitely no doubt about that.
Yeah, good to have our old mate Yuli tune into the stream, mate. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for what you put on last night. We do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the stream. But yeah, plenty of action going on as we do see them embarking into lap 4. 3 completed laps for a good portion of the field, I think all the way down to P12, which is just crossing the line now. So gives you an idea of the spread of this field early on in the piece. Such a long race, this one.
Absolutely, yes, and welcome aboard, Yuli, like J-Man mentioned, and tune in, there's plenty of racing to go. Thanks for everyone's patience with a few little techie issues early on, but we are back. Please click the like and the subscribe button, and bear with us, we have got plenty of racing to go. 7.5 hours, in fact, all brought to you obviously by the good guys at AAES, but major sponsors being Titanium Solutions, LD Carpentry, Sim League, and Simtronics Industries, and MatchFit Entertainment bringing you this broadcast today. Thanks for joining us. J-Man in the booth, as well as Rusty Shackelford in and out of the booth today as well, and maybe a few special guests, J-Man, as we start to see some driver swaps. We will get some of the guys or girls that are out of the car into the comms box and have a bit of a chat and see how their race is going.
Yeah. So on that note, I did talk to the organisers here today prior to the commencement of this one. I did shout out to them and just sort of let them know that there is a green room just below the commentary booth here, and for those guys and girls that are co-driving here today that do wish to come in for a chat and maybe give us an update on how their race is going, or something special that's already happened as part of the race as it's going through, just by all means jump into the green room. I will come and grab you, and we'll have a chat and try and get an update on how your team and car is progressing through this 8-hour endurance race. Now, just picking up also, I mentioned the battle earlier. I think that did involve that P25, 24-25. Now that battle there, the Takahashi David Thornton battle, that's pretty spicy. I think the car that was involved in that earlier, I'm not sure who that was, but they're not there at the moment. Good to see the Rusty Shackelford car on the grid. That has currently made it to the race, and Rusty, our very own Rusty there, part of the MATCHFIT commentary team, entertainment team, is in the car by the look of it. So obviously just got maybe a potential time constraint before they're allowed to get their car underway. The car does drop off the jacks, I think, as we speak. Can't hear it fire into life yet, but hopefully that thing goes. Just a quick update also, Sasha Death still got that 15-second penalty, as has Sykes. So a couple of penalties early on in the piece. So that is Brent Sykes driving the 117 BMW out of 38th position at the moment. So live stewarding here today. So the stewards have obviously found something they deemed was worthy of 15 seconds.
Definitely. As the cameras focus on Hammond now in this 697 Ferrari. I'm not sure who was tucked in behind him there earlier, J-Man, but he's dispatched that car and is hot on the heels of Carruthers in one of the Nissans. Carruthers with a little bit of a tail happy slide into that last corner there, and now those two well in touch. I think the Thistlewaite Zoo battle was tightening up there a little bit now, but
yeah. So this is the car. This is the car that I mentioned earlier. This was the car that was battling for 24th and 25th with Thornton and Layla Bell in that mix as well. So obviously, Will Hammond decided to move further up the road, chasing down 22nd, which is Connor Carruthers, who we have become used to commentating, calling. There's plenty of names we're starting to become familiar with as the days, weeks, months press on, Davo. So good to see a consistent spread of drivers throughout these leagues we're calling now, because we're starting to get a real pattern of who's there or thereabouts now.
Absolutely. Oh, look, I think we've got our heads around at least half the field these days, so between the communities that we're working with.
So that battle's still hot at the top end of town, with the exception of Mia Rose, who has got that out to 14, 15 plus seconds. But that Tamaki Law Rees Gallo battle, just looking back a little bit further, just to try and see the distance back to the likes of Hignett, and yeah, there's a little bit of margin in that. So Maxi Ricker still with the company of John Carter. John Carter's actually bridged that gap a little bit as they come into the carousel, but has now got the company of Lucas Keys, and we saw how strong Lucas Keys was. I think I want to go back as far as saying call the card. Sorry, I'll leave it with you.
Yeah, just and as you mentioned it, Carter with all sorts to deal with now as Keys really starts to poke the nose of the Aston up underneath the wing of the Ferrari there, J-Man. That little battle heating up there, and just as we sort of flicked away from that top group of cars in Tamiki and Law and Rees, you can still see Gallo just not too far behind, and also Mia Rose not that far in front, so it's not like she's running away with the race at all, being only a few seconds up the road, J-Man.
Yeah, there's not, I mean, it's not unattainable should something happen, you know. Mia sharing the car tonight with, or this afternoon, this evening, with I think various levels of expertise as far as you know, the driver abilities and lap times, so that, you know, we're going to see a lot of ebbing and flowing with who jumps in the car at the driver swaps. Obviously a 65-minute mandated maximum stint length of for any one driver here tonight out on track, so that is what's mitigating the potential for around what we believe is 7 laps. So, and you know, and that could play a big part. That could be a factor in Mia starting this car off at the start of the day here and trying to get as big a margin. Mentioned it looks like somewhere between 11 and 14 seconds the gap. You can see it up the road actually. It feels like a lot less.
Yeah, it does.
So not sure what's happening there.
So the gap on Zada is showing about 12 seconds or so.
We're going to get a split update any second now as Mia crosses the line to commence lap 5, 4 completed, and that split time is going to be, probably is going to be around that 12-13 seconds. What do we got? Okay, 13.3 seconds back to Tamaki. So,
Yep.
so that is it. But, you know, funnily enough, when you look down the road through the cameras, which you're looking at, it doesn't look like that much. Or unless, hang on a minute,
That
we
was
have got
Lachlan,
another car.
Lachlan Andrews just dumped
Yep.
into the pit lane there, J-Man.
Sorry, there is another purple car in front of this crew that does look similar. So that is what was giving that away, I think, mate. I'll just pick up here. Yeah, so we do have another car that looks very familiar. Similar, sorry, to me that is not. So.
Okay, well, there you go. Yep. So we're just recording that.
Yep. So the 420 car has got a little bit of margin, but as I mentioned, 13 odd seconds. So going back to that scenario, mate, and talking about the potential for who is or is not getting in the car next, and that could be a big factor for me. It could be a calculated, hey, look, I'm going to start the car, I'm going to try and build maybe 20 seconds over this first stint. Driver number 2, whoever that may be, just got to go out there and do your level best and see where that falls.
So as the cameras pick up on position 16, the 645 BMW of Gill.
Brian Gill, in the BMW. And that's tucked right up in behind Dylan Lester in the traditional paint scheme on that Aston Martin. In the 219 Aston Martin, racing out of the Simpub stable.
And they're in tow of, that's Aerosmith actually, in the 777 BMW. So 14th, 15th, 16th respectively.
Yep, and I can just confirm too that the 777 blue car, the 778 car, Rusty Shepard, is out on track. 4 laps down, but out there about to basically get their 8-hour enduro campaign underway. So it would be some, I guess, 7.5 hours for them. So probably half an hour fresher at the end of this than some of the other guys.
Well, too true.
No less stressed.
Oh, definitely not with obviously the hiccups on the lead up to this race. A few techie issues for some, including us actually, J-Man, with the broadcast disappearing on us there earlier in the race. But yeah, looking strong now.
David?
Lachlan Andrews has been in the pits for a while now, so
okay.
Yeah, he's bring that up on your data, but I'm sure that thing's been seen on the jack before.
I can bring it up. I will tell you that car has been sitting there now for a little over 3 minutes. And welcome back, Fluky Luke. Good to have you back on here, mate. Hopefully everything for your campaign is going good. Hopefully you guys are out there circulating and doing your thing, mate. Keep us updated there.
As we stay on this battle between Gill and Lester, we just saw Gill's BMW with the slightest overlap there as they go through the right-hander before down through the, what's it called? The foxhole.
Foxhole, yeah.
The foxhole. This roller coaster down through the hill, down the hill here, J-Man. But yeah, he's gone from like a little bit of overlap on that Aston to well back. And the Aston looking fairly strong in some parts of this circuit compared to the BMWs back and forth from him. So in a bit of a BMW sandwich there at the moment is Lester.
Yep. I'll give you an update on Lucas Keys, who I mentioned earlier, who was chasing down the John Carter car, got through. I think we picked up on that. Also dispatched Maxi Ricker in the 177 Aston.
Oh, there you go.
Lucas Keys has got that Aston, the 120 car, up to P9 now and starting to make some inroads on the margin, which is around the 7 seconds.
Yep.
Plus, yeah, probably a little bit more than that up the road to Mitch Hobbs. So yeah, he's definitely moving forward as Lucas Keys.
Yeah, so nice work dispatching, like you mentioned there, J-Man Carter and Ricker in the past lap, and definitely got the eyes forward there.
And then also you obviously picked up on that was that the Hammond car threw on Carruthers. That was a battle. That Ferrari was well tucked up and behind the big Nissan there.
Oh, okay, so that's been done too in the last lap as well. So where are they actually now? Because, yeah, so Hammond's moved quickly away from the Nissan J-Man immediately. The Ferrari did look quick, and it was only a matter of time he was going to catch Carruthers and move forward. The next car, or the next driver in his crosshairs is King in the 91 BMW, and moving on that thing fairly quickly here as they start to head up the hill towards the halfway point of the lap here, Joe.
Yeah, up into the Bergwerk here, and coming down there through that right-hander and then climbing up the hill here is very, very important at that 10 to 11k mark. As it's a section of track where they really start to build some speed. There's a lot of 100% throttle from this point up as they head up here and head towards the carousel. So good forward momentum at the moment for Will Hammond on the 697 car.
Definitely, as my data shows me, Carter losing another position, J-Man to Potter in another one of the Lexus. So Potter moving forward in the 23 Lexus and heading towards Rickett now. So
yeah, and no less stress with John McAdam on the back there. That was a car I called earlier with the traditional Aston Martin green and gold there. So yeah, John Carter in the thick of it in that 555 car at the moment.
So a lot of the top 20 drivers here really sort of finding their groove, aren't they, J-Man, and settling in nicely in this first, what are we, about 40, nearly 45 minutes, or 40 odd minutes into this race, and found their pace, found their groove, as we see the Lexus two wheels it off the top of the crest there. My. Definitely not just casually sitting in his groove at all. Oh, dear me. So,
yeah, shout out to Ethan Cale as well, mate. We saw this car late to the grid, but is out there. Yeah, Ethan is out there and did manage to, by my collection, keep it on the lead lap. I think so.
Nice
Mia obviously just commencing lap 6, so 5 completed laps at the moment, and everybody else behind on the 4. So Ethan Carl, yeah, a bit of a nervous start, but did manage to get the car out there. Currently P40, but out there last lap around was an 8:16, so very, very quick lap if we calculate that. Mia's last lap was an 8:11, however Tamaki's was an 8:15. A gaggle of 8:15s afterwards, 2, 3, 4 positions out to Steve Rees, 8:15, Bruno Gallo 8:16, and then we go back to bystander 44, 8:19, and then real mixed bag after that. We've got some 15s, we've got some 20-something pluses, so a fair bit to shake out. I look down through the field, Will Hammond, who we'd mentioned in that 697 Ferrari, just lining up a move as they come down the dotty straight at the moment. Lining up a move on that BMW, his last lap time round, a sub 20, 18.93. So
as they go side by side, J-Man under the bridge there, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
but,
you're right.
Yeah, getting it done there from Hammond. Looking very solid here in this opening stage of the race. Just in front there,
that'll be Dylan King and John Zhu.
In one of the, actually there's one of the sponsored cars there, Simtronics Industry, Porsche, and just easily dispatches Thistlewaite with a 101 braking move there, mate. So very tidy stuff. So a couple of moves there, Hammond on King and Zhu on Thistlewaite, and they are all bunched together, 19, 20, 21, 22. So
yeah, well, the potential there for Hammond to break inside the 20 there, well and truly on the cards. The first time I think we caught him, which is I think lap 3, he was in position 25 and already working the way towards getting inside the top 20. So plenty of progress going on, good lap pace.
Definitely. Who else have we got here? Carter and McAdam, J-Man.
Yep.
Just running off here through the left-hander off the GP circuit.
Yeah. A little bit to sort out there. So we saw that in the previous shots at the McAdam car. Was trying to go with Maxi Ricker to get through on John Carter.
Yep.
John Carter was in P10 not too many laps ago, currently P13. And then also mentioned about Lucas Keys, who was probably the first guy to dispatch Carter. He's up into P9, but right on the back now of... Oh, that might be a lap car because Mitch Hobbs is just a little bit up the road in the Lamborghini, but not too far.
There you go, and just off camera there, the Hammond passed this way there, J-Man. So Hammond and Ferrari passed this way. Nissan. And
Okay.
moving forward again, O'Brien down a couple of positions there by the looks of it, James. Pete
Yep.
Kong and Mags, I think both passed O'Brien.
Yeah, so Brian there in P35, but it's just had a little bit of an incident there. A little bit of damage on the front right splitter, not too bad. Bonnet is still down. But I'll tell you what, I picked up on the 920 car earlier, a beautifully presented paint scheme, but the front of that thing is going to need some serious work and a pit stop. Currently running 40 seconds, so yeah. Just trying to pick up and just see the progress. A little bit lonely at the moment out there for Rusty Shackelford, coming down to complete the second lap for that car. Obviously, as we mentioned, late start.
Well, look, if nothing else, he's got clean air, J-Man. He's like in a really good position just to knuckle down and just really get the thing up to speed and get himself up to speed and before he gets tangled up in any traffic. So yeah, well done for those boys to get that thing back in the race after a couple of techie issues earlier on.
Yeah, and that's a live shout out there too from Phil Davison, aka Dirt Dart, that they are 3-ish laps down. Rusty taking that first in, and then we'll actually come in and have a bit of a yarn to us. So that'll be always a pleasure to have Rusty in here. So
always,
we'll be able to get an insight. And hopefully the heart rate's down a little bit, because I know when the L stream went down and they were scrambling trying to get that car on the grid, that was some pretty tense moments. So Sabaki just pulling a little bit of a gap at the moment on Law, not a great deal, Dave. I'm just trying to touch base with what we're seeing up there. Mia, once again, she stretched that gap out to around that 18-second mark now, so likely to see a pit stop. The pit's been frantic inside the next 16 to 20 minutes. I think we're definitely going to see.
Well, we were talking end of lap 7. We would sort of expect to see these guys starting to come in for their first pit stops, which would be about around, what did you say, another 20 odd minutes. What lap are we on now? Lap 5. So yeah, at least another 15 or so minutes, which is sort of going to bring us down to the end of the hour. We did start
so no more than 65 minutes, no exceptions. So hence why there is a critical limit around, with an 8:20 to 8:40, somewhere in that vicinity. Lap, you certainly don't want to get it wrong and cop a time penalty for reaching that.
Of course, J-Man.
I'm just trying to pick up on who I've got there up on my cams. It is the 256 car, and that will be Bystander, and who else is that? Who is with that car? That is Benjamin Hignett and Bystander 44.
Yes.
They are absolutely flying in formation together as they
in 6th and 7th.
you're heading down, I think is it the, well, that was effectively, I think, the mine shafts or the mines, and then heading to the little carousel at the moment. So about to come out onto this big back straight shortly.
Yes, look, this is a fantastic part of Nords, this roller coaster.
Yep.
Down as they drop off, and actually get a little bit of air, and again here, drop off into this really super quick series of corners here before they head, like I said, into that little mini carousel before they run through the right-hander and up onto the back straight again. J-Man, lap 5, ladies and gents. Mir Rose out in front, Tamiki in second position, and Law in third. You can see all of those cars running down the big back straight now. With
this
Laundry House car of Gallo right behind. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, you're right. Just saying that this battle, which is going to go side by side down the I think the dotted straight there, that the bystander and the Hignett car,
yep,
just pulled out, had a look. No, yeah. Thank you. Try again.
Get some more draft. The Ferrari ran out of puff. He's going to have another go.
Yeah. So he's there or thereabouts, just pulls out into the air and just runs out of legs. So
yeah,
pretty frustrating. But see what he can do under brakes down here.
So yeah, of course, just backs out of it there, leaves him close down to a little bit of space between those cars into that heavy, and it's a bit of an awkward braking area because he's sort of flipping left and right while you're under brakes there, and you've just come for that massive run down the hill, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. So rightly so, just backed out and just put a little bit of space between those cars as they run to 1 and 2 now.
And they've got Lucas Keys approaching as well, fastest of those three there. So bystander with an 8:22.4, Hignett with an 8:18.6, and then Keys with an 8:16.4. So good couple of seconds better than Hignett, but certainly a good 6 seconds better than the previous lap of bystander. So Keys is heading in the right direction. Obviously mentioned way back when. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carter still under big pressure at the moment. Who is behind Carter at the moment? No, that might be a lap car that he's just come past. So out there P13, Stu Aerosmith doing a great job. P15 currently. So that 777 racing car of Stu Aerosmith just doing a fantastic job at the moment to be up there at P15 out there. Best lap time, what is his best lap time? The last lap time was an 8:20. The best was an 8:19.6, so certainly staying on pace with what his best is at the moment. And that's all you've got to do, go out there and just do your level best.
Absolutely, J-Man, as the cameras pick up on the Hobbs Lamborghini, the number 95 purple Lamborghini of Hobbs. Looking very damaged, actually. Bonnet up, lot of scar tissue on the front of that Lamborghini, so I'd suspect the mechanics will be all over that for some repairs during their first pit stop. A lot to get done in the first pit stop, obviously, fuel tyres and potentially repairs. Limit on the amount of time these drivers can stay in the car. So like we've mentioned earlier in the stream, they are pretty well set to, just given the format of the race. They're all going to be pretty much on the same strategy unless, well, the damage is really going to play a key factor. So Hobbs holding our 10th position, J-Man.
Yeah, doing a great job of that too. You know, move forward. Obviously, the likes of Keys, Potter, McAdam, Ricker, still fast cars either side. But we've seen plenty of movement there, and Who's that? Stewie Aerosmith. Is that? That's the Gill car trying to make a move on Stewie, actually, as we speak. So that just opened up very, very quickly.
So now, yeah, Gill was tagged on the back of Aerosmith there, but obviously Gill just showing a little bit more pace in certain parts of the circuit as they run down the foxhole and up this very awkward little complex of corners here. Car unweighted into the braking area, flip-flop left, right, and then into this tight S, and then back out into the fast stuff. But Stu Aerosmith doing a fantastic job to hold Gill at bay there, J-Man, so nice work.
Yeah, so I was just trying to see how far up the road Lester and Carter were, and they're not that far. There is a car in between. There is actually a car in between those four drivers that I just mentioned, so there's a little bit of traffic in between, but hey, nonetheless, Stu will be eyes forward but one eye behind as well, just trying to work out where this Gill car is going to place itself as they wind the way down the hill at the moment. And you know, traffic can benefit you but can also compromise you, so it's all about timing, about where you hit that car and get through on that car. So
absolutely,
just trying to look. Don't think, there is blue flags waving as they just drop down the hill. So
they're just coming up on that lap car there. I think that might have been the car we were miscalling as near Rose, because the back of that BMW is bright pink as well. So out of position car has been for quite some time, maybe one of the late starters, J-Man. A few people having some tech issues and struggling to get to the start line for the start of the race here, but 3 BMWs in a row as they run up the hill. Like I mentioned, sort of up towards the top of the hill here is about the halfway mark on this circuit as Aerosmith rounds the outside. Gill goes to the other side.
Yeah,
it's just such a thin ribbon of tarmac around the forest here at Nordschleife. Very difficult to pass.
Yeah, still staying in 5th gear, these guys here. No grab a 6th up there. A little surprised, but that might be an aero thing. So as they head towards the carousel.
So both Gill and Aerosmith unscathed past the lapped car. You did call that car just earlier, J-Man. Just escapes me the name of the driver there. So get back up the 20 end here and just let's get some cams on Mia Rose running around the back section of the circuit here, actually just ducking into that little tiny little carousel there.
Yep. Yeah, sorry mate, the car was the 421 car of Grant Big.
Yep. So leading the race, good 18 odd seconds or 20 maybe in front of Tamiki in the Lexus, who we saw look really fight for that second position against Law and Reese to get that car out in front. Look, hasn't moved forward a lot, but is definitely looking very solid, and we know how quick that Lexus is, and so at the hands of Tamiki, I'm sure we will be seeing that one definitely before the end of the grid after 8 hours of racing. Law just tucked in behind. Look, these guys all in quick succession. Reese and Gallo just a little bit behind that car.
Yeah, he's just, I don't know, it surprises me. I just because consistently over the last 6, coming up to 7 laps, he's been there or thereabouts, but not too close. And I just wonder whether that's a ploy just inside the first, however many hours of this race, just to stay in touch but not be a part of it. So
and stay out of trouble as well.
Yeah,
right.
And there could be something in there. Be interesting to hear
definitely.
From the Laundry House Racing team at some point throughout the evening to whether or not that was a ploy. It'd be interesting to see whether even Bruno decides to catch up for Chad as he fires down at the pit lane. And
there you go. Oh, here we go.
As expected. So
So there is line astern, Miros, Tameki, Law, Reese and Gallo. So it will be a flurry of pit stops here.
Yeah, expect a better portion of the field, as we mentioned, to come in and do this.
Heading it in, as we'd expect.
So I'll give you an update on some pit stationary and total transit times once they come through. So Mia Rose, obviously the first one to turn up there with a good 20-second lead. So okay, so Mia Rose stationary on the jacks for 32 seconds with a total transit time of 1 minute 7 seconds, and decides to double stint that car. So really, Mia going out to really just try and put the nail on the coffin early as far as margin. And we have had a driver change in the Tamaki car. We have got Ryo driver in there, so Ryo in there at the moment. The Law car has got Ryoma Miyamoto in there now. Bruno Gallo has been switched out for Andrew Lawrenson, and also Steve Rees has stepped aside for Anthony for that car. And I'll be interested to see. I'm just watching the stationary Potter car in there at the moment to see whether there's a driver shift there. But for my calculations, Mia Rose out of that front five, the only driver to double stint this early in the race. Okay, so looking like that 1 minute 7 total time, pretty on par. The top three all cleared pit lane in 1 minute 7. Gallo was 1 minute 8. With a driver change also to Lawrenson. So Potter also stays in the car. It's a double stint also for Kieran Potter. And then the 256 car driver change here, 1 minute 20 total time. Slightly slower stop there, 46 seconds. Might have cleaned up a little bit of damage. Davo, we will give the viewers an update on who else we also see. We've still got cars to come in and complete the stop. Obviously, big spread of the field.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, hour into this 8-hour race. The first series of pit stops, well, by the leaders at least anyway, have been completed. Mia Rose holds down the number 1 position, double stinting, notably looking like J-Man said, just to add another nail to that coffin and, you know, really shorten that pit stop and keep moving with, obviously, with her pace too. Just trying to get that car a little bit of a gap between them.
That's picked up on Rusty Shackelford in the fence, mate, sorry.
Oh, that's a shame, J-Man. We will just... So we said we saw a driver change for the number 18 Lexus too, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. We have Ryo now in that car. And also driver changes for the Ferrari as well, the 316 Ferrari and the Gallo car and the Reese car. So yes, Moto Lawrenson and Anthony J-Man Potter, I think he's double stinting as well. That didn't see a driver change there. We'll actually just stick with Potter here for a moment as the we take a quick break.
We can see there with the Potter car, I think it is the Potter car, yeah, copy the Potter car, just Very, very clean. Not sure. Just try and get an update on their time. So they were a minute 8 total transit time. So 33-second stationary time. That car is in very, very good condition as far as the panel work goes. So, and given the time that they were stopped in the pit lane, I'm not sure that they made any repairs. So that car's stayed well out of trouble, and a back-to-back stint for Kieran Potter sees that car comfortably at the moment in P6. Got some 20-something seconds down the road or up the road to the 633 car. So plenty of margin to make up the road to catch up to Anthony racing out of the far gone racing car that was formerly piloted by Steve Rees. So a bit of margin there, and then looking backward from the Potter car into 7th position, there's about 8.5 seconds back to Fast Walker out of the road racing car I just commented on. So interestingly enough, he has fallen in relatively clear air, and not a bad place to be this early in the race, Dave. If you're out there just cutting off laps, I mean.
Oh, for sure, and in 7th position, you know, like really
6th position. Yep.
Yeah, good solid position, but also in clean air. So yeah, that's definitely found a sweet spot there, haven't they? The Sasha Death car still has that 15-second time penalty over J-Man in amongst a massive battle here. This is going to heat right up here. Let's try and get a camera on it. Oh, here we go. So that's Ty, Mags, Death,
We're
Moss.
about saying, yep, 16th.
Yep. 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, or is it? No, it's 15th.
Oh man,
Look at this.
And who's that? Is that Stu Aerosmith in the mix there?
No, that's I think they've had a driver change. I think that's the Geordie Moss actually.
Geordie Moss in there. Now, yeah. So Jordan in.
So it's Murakami, Ty, Mags, Death, and Moss.
Yeah,
that's hot. That's a heated battle, that is. And look, they were running up the hill there. That could have easily ended in tears, J-Man, with the slightest of slip-ups. But yeah, look, a good experienced group of drivers here driving this close at Nords. To see in the background, I think that's Ricka on Moss. Actually, we might just sneak back there and have a look at that, because it looks like Ricka.
Yeah, it was an interesting line selection from Jordan Moss there. It was outside where he missed the entry to the carousel, and it really gave the Ricka car a good opportunity to sit down on the optimum line on the inside of the carousel and look very, very strong in the mid phase of the corner. But on the way out, Jordan just had to run in the rights to that next right-hander coming up the hill. So this will carry on, and just, you know, once again, as you mentioned, just up the road, Sasha there, right on the bumper there.
We'll actually look over the rear wing of Murakami's Murakami, making a meal of it. Just looking over the back wing of this car, look at the train of cars and how agitated Ty looks in the 95 Lamborghini, which, mind you, doesn't look like it's got any repairs, J-Man, and he's up beside him.
Right beside him.
And he's going to get hung out to dry here. Oh no, there's contact between the Ferrari.
That is big.
And Murakami. Death sneaks past there. The Ferrari coming off second best.
Moss and Rickert going through. They've sort of all recovered. That 86 car, I'm surprised how quickly that 86 car actually recovered out of that. The Jacob Maggs car was well on the fence. I don't know that thing will be the most pleasurable car to drive right now, as it just dips aside and then lets those cars go through.
Yeah, was he just readdressing there as well? Oh, dearie me, J-Man.
Yeah, you can just see the wheel
I think he just readdressed Murakami. So, look, it looked like it was going to end in tears way before that. very, very tight little battle there. What it has done is sort of spread the field a little bit, actually. With Ty there now, the 95 car in clear air. And Sasha Death getting gifted, although a big gap between Ty and Death. I think Death and Ricker gifted a couple of positions there, Jamie.
Yeah, and hey, look, and an update on the Laundry House racing car. I just want to touch on this because
Yes.
we've talked about this car a fair bit throughout the series and the performance that this car provides through its drivers. And Andrew Lawrenson currently piloting that car, and we saw Brett Gallo just sitting off the back. We talked about this in sort of P4, P5 in that opening stint, and now Lawrenson's come out, put the afterburners on, and got that car currently sitting up in P3. 7.2 seconds the deficit up the road to Rio in the 18 car and the Lexus car, which is second in field outright at the moment. But just interesting to see. We talked about the strengths and weaknesses of the pairings, and yeah, definitely Lawrenson got some pace on in this car at the moment, willing to move forward. So good showing.
Definitely. We see Death, Kong, and Mags in the pits, J-Man. So Death would be
to repair damage, mate.
Yeah, and then Death I would suspect, would be clearing his 15-second penalty, possibly.
Yep, that could be well on the cards. And Kong, not sure there. We'll go through and just pick up some data on our pit count there. So Kong in there already.
Oh yeah,
seconds,
and
so
Mags,
that's damage.
Yeah, Mags has got damaged badly, like just that little error there earlier. So possibly this is where it can throw the cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it, strategy-wise, J-Man?
Yeah, well,
with, these guys getting out of sync with the rest of the field.
Takes them out of sequence, so you know, probably a little bit of wriggle room at the back end to be able to maybe try and do something a little different. Obviously, they're all pretty much subject to that 65-minute driver stint time.
Of course.
However, it really puts them in some different track space as far as the competition around them. So obviously, better portion of them, what we just saw there, were there unscheduled due to an incident, damage, what have you. But it's a long day, long night, so still plenty of chance to work their way back.
Absolutely, J-Man, as where the cameras pick up on Max Ricker chasing down. Is that?
That'll be PM.
It is Yam in the Lexus. It is too, that's right.
Yep, so Ricker through there. Ricker through on Moss, because that was a battle where Ricker was behind Jordan Moss, and that was P15, P16. Once again, we see that Will Hammond car, double duties for Will Hammond at the start of this race in that 697 Ferrari. He's been consistently punching. We talked about it, the first time we talked about it was up in P25, currently P17 after the pit stops. Car looks in particularly good condition, riding the curves beautifully as they drop down the hill also. So
yeah, you can see Moss just in there
in the front,
in the background. J-Man in 16th position now. Got Kimmy back, actually loses another position there just to Cutler in the Simtronics Industries car, who is looking pretty solid in 21st, tucked in behind SW, who is just rounding up.
Yeah.
One of the BMWs there, who was just took a little bit of an excursion there after the
Danny Kays. Danny Kays was all sorts of, probably just a little bit rattled and offline there.
He was. Now he's got Cutler to deal with as well.
Yeah, Cutler's been on the move the first portion of this race too. We saw that the pass with, I think it was the Nissan of earlier, who was that? That was... Carruthers, yeah, it was the Carruthers Nissan, so that we saw earlier coming down the hill. So who's that? That's that'll be Daniel Cisaluna chasing down Tony French. I've been keeping that the split data on those two's been coming up on my Delta a fair bit. So those two have obviously been battling out. So that is P24 and 25.
So those guys are finding themselves in a good little ding-dong battle. They're smack bang pretty well in the middle of the field here, Jane. This afternoon, 48 cars on track currently, with Lachlan Andrews and Strigg, STWG Strigg, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, in the pits at the moment, sitting on the jacks in 48th position. So great field of cars here today for round 4 at Nordschleife for the Double AES Endurance Series, brought to you by Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, Sim League and Simtronics Industries, always broadcast to you by MATCHFIT Entertainment. Please hit the like and subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you're watching, and hit the notifications if you want to catch up on more great racing from other communities. Awesome work from all of these boys up and girls up and down through the field here, J-Man.
Lucas Keys has got my eye at the moment there, Davo, just really working over the back of the John McAdam car.
McAdam car, yep. So fantastic looking Aston, actually, that Keys car.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Yuli, we may have lost the 778 car. I know they run into a bit of trouble coming down the hill at the hands of Rusty Shackleton, off to a bad start with not making the grid, and then tried to pick that back up, but maybe just all a little bit too much. But I think we may have lost that car from the grid. I did see it just recently in the pits at the same time as Enswig, and I think it was Lachlan Andrews' car in there also, but then did lose that car. Now I'm going to take this opportunity at the moment just to grab Connor up. He's decided to come for a bit of a chat in the comms box. You got us on comms, Connor?
Yes, sir. Copy.
Hey, mate. I always got to just check and see which Connor we've got in the box.
Yes. What's your car number? Let's get your car.
I'm number 459.
459? Okay. Oh, we love the Datsun.
Yeah, we do love the Datsun.
Carruthers, so, that's it.
So, obviously, we're just talking about that car and that pairing just recently, because we did see the car, and it was one of the naming right sponsors' cars, David, the Porsche of, who was that? I think that was the Cutler car, the 33 car. We saw the 33 car. Yeah, the Simtronics car battling with you early on the piece. Give us an update, Connor, on how your night's travelling and what was effectively that opening stint.
It was a bit of an interesting start. I failed to get a valid lap for qualifying due to some technical difficulties last weekend, so we had to start from the pits. By the end of lap, I'd say 2 or 3, we're past mid part of the pack, so we're sitting P23 currently. So I think, given we started all the way that way back, we managed to avoid all the big yikes that happened at the early start of the race, so I think it worked out pretty well. I had one little turnaround probably mid to late part of the track on my second last lap, sadly, so that put me about 10 seconds back before the guys I was chasing right behind. But I mean, could have been worse. We're still sitting P23. We're sitting pretty well. Pace is pretty strong.
You're up to P21 now, Connor. So at the hands of Justin, you guys have just made up a couple of spots in the last sort of 6 or 7 minutes. So looking up the road, Justin trying to work that margin up the road to, I think it is the Danny Kay's car. So he'll no doubt have a plan. Any plans on any of your drivers looking to do double duties in this phase of the race?
We've been talking about it. One of my boys is out, sadly, due to some computer issues. So it's just me and Justin today. So there might be some double stints, I imagine. I'd be surprised if there isn't.
Yep.
And I think as far as who we're chasing, I think just as a bit of a inter-friend, bit of banter, I'm trying to get after Cameron Thistlethwaite's GTR. I think it's number 556.
Yes.
The orange OES car.
You're not
I
too
was right
far up
behind
the
him.
road, mate.
Yeah, he's not too far.
They're only currently
Yeah.
P18, so not that far a target really. And if I go back as far as Paul Ricard, mate, did you and Justin do double duties together there? Were you short of a driver on that one as well, if I remember?
Paul Ricard, it was actually me and Shane to start off with, and then Justin came right at the end because he had some hill climb events he was
that's
attending
right. He
in
was
real
doing
life.
real life stuff. Yep.
Yeah. So, and then me and Shane double stinted Red Bull rig because Justin actually couldn't make it for that one. So two drivers last race, 2 drivers this one, keeping it interesting.
Yeah, plenty of work to do tonight, mate. A good, good 4 odd hours each, mate. It's certainly going to be
a solid effort.
Just watching the car on track at the moment, the car does look clean. 47 seconds stationary on the jacks last time round with a total transit time of 1:23, so slightly longer than I guess what we would deem as an optimum 32 second and 1:07 stationary. So did you repair a bit of damage, or was just...
Yeah, that was due to my second last lap of my stint. I had a bit of a uh-oh coming out of a corner, rode a rumble strip a little too hard, and the car just went around. I couldn't stop it. Hit the wall a bit. Wasn't too bad. I think it was just more aero damage. Steering was still straight, thank Christ. But yeah, had about 14 seconds worth of repair on top of the 30-second stop. So could have been worse. Could have been a minute.
Well, that's right. Yeah. Ever the optimist.
And look, I have got the data at the moment just come up on Justin's last lap time and his quickest lap time at an 8:18. Are you quite similar on pace?
I was in practice, but I think during the race I was having some frame issues, so I've tinkered with that on my brake now, so hopefully that'll bring me back. I think my consistent pace is going to be a bit slower than Justin's. He's always been a little bit quicker than me, so if I can hold it around the 8:20 mark, I'd be fairly happy myself. I mean, any quicker I'll be cheering.
Yeah, absolutely. And how far forward are you thinking at the moment, Connor, as far as, obviously we're seeing the 65 mandated minute stint time for drivers, which is kind of mitigating you guys to have to do sort of a maximum of 7 laps. Is there any opportunity to potentially maybe break out a sequence or without incident, or not really? Is it going to be pretty much status quo?
We've been talking about it. I think as of this point we're looking at a more status quo kind of run, but depending on how things go, if things change, if we have a big off and take a bit of time, we'll probably intentionally go off sequence to try and get some free air and get some laps in. We'll just have to play it as it comes, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, well look, that margin as we speak is coming down between Danny and Justin, so that's going to be one to watch coming up. But look, mate, we wish you the best, and we'll be watching with anticipation to see whether Justin stays in the car, and obviously you're communicating with him throughout the stint to see what happens in that next phase. What are we at? We're at lap 9 and barking on lap 10, or trying to complete lap 10. So obviously a fair bit to go. Still got 3 or 4 under the belt yet before you even have to consider that. So looks like relatively you're going to get inside the 20 shortly, and still a long night to keep pressing forward. And punching times sub 20, you're certainly going to move forward.
Yeah, I think I am at this point, considering my speeding in pits that ruined my position in the Red Bull Ring race.
Yep.
If I can get the top 15, I'll be laughing all the way to the bank personally.
Awesome.
Yeah, nice work. So
Thanks.
There you have it. That's an update there from Connor.
Thanks for your time, Connor.
Driving
Thank you, boys.
the mighty Datsun, which we do love. The fanboys a bit.
Oh,
but,
yes.
hey, nonetheless,
Yeah,
mate, hey, don't be shy to check in again at some point later on in the piece too, Connor, or even if Justin wants to come and have a chat and update us on his stint. But we do really, really appreciate the guys coming and stopping by for a quick chat. Thanks, mate.
Cheers, boys.
So there you go. Connor Brothers driving that 459 Nissan, currently P21, and at the hands of Justin Cordia, shrinking that margin ever so slightly up to Daddy K's in the BMW. So be one to watch for sure.
Absolutely, J-Man, as we just picked up on a little short replay of Macadam. Just look again, we saw it with Mossy there a few laps ago, where they just get up over.
Oh, just lost you there, Davo. Yeah, so yeah, McAdam just up over the curtain, and that battle has been going on with Jamie Tosa for some time. Obviously cleared him earlier. Piloted earlier.
Yes, yes. So yeah, look again. I was just in a bit of drops out now and then. Oh, that's not ideal, but we're monitoring that. Yeah, we just saw McAdam again, like I was saying, just getting up out of the carousel and really compromises the corner speed there, as we saw from Moss earlier a couple of laps ago, and Kosa passed in the Ferrari J-Man. So, still some moving and shaking going on.
So, those guys there, so just trying to have a look there. So, I think previously it was John Carter at the wheel. So, obviously, Kosa taking over and then doing a great job there. We saw, I think Carter had plenty of spicy battles in his run, and we saw him drop back to sort of P13, P14, but at the moment, after that first phase of pit stops, has got that car back in the 10. Lucas Keys...
Just quietly, J-Man, Cordia and Kays
together.
Very close at the moment.
We talked about this just then with Connor.
Yeah. So, yes, yeah, we just had Connor in comms box. And yeah, look, that is spicing up J-Man. We just saw nearly a little bit of overlap between the two, as we just see Moss lose a position of Ferrari off camera.
Yep. Yeah, so look, that margin shrunk very, very quickly, so there's potential mistake there from Kays, because it was around about that 3.5 to 3.7, and it was creeping down, I thought, ever so slightly, but look, you can see how incentivized the Nissan is right now on the back of that car, and that is to get into the 20. You heard from Connor saying that ideally at the moment his ambition is to make it inside the 15.
Yep.
Which would be a great result.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, definitely. Just be interesting to see the power of the Skyline there on the BMW. Immediately steps out from behind the BMW and easily has the horsepower in clean air to run past that BMW.
Yeah, no problem there on the horsepower straight line front, which is really weird because the geometry of that Nissan's kind of always confused me as to how it makes so much speed. It's like a brick.
It is aptly nicknamed the brick in some circles, J-Man, but yeah, clearly has some straight line speed, as does the Lexus. I think we watched one of the Lexus there earlier down the back straight there over the rear wing.
Sorry, mate, I've just picked up on something else and it just slipped me. I had gone away from it. But the Kieran Potter car, which was the double stint car, the 23 Lexus car, which I commented while you stepped away earlier about how beautifully presented and good condition it was, and they had a very, very efficient pit stop, so there was no repairs required there. Although just a slight run off there as I picked up on my cam. But that car has moved forward. It came out P6, currently ahead of the Ryoma Miyamoto car,
the Miyamoto
racing Ferrari, which was pretty much holding down early in the piece, third position. Obviously, Lawrenson taking over the Laundry House Racing moved up, but Kieran Potter and this second stint of his has moved up into P4 from what was P6. The Steve Rees car, piloted now by Anthony, driving for the Fargone Racing car, currently P6, just sitting behind those guys. And then that Fast Walker car also doing a great job. The 256 Row Racing BMW still well in there, as well as...
Definitely. So where did the 23 car start the race?
The 23 car?
Yeah.
I will bring that data up for you, just one moment.
Because these guys didn't seem to be involved in that, like that sort of melee in the first couple of laps. And has sort of been a bit of a quiet achiever and just been chipping away. He's sort of in clear air at the moment too, and double stinting, so will be well comfortable in the car. And yeah, look, 4th position, stellar job. Bit of a gap up to Lawrence and in front of him, but plenty of racing to go as we wind down to the hour-and-a-half mark. Still over 6.5 hours to go in this 8-hour here. Round 4 at Nords for AAAS Endurance Series here this afternoon, brought to you by Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, SimLeague, and Simtronics Industries, of course, always broadcast to you by MatchFit Entertainment. Davo and J-Man on the mics here this afternoon with a few special guests. Stay tuned, plenty of racing to go, like I said, 6.5 hours to go. Hit the like, subscribe, hit your notifications if you want to watch other awesome stuff. Stay in touch.
So the 23 car, I'm struggling to find the data for those guys on here as to where they actually qualified, because I mean I have got a good list of data in front of me.
Okay.
Unless there's been a car change or something, or a number change, I do not have the data.
Okay. Well, it's saying it's up 16 positions.
16 positions, righto. So
16 positions, started in 20th. So like I mentioned, a bit of a quiet achiever. Potter and Co. in the 23 Lexus. J-Man. So yeah, look, and some of these guys, they just really don't sort of appear on the radar for an hour or so, and then all of a sudden they're there, and you know they're making the camera. And we are talking about them, and we are definitely talking about this car at the moment.
Yeah,
Lexus,
100%.
we know the top speeds of these cars, perfect here for Nords. And look, Potter and where's the other one? It's in 2nd position at the moment, Royo.
So the Rio driver out of the 18 car in the Lexus, that car is punching, and it consistent, like, you know, 8:13 a best lap, and then last lap 8:15, so still punching. Obviously Mia Rose out there still doing 8:11s, best lap of an 8:10, so very, very consistent lap times from the 420 BMW Mia Rose, who is currently on a double stint duty. So
plenty going on, J-Man.
Lots going on there.
We've got another car in the pits. Who's that? Box well in one of the Skylines there. Looks well beaten, actually. The 716 Skyline in the pits. Possibly for a little bit of repairs as well while they're there.
Might be, that's the Paul Boxall car. That is got a fair bit of gravel rash down the side of it.
Oh, hasn't it what? Let's just pick
for
back.
6 getting spicy,
Yes,
for sure.
yes,
for sure.
is. So that's Walker.
So that's the road racing BMW we just mentioned, and that hole from from Anthony back to, is Lucas Keys involved in that yet? No, he's not.
No, that's
Connor Hine.
It's Connor Hine, yeah. So that's an out of position. I think McLaren just tucked in behind that little group there, J-Man.
Yeah, just gets out the way.
Yep. So those 3 out on to the back straight here. Look, here we go. Here's the power struggle right here, right now. We've got the BMW, we've got a Ferrari, and we have a McLaren.
Oh, it was for position.
So the Ferrari beside Walker in the BMW, J-Man. It is a drag race.
Yeah, that's a horsepower section of the track there. Oh, couldn't close through the dog leg through the left-hand part of it.
Wasn't it? What?
It tightened up pretty quickly. I'm just trying to work out, one of those cars does not belong there. There's
No,
blue
it's
flags.
the Ferrari in front. It's the 3rd car in the row is out of position. The red, blue, red and white car. So, and then we've got Anthony tucked in behind in the McLaren, and then Keys is just behind him in the Aston Martin. But it's the Walker Anthony battle that is, and we just saw the Ferrari use the power to get past the 256 BMW there, J-Man.
Yeah, well, the 66 car, the Hind car, the Ferrari there is, man, it's got plenty of damage on it, but it's not lacking any pace at all. The Hind car just coming through for an 818. So obviously Lucas Keys,
yeah, not too shabby, is it?
And Jamie Kosa were the quickest of that group inside the 10 there that we're just looking at, with the exception of Nero's and the front three, sorry.
So these are the closest cars in proximity on track at the moment. This little group of cars, J-Man.
Yeah, they are very much the closest cars, and don't expect it to stay like that for too long.
As Lucas actually ranges right up on the back of the 633 McLaren of Anthony. Oh, Anthony out of the dirt.
Just drops a wheel in the kitty litter, mate, and that was all that Keys needed. And it won't get any easier because not that far behind is Jamie Kosa out of the 555 OES stable.
Yep. So Keys easily passed there. So Gibby really didn't have to work for it, J-Man, and now Anthony will have Kosa in his mirrors.
Trying to pick up on, there it is,
the out of position Ferrari.
Yeah.
So Kosa coming in hot on Anthony's McLaren here.
And a shout out to the OES Orange team, Phil Antoon in that car as we speak now, starting to make inroads too, running those 815s as well, currently P35. So that was the late starting car of Antoon and Kale and Co. So yeah, Kosa now hot on the back, Davo, of Anthony now. So that he's going to fake to the inside. He shows the nose, which is just enough. Anthony to just be a little bit indecisive about that and just open the steering up a little bit. And so all the intent from Kosa there down into into the berg.
It's Amberg or something. Amberg, which leads down into the foxhole part of the track. So very quick, and like you said, what a move from Kosa. Just faking it out there. Had the intent, had the brakes on the Ferrari to make it happen as well. And Anthony just erring on caution, leaving it that little bit of space. And Kosa in for the pass.
Yeah, an update too on the 459 car piloted by Justin Courtier at the moment, as it's always nice to update after we've had a talk to the driver who drove that stint one, Connor Carruthers. That car is in the 20 now after passing Danny Kays, and has now got the Cutler car. This is the 33 Porsche that we actually saw dispatch Connor Carruthers in the opening stint. So the Nissan has pretty much caught back up to that 33 Porsche, started to make inroads into that margin now. So that's a battle that's going on also. But as you mentioned earlier, that battle is still very, very close. Lucas Keys now just approaching that out of position Ferrari, which is the 72 Mashiro Nishino car. So one of our Japanese guest drivers in there just gets a little bit loose.
Lucas just rounding him up as they run up the hill. Now, even out of position, we saw him challenging the guys that he was racing around down the back straight there on the previous lap. All of those boys now are past and clear of that Ferrari. But yeah, Machino, no slouch, albeit a lapped vehicle, still showing some fantastic pace in that Ferrari, J-Man, and easily holding it with these boys that are running up at the pointy end of the field. So yeah, nice work from those guys. Murakami in the pits, J-Man. I see Lachlan Andrews back in the pits as well. Wouldn't expect to see another scheduled pit stop for about another 20 minutes or so as we wind down to the 6 hour 20 minutes to go mark. The weather's looking fantastic. Track is optimum, temps are nice. We've got an ambient of 16 degrees and track temp of 23, no rain in sight. This race will run into the evening, J-Man, finishing at about 9 p.m. at night. But being Nords being where it is in the world, it won't really get too dark. So these guys won't have any dramas there. But plenty of racing still to come, ladies and gentlemen. Like I mentioned, 6 hours, 20 minutes and 15 seconds to be precise as we see McAdam on the Anthony car, J-Man. So the Anthony car going backwards a little bit here and struggling. Kosa, we saw just sneak past him there earlier as we see a stop-go penalty come up for the 33 car, J-Man. But now McAdam, you know, stepping up and taking a ticket in that queue of cars to get past the 63 McLaren. And he just doesn't look comfortable in the car at the moment, and we've seen how quick that car is. Yeah, definitely not looking real comfy at the moment. So in this sort of back towards the back half of his stint, J-Man.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big shout out too to the 55 car, the BMW of Ashley Johnson, Max Fry and George Cook, pressing along quite nicely. Pretty happy with their results so far. Currently sitting P16 just ahead of Jordan Moss, out there in a bit of clear air. Got around 5 seconds back to Geordie the Boss Moss, and that 697 Ferrari that's been on our radar quite a fair bit throughout the night, currently holding down P15, is up the road to the tune of about 10.5 seconds. So currently at the hands of Max Fry, the Mosaic Motorsport car, doing very, very good. So well done, Ashley and your team. We will keep an eye out throughout the afternoon, evening on the progress of that BMW.
As we were just talking about that, the Anthony, the 663 McLaren, J-Man just ducking off into the pit lane there. So clearly not happy with the way that car is at the moment.
Yeah, well, someone else was in there also. Who was that? Was that that was the Taylor Simons car? I think previously piloted by Tanner. That's a 920 McLaren. Currently piloted by Taylor Simons, coming up P42. So that was a little bit of production there. But as you mentioned, Anthony in seems a little bit unscheduled, probably a lap earlier than I would have expected.
Yeah, definitely. And just as he came in, I just noticed that the box cell skylight
go 10.
So Cutler, was that the 55 car, was it? The 33.
That's the 33. That's that 33 car that we saw that is battling.
Oh, that's the Simtronics. Yeah, it's the Simtronics car. They're both very colourful cars here. We'll see whether he'll just take this immediately, J-Man.
Yep, so
looks
I'm not
like it's going to.
What that was for? That was potentially steward imposed. Something's gone on there.
Yes,
didn't see
it was.
So something's gone on there, and that takes that 33 car out of the fight with the sorry, that was the Carruthers car.
The Carruthers car, that's right. Yep.
Currently sitting at the hands of Justin Cordia, the 459 car, now making it inside the 20.
Oh, well, inside, well, they're in
initially,
18 now, and like, what were the boys aiming for? 15th. It's just slowly chipping away at it.
yeah, chipping away, so I don't think it's unrealistic. So,
No, definitely
Mia
not.
looped it. We just got a call, thank you there from Gingerman, that Mia had looped it. What has it done? Not a lot, because certainly still out there to the tune.
Let's see if we can pick up a replay of it.
Oh, the bonnet is up on that BMW though. It's not as good looking as.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, looked like just on the steering wheel there, just to check it out and see what it felt like. A little bit of a wiggle I see there, or either that, maybe have a little bit of a look on the interior if there's any left, potentially a little bit left hand down. Oh, it was a big incident, it was a big hard hit, probably more in the back of the end of the car than the front, Davo, but nonetheless, would have chopped a fair bit of time out of that lead. Flick spins it round and gets the car going pretty quickly though, but expect some repairs. Just look to see what that margin looks like. It's a beautiful sounding Lexus.
Oh, huge incident there from Mia Rose.
It is a big hit.
J-Man, luckily it's quite a healthy lead, so no position loss. But and like you mentioned, it looked like it might have been more damage to the back of that car than the front. But yeah, it does.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good. I'm just on board with me at the moment. It just doesn't sound like it's fully on song. Be interested to see what this does. And look,
looks
fortunately,
slow,
it's close enough to effectively a scheduled stop. So yeah, I think yeah, it does look Mace. It does look like the steering was a bit off. I thought a little bit left hand down potentially. So a few repairs to come, which will eat into that margin that Mia was so very successfully building. We don't know what the paces of the outgoing driver that's going to take over this car is like. What we do know is that Rio was going very good, and Andrew Lawrenson with a great turn of speed last lap round at an 8:14 as well. So certainly it only takes one incident and an extra long pit stop to throw this thing back in the mix to the top spot, but plenty going on behind though, Dave.
Yeah, Keys 8, 7th and 8 here, Keys and Walker. Keys passed on the run up to the hill, J-Man.
Yeah, and then who's that just out in front?
Oh, who's that just out in front? Is Miyamoto.
Yeah, Miyamoto.
Yeah, if you look in the background, it's Koza just tagged on the back of that.
They are all just bunched up.
So that's all coming to a bit of a head now. Oh, that was
incredibly wide.
Yeah, on the grass there. As we were just picking up, and this has started to heat up as we picked up on the Mia Rose incident there with her backing the pink BMW into the fence here. Oh, Keys tucked right up on the back
in
of
the carousel, yeah.
But yeah, definitely looks like Rose is limping that car back to the pits as we speak. Miyamoto, on the other hand, has got all sorts of things to think about.
Yeah, it's pretty much one line up through the first part of this. However, potential just for the lead car to just get a little bit wide on some of these entries, and Lucas show a nose and be very conscious of Walker and Koza right tucked in behind, not to take advantage as well.
Look, it is really very much one line through here, as I think Keys gives Miyamoto just a little bit of space there, and they just nose to tail, line astern, just follow each other through this section here, and it goes on for some time. There's probably a couple of Ks here where they just really difficult to pass. without a mistake, J-Man. They'll get up over the crest here and they drop into this real roller coaster part of the circuit here, which Nords is so famous for, these little drop-off jumps.
Big bump at the bottom there that always upsets the car, is then they climb back over, then they drop back down again, and this is all ranging this last sector before they hit the Dodger straight, and I'll be interested to see if it stays stationary like this as to what the Aston's got against the Ferrari down the Dodger straight, mate. It's going to be a real arm wrestle down there.
For sure it is, as they just run through this little left-hander here and then into this little short carousel here. One of parts of the old circuit here.
With a good exit out of there, hits the inside line. It's going to be on the outside for this left-hand, right-hander coming up.
So close, nearly contact with the back of the Ferrari. Don't muck it up now. Onto the back straight. Mia Rose in the pits, J-Man.
Yeah, I'll get a pit update on that.
Here we go. It is again. It's the power, the rush. The Aston's out. The Beamer's chasing.
Yeah, and then you got Coaster right in there as well.
Look, they're all drafting. Oh, so close here.
Yeah, no one wants to get out of the draft in this phase.
Walker, really did just duck his in the nose of that BMW up under the wing. Just enough to get it around the Ferrari and then duck back in the front. Wow!
So close.
Koza looked like he backed off there and just thought, no, I'll just watch.
But no issues for Lucas there. Just managed to get out at the right time. And
Rose still in the pits. These guys are going to round that pink BMW up J-Man as it sits on the jacks for repairs. Now, just remembering that all of these guys will have to come in for their official scheduled stops in probably the next 10 minutes. I'd say at the end of this lap.
This will be the last one before they'll probably need to make that. Obviously, we've got a couple of cars out of sequence that we saw earlier come in and repair damage, and then the likelihood. I think that Stop Go 10 really hurt that 33 car as well. And that's going to play divvies. Did just come in for the stop go, but that outright trundle time did take 44 seconds, so that's another 44 seconds added to race time. So the Rose car out. Joshua Huppins in the car now.
Look, so Hines in the car now. The car has been in and out of the pits for repairs. And like I was just going to say, these boys will pit stop at the end of this lap. So things will equalise, i.e. The 420 car's position.
And look at the top end of town, mate. Look at the Lawrence cars.
Lawrence and Potter, and with all this action going on, J-Man, I think we need another set of eyes on track. So we're going to get Rusty Shackelford in here, and get in here, Rusty, and have a look at this, my friend.
Yeah, I've come back at a good time, haven't I? Because I was just thinking, the first couple of hours, we'll get into it. We've got 6 hours to explain what happened to our car, but at the moment, Lawrenson...
it's on.
It's well on. And just a little tip, the Laundry House team, I mentioned it during qualifying the other night last week, that Laundry House always brings it in the race. So they were my smoky for today. And I'm not surprised to see them running at the top of the field, to be brutally honest with you. Always bring it on race day.
Yeah, definitely.
They do. We've seen this time and time again from this car, this team, these pairings work their way forward consistently. So as is Lucas Keys, is another one that has just been well on the radar through the first nearly 2 hours of this race, Rusty.
Yeah, so you're going to have to catch me up. What I've missed, I'm a little surprised to see the 420 BMW, Mia Rose and crew, currently down in P14. I understand they did just stop. Was there some kind of accident?
There was a big accident, so Mia unfortunately gripped the wall.
Unforced error up the hill after the run down through Foxhole there in that little awkward braking area there. Rusty and just got a little bit of a tank slapper, backed it into the wall, and the car clearly looked like it had a little bit of damage after the incident and limped that car back to the pit. Was not quick. It was not a happy looking BMW. So big game changer there. Unscheduled stop by probably a lap, I would suspect, just to get that thing off the road and get it repaired and get back on it. So it will be interesting to see how these pit stops cold out actually after the rest of the group pit stops at the end of this lap, Rusty. But yeah, plenty going on with Lawrence and Potter, and we also have Jamie Cossart on Liam.
It's Wilson and Rio, mate, is the battle. Potter's just sitting back in third and got a bit of fresh air.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Sorry, yes,
Yep.
and Kosa and Miyamoto.
Yeah, Kosa and Rio, really, that
Yep.
Ryoma Miyamoto is shaping up. Obviously, about to come in for some pit stops, so it'll be all about getting down a pit road first.
Yep, definitely. I think we saw Geordie Moss. Was that Geordie Moss in the pits already? Just sort of position change. No, he's just lost the position to Rees. There.
Okay, so that's Steve Rees. That's Steve Rees back in that car.
Back in that car. So I didn't see that car stop, J-Man. So Rees back in that car. Yeah, well, we did see that stop, actually. We did see that right at the end of the stint, not looking very happy at all. So I think that might have been a bit of an unscheduled stop there. It was just in the middle of the stint there.
It was.
Also in close proximity, Luke and M8 in 36 and 37 respectively. These boys all bunched up here as they run around this final little complex of corners through that little short carousel before they run onto the shootout, onto the back straight. Oh, just off the Aston, very sideways through the right-hander.
Oh, you jinxed it. Sorry, Simon Berry. We have been watching that car, that Hammond 697 Ferrari, singing its praises all afternoon, and we just saw him in the fence. I'm not sure whether you jinxed it or we did, but he did make the fence down the bottom of the hill, which actually let Joshua Holmes through in the 420 car, and also I think there was another car I did see go through there. I'm not sure who it was. It may have been Maxi Ricker. I'm not too sure, but anyway, that's a shame. But now, where is?
It's all happening.
Where is the 459 car? Where is that right now? That is the Justin Cordia car. We talked to Connor earlier. They were aiming for a 15. They're currently 16. So that car is trending in the right direction. Rusty, we did have Connor up here for a live chat. Talk to us after his stint before Justin took the car over. Double duties for those guys today. Only 2 drivers for that ferry. Well, I'm not sure. I'm just going to respond to Mace there. Mace, I'm not sure if it was me, mate. I'm going to call it was Simon.
No, it was Simon, for sure.
It was Simon, because he called it. He called 28 spots before I decided to comment on it. So we're going to give that one to Simon.
Traditionally, adjustment on the 28 spots now.
Yeah. Traditionally, it's me that does that, mate. But we'll give that to Simon at this point of time.
You could get a job up with us, bro.
Yeah.
I'll have you know we're very proud of our record here at MatchFit Entertainment of influencing races with our comments from the commentary box.
All day.
It's a kind of witchcraft.
Yeah, it is.
What we do
It
here, so
is. Oh, wait, what are you trying to say?
drivers beware.
We should all be burned for the stake.
Yeah, look, so much on this track. Speaking from experience, a very recent experience today. If I can just touch on it, guys, and fill you in what happened with our car.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we got caught up in the start of the race with the server resets. We were locked out of the server. We couldn't get in. By the time we got the land server up and going, we were a couple of laps down, but we did manage to get back in. And I started off the first stint. About halfway through the stint, things were going okay. We were preparing for a big fight back, a long fight back throughout the afternoon. And unfortunately, a lag spike for about 3 seconds. I was going down the straight, and when the game unfroze, I was in the wall. Managed to limp it back to the pits. It's a long way back to the pits when you enter the car at sector 3.
Yes.
But we did manage to limp it back, got the car ahead, threw the next driver in, and at the start of the old circuit, right at the start of the old circuit, the same thing happened to him, and put it in the wall, black and orange flag, and couldn't get it back couldn't do the whole lap with the way the car was, so we decided to park it up there. Obviously, the racing gods were against us today, the sim gods, so it's unfortunate, but it's not the first time it's happened to someone. It won't be the last time, right? It was just our number today, unfortunately. So,
them's the brakes.
them's the breaks, but I am happy to see the sister car for us, Jordan Ross in the 777 car, doing really well, circulating around in P19, and I'm happy that everyone else is still out there. So that's the main thing. We've still got a race on, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate, but hey, we're not complaining that we've got you here, Rusty, and I'll just give you an update on the
pit stops.
On the pit stops between the 18 and the 12. I can tell you that there was nothing in it. They 33 seconds apiece and 1:07 total time to transit the lane, so they came out exactly how they went in. However, Bruno Gallo back in the car, and Rio actually handed the car over to Muhi, back to Muhi Tamaki, who we saw in the opening stint. So driver changes there. Kieran Potter has handed the car over to Ali Karudin. So that is a driver pairing. We saw Kieran do a double stint there.
Yes, we did.
And then obviously Ryoma Miyamoto, who we've seen in big battles throughout this I guess the second stint of the race now, currently in the pit lane. We'll be waiting to see whether there's a driver swap there.
Yeah, so Kieran will be enjoying a quick break after a couple of hours at the wheel of the Lexus, and we've been calling this car, J-Man, up 16th position from 20th starting a race. So definitely the quiet achievers, these boys. Sitting in third position with Mia Rose putting the 420 BMW backwards into the wall towards the end of her stint. That car with Holmes at the wheel now back in fifth as the pit stops equalise a little there.
Two big shocks coming out of that pit stop will be the Kieran Potter car, followed by Ali Karuda now with a stop go 30, and also the McAdam car.
Oh no.
The McAdam car also
with a stop go. Oh, that's unfortunate. So look, we were just calling the praises.
Sorry, Davo, the way the pit lane is structured here for this 24-hour layout of the circuit, it can be really tricky to hit that brake marker correctly and make sure that you don't overshoot going into the pits. It's kind of a tricky one. It's not like the normal.
No, it's a bit of a last minute pit entry, isn't it?
It is,
yeah. So. And I noticed that they're pretty well online too, on the pit entry. So they're pretty well called it. If they need to call it, if they're in close proximity with another driver. Very tricky little pit entry. So
yeah, 100%.
It's unfortunate there. A couple of stop goes there. It's the boys not getting it right. Potter being one and McAdam the other. J-Man.
Yeah, and that's just part of it. That is just part of it. You got to take it on the chin. Go and grab that line. The worst part about that is, we saw a stop go 10 seconds, cost a total transit time of 44 seconds. So you can do the math. I'm sure you can, Rusty. If you call that 44, you add 30. It's certainly over a minute. I think by my calculations, or somewhere there or thereabouts, or around about that minute time, where you are going to be trundling through, and it's a giveaway. At the end of the day, it's not worth anything. And g'day, Paul. Great to have you tune in.
But if you look on the positive side, it's less than it's about 12% of the total lap. So you're not really missing out that much.
Ever the optimist here, Rusty. Yeah. Good work, mate.
You've got to stay optimistic at the green hell. So many things can jump up and bite you.
Oh, I totally agree. I think you do. Look, Lex. Look, while we focus the cameras on Bruno Gallo and it's in the car at the moment, Tamiki. We will thank Australasian Endurance Series, AAES, for bringing this goodness to you, ladies and gentlemen. It is round 4 here at Nordschleife, brought to you by Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, SimLeague, and Simtronic Industries. Of course, it is broadcast to you by MATCHFIT Entertainment. That means Davo, myself, J-Man and Rusty are in the comms box, bringing it all to you live on YouTube. Hit the like, hit the subscribe if you haven't already, and hit your notifications if you want to see other awesome leagues go head to head.
I'm just riding on board with that laundry house McLaren, guys.
Let's do that.
It looks really hooked up. It looks very strong.
Speaking of,
I'm just
speaking of
wondering
which,
if Yellow's
Rusty,
just slotting in behind. He's just happy to ride along here with the Lexus, I think, and get that toe down the straight. You know, you've got 6 hours to go. He's in a comfortable position here. The Lexus isn't getting away from him.
No.
I think they look very much in control here, the Laundry House team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to hear from Andrew Lawrenson. I know he is tuned into the stream, so I'd love to hear from what was a very successful stint. We saw him take over the car from Bruno and really just absolutely move that car forward. We watched Bruno sitting off the back in the opening stint in that sort of P5-ish position, and he was sitting off the back of those front four, and it looked like he was just biding his time, and then Lawrence come in and absolutely took that car by the scruff and drove it forward. So what we're seeing here pretty much now, obviously Tamaki and Gallo, the driver changes to take over that, so it'll be interesting to see what the pace is like, whether Gallo's got any more than Tamaki, because I think Tamaki was actually a little bit further back at the time these guys were last out. So
could be a little consolidation stint, you know.
Yep.
Get through clean, get through unscathed, set yourself up for the second half of the race. But
Yep.
definitely looks in control.
Definitely, as we see Phil Antoon, Craig McConnell and Kirk Cage in the pits. Also Miyamoto just sneaking into the pits as well. I think Antoon and McConnell both in Rainlight Racing cars. They're from the Rainlight Racing stable.
Yep, and
as we see cameras, I'm sorry guys, Reese and Smith, I think it is, in the Aston, yes. So these guys going at it, Reese back in the car, Smith taking over duties in the 183 Aston and doing a stellar job, keeping Reese at bay. Reese looking very speedy in the first hour of the race, J-Man.
yeah, super speedy. Had that unscheduled sort of, well, not so much, potentially unscheduled. There's a little bit of damage. It was a little bit slower stop. I think it was 46 on the jacks, out of sequence by the tune of maybe, I think, 3 or so laps. And then, you know, we saw it at the time. What it does to that car and the stint at the end will be anybody's guess. But right now, actually put him in a good position. You know, as Davo, we talked about him, now he's in the fence.
Who's that?
Reese.
The curse strikes again.
Oh, no. Really? Let's see if we can get a replay on that, eh?
Oh dear. It must be my time just to quickly step out and gain refreshment.
Don't do that. That only powers up the curse.
Ah, dearie me. Look, these guys. Oh, look, and he just gets a wheel on the outside.
That's all it takes,
so easy easy to do, but hard to regather it from an outside excursion on the grass there.
Yeah, the speed you're doing here, Davo, you just, once you're off, you're off. There's no getting back on.
So, yeah, look, it kept it pointing in the right direction. Didn't look like the contact was too heavy. Just looks like he's giving the wheel a little bit of a wriggle to make sure it's all pointing in the right direction, but still on track.
This is definitely a track too, and this kind of race where, you know, other tracks and other races, you may consider pitting just to repair damage. You really can't afford to here. If you've got 20 seconds of damage, but you feel like you can still drive the car, it's more than likely you're better off just to try and make it through to the end of your stint, even if you're losing a few seconds here and there, because obviously the pain that comes with having to unschedule stop here with an 8.5. Maybe a little bit of front-end suspension damage. It was the hits here don't look as violent as they actually are. You can see he's struggling to turn it in there onto the final straight.
Yeah, it looked like he was sort of giving it a bit of a shake and a wriggle there.
Yep.
After the impact, so yeah, no surprise. And yeah, look, might not be happy with that. So car not long out of the pits after its after its scheduled pit stop, so not ideal, Rusty.
No, and I just wonder if we'll see him. It's still top speed down the straight, still pretty good, still up around 278, 280. So the top speed's not an issue, but maybe just a little bit of that high-speed turning might be a little bit of a problem, which is not good for the McLaren because that's kind of where it butters its bread.
That's his thing, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going around again, so he's going to stick with it.
Yeah, well, we'll be watching those times closely to see whether there's any changes in the speed of that car as the cameras pick up on Hobbs. Now, this number 95 Lamborghini. Now, we saw these guys at Red Bull the previous round do quite well. They were silent achievers as well. Like, we just really didn't see them early stages of the race and just slowly chipped away through the field, finishing in a very strong position. So definitely one to watch. Currently sitting in the top 10 in 9th position. That is Mitch Hobbs in the 95 Lamborghini, who's actually tucked in behind. Is that one of the OES? That's actually
Verstappen, Big Chan.
that's Verstappen, Big Chan. It was Big Chan as well in the 555 Ferrari.
Not surprised to see Hobbs running so well. I've seen Hobbs a fair bit in sprint format. Very accomplished steerer, very quick guy. Haven't seen much of him in the Enduros, but obviously, translating those skills over really well.
Of course.
Top 10.
Of course.
And we know about Vic Stappen, obviously.
Yes, we've called Vic Stappen.
So what's the trend there that with that 555 and the 95 car? Is that 95 car making inroads, or is that just how they've come out?
Yeah, it looks like he's just sizing him up at the moment. If you look at the back, if you look from the front of the Lamborghini to the back of the Verstappen Ferrari, the Ferrari does look a little bit taily by comparison to the Lambo. So I wonder where the tyre, what the tyre situation is on that Ferrari, and if it's, I think they've both stopped recently, haven't they? So it could be that the Ferrari runs a little bit better on light fuel loads compared to the Lamborghini as well. The Lambo just looks a little bit more settled to me.
Yeah, so they're pretty well only one lap in after. This will be their second lap, I think, on track after their pit stops. Obviously, that 95 Lamborghini well damaged early in the race, so it's repaired now, looking slick around the front again. Bonnet down, plenty of race tape there, no doubt. And looking speedy. And Vic, look, no slouch. We did call him at other communities, and good seasoned racer, got a good level head on his shoulders. But that number 95 Lamborghini, with the slightest of mistakes from Chan, will make short work of that Ferrari.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but aren't the 555 OES car, aren't they one of the contenders for the overall championship at the end of today as well, if I'm not mistaken?
I think they might be. We could talk points.
Yep, no, they are. So who was that? That's OES orange or blue?
Yeah, they're one of them. I think they might be blue.
Okay, so blue. So top 10 overall is OES orange. Second, only 3 points the difference, OES blue. And then obviously Red Rebel Motorsport, Simtronics Racing, Race on Oz, Death Racing, Simpub, Brad's mum.
Well, now interestingly, OES orange, that's the Ethan Cale car. Now
that was late to the grid.
They were also caught up in the same pre-race issue that we had, and currently P33. So a lot of work to do to get back on the lead lap and defend that lead in the championship. Because at the moment, OES Blue currently running top 10. But anything can happen around here.
Oh God, no! You know it. As while we were just having a quick look at the point system there, we saw, I think it's Liam Curran in the 130 Aston Martin, who was so speedy earlier with Lucas Keys at the wheel, unforced error and off the track. Same place actually Mia Rose came off the track, just running up the hill after Foxhole. So
I'm not happy either.
That does not look happy, that car actually.
No, so beneficiary there would have been Steve Rees.
Definitely. So Rees passed and moving forward. Rees has got a lot of work to do before he gets up in behind that battle that you guys, that points battle you guys were just talking about, that Chan has on his hands. Chan currently sitting in 7th with Hobbs behind, 7th and 8th respectively. So, 10 will be mindful of that points battle. Who else did we talk about being in the points pre-stream? I think it was the 777, one of the 777 cars.
Yeah,
So
777
yep.
Orange is in the mix.
Yep, they're currently running top 10 overall, but currently leading the Pro-Am Championship battles. So
Yep.
I believe running in the top 20 at the moment. I'm not sure where.
16th at the moment. 16th, yep.
Yeah, so that's a great showing. Currently, I think Stewie's drive in the opening stanza was pretty special, and then obviously into it again. So doing a great job, and he's had plenty of company too during the commentary. We've picked up on him. Obviously fresh air at the moment, but
yeah, and a good clean bit of air there, isn't he?
Yeah, but previously been sort of definitely engaged in some pretty good battles.
Yeah, when it comes to the Pro-Am class, Stu qualified that car in P18 overall.
Yeah.
Great result.
I can tell you from, knowing Stu pretty well, I would wager that out of everyone in this field, it wouldn't surprise me if he's done the most laps around here out of everyone. He is an absolute freak when it comes to this place. So knows it like the back of his hand. So that always bodes well, right?
Oh, absolutely, particularly at a track like Nord's, Rusty, definitely. Another little close battle on is the Hind car.
Yeah,
that battle there.
That'll equate to not much, Davo.
Because Corundan's got a 30 stop go.
Yeah, so nonetheless, there'll be plenty of bragging rights out there. You want to get that job done.
Yep. Okay.
Gee, I'll tell you
what happened
inside.
there?
Oh, down the inside. I'll tell you what,
he's nearly put it around.
I don't even know if there was any contact.
What happened there?
Yeah, it was pretty tight. Not sure if we can get a replay on that. Just give us an idea of how tight that was. But
Corundan just got out off over the edge of the carousel.
Yeah.
And and on that carousel.
All right, we have got the Lawrenson car in the green room. We are going to bring him up for a chat. I did.
Lawrenson.
I did ask for that. Is that on Andrew?
It is.
Andrew, car number?
So this is the laundry house entry, differently piloted by Bruno Gallagher. We just saw in a fantastic stint there, Andrew. There we saw Bruno holding back, maybe somewhere around that 5-6 mark in the opening stint, but you grabbed that thing and just drove it to the front, mate. Can you give us an insight to what that first stint for you was like?
Yeah, no, it was surprisingly good. The car is reasonably compromised. Just understand it's hit certain bumps, don't hit other ones, otherwise we'll end up in the trees. So I was happy to miss those certain bumps and set a very rub on the wall, but it didn't do too much damage to it. No, I think we're lucky on jumping the McLaren out of the pits after that Ferrari had a bit of a whoopsie days in front of us, so we're able to take advantage of that out of the foxhole. And then we came up with this bloody Camry, which just won't go any slower than 290 down the straight.
It's quick.
So that is a problem, isn't it, Andrew? When you've got all the pace in the world everywhere else, and then you just can't touch it down the Dottinger or down the foxhole or anywhere. You just sort of compromise through that straight line speed, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. And our thing's not slow. We're not carrying all the wind in the world, but it's not. I don't think we've got the ratios for 290, to be honest. Never mind the aero drag. But no, we seem to be able to close up through sector 1 and 2, and then the uphill section, it runs off again. After the carousel, sector 3, we're pretty good. Come onto the straight, as you say. It's a bit of a problem, and then we're decent again through the GP circuit, but classic Melbourne stuff, which is what we enjoy.
It is.
Yeah, Andrew, is it fair to say you've done a bit of work on the setup to, obviously allowing for the shortcomings of the McLaren, like you mentioned, you can't hit certain curves, you've got to be mindful of certain bumps. I mentioned during the stream I was riding on board with Bruno, and the car looked really comfortable for him. So is that something that you've worked on throughout the week?
Yeah, I really don't think the Nordschleife is sort of, in terms of 3 big straights, and there's only a couple of corners that really have huge impact on lap time. As long as we can get it around the rest, is sweet. So it was a matter of making sure we had that stability on the right off throttle, because we can't go flat where some of the other cars can, and then without compromising the exits up the hill for loud links, that sort of area where it's can cost us a lot. So it's settled, but it's still got compromising design downwards and still get the top. It's just this relies so much on its floor, and it's nowhere near the ground where it's sort of land cruise spec at the moment, which no idea.
Now, we've seen the strengths and successes of this car throughout the series at different times. Andrew, are we likely to see Terry in the car tonight? Have you got Terry on board today, or is it just yourself and Bruno sharing the duties?
Terry's gone to a bloody wedding. Can't get his priority.
Oh,
So, you know...
We need to get the David Warner helicopter out and fly in.
Exactly.
So
Bruno and I putting sticks back and forth.
And so obviously in real time, I have no doubt that yourself and Bruno would have been crunching some numbers between yourself and the 18 car and what it looks like as far as driver pairings. You now know, barring some double stint duty stuff, who you stacked up against, and how does it look? Is it comparable between the 4 drivers?
I wish I had something really intelligent and insightful to say about it. I have no idea who's getting hungry. So we're just back and forth. Whoever's in the other cars, whoever's in the other car, our times between Bruno and practice would be interchangeable, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, you're in the best possible position to capitalise on any mistakes, and as you know, we monitor the pit stops, we monitor the timing when people are in pit lane as well. So, you know, someone overshoots their pit marker by a couple of seconds, that could be you in front and get track position, right? So, you know, you're in the best spot here to just keep on the back of them, keep on their rear bumper, and you know, push them around, try and stick your nose in somewhere, and see what happens. Right?
And if you guys could help us, just talking as much as you can about the Lexus and how well it's going.
Okay.
Put them into the barrel.
Okay.
Is there any laundry house merch up for grabs, or like, you know, like we're just asking for a friend, but
And we don't mind doing favours, you know, like as long as it's something.
It's a great
$100
livery.
bills is in the shade of green.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
Absolutely.
Now you're talking
But,
my language, Andrew.
Anything you were about to say, Andrew, was clearly going to be better than anything Terry had to say right now, so we'll just take that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll pass that on. I'm sure.
Yeah.
We'll be delighted to hear what he's sitting in the wedding team.
But
Yeah, he'll have the phone out. He'll have the phone out. G'day, Terry. G'day, mate.
Pay attention, Terry.
Okay.
All right, no, hey, really do appreciate you checking in, and hey, look, don't be a stranger yourself or otherwise, Bruno, throughout this race. Don't be a stranger to let us know how things are going, but it's looking good right now. Obviously, Bruno just stationed right in behind us, about to approach a little bit of lap traffic, so that could play a factor, and we'll let you concentrate on trying to support your teammate in this busy phase of this race.
Definitely.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Magic. Thanks for the work you're doing, guys.
Cheers,
Thanks,
mate.
Thanks, Andrew.
Appreciate you.
As we just see the laundry, as Andrew leaves us, the laundry house car and Tamaki.
Got a little advantage out of that blue flag, didn't they? Just slightly.
Yep, I feel they did. Not going to mention too much about the 18 car other than the fact that it is in the thick of this, and just looking down, there's still plenty of close battles up and down the field, and I think the 25, 26 positions, is it? It'll be Dylan King and
Max.
Just
Jacob
stop
Max.
30, by the way.
Oh, did too.
Jacob,
So that is just going to play a factor on that.
Yep.
Probably, where are they on track?
No, they're just coming around the final
GP circuit.
On the GP circuit there. I think it's like turn 6 and 7 before they run down.
Ethan Cole up to P29, guys, in the number 1 Ferrari, current championship leader, so fighting their way back.
Yeah, and so what does that? We talked about the OES, the two stables, the two teams, and how close they are in this title. Now, obviously, the other car being the 555 car.
That's correct. Yep, Vic Stappen.
Yeah, so Vic currently in P6, so this looking rather favourable at the moment for OES Blue. And when we look at the overall results, they are 3 points in the deficit to OES Orange. So still plenty to play out here. A long way to go, but looking good for OES Blue against OES Orange at the moment.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Ethan Cale as you know, weekly league racing wise, he was unfortunate not to get a trophy already with one of the leagues that we're associated with.
Yep.
So, you know, just to have that kind of start line issue here as well, he'd be thinking the world's against him at the moment, wouldn't he?
Dylan Lester, right on the back of the Kyrudin car at the moment as well. That's a really, really spicy battle for inside the top 10, P9, P10.
It is too. Kyrudin just came in to clear that stop go 30, so that's put him right back in the thick of it.
Yeah, and he'll be keen to regain any, obviously track or position loss through that stop go, or was it stop go? Yeah, stop go 30. But he's got plenty to think about with Leicester.
We know the McLaren, struggles to match the Tokyo Taxi down the straight, but that's not the same case with the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin's a little bit stronger in the straight line, so it goes a little wide here.
Look, and this is coming down to that little carousel here, and the Nissan getting hung out to dry. That is the worst place, and we've seen that car out on that grass there only a couple of laps ago.
Toyota just on the wrong line through the carousel, and that was all the Aston needed.
It's not somewhere you go side by side through. I was looking forward to the drag race down the straight, because I thought that's where it was all going to come to fruition. But look, we will watch that intently. That Aston actually well beaten. The bonnet flapping on the front of Leicester's 219 Aston Martin as he runs up under the bridge, and that Lexus will be gobbling up that gap, I suspect.
Look at this, look at the closing that's happening here.
Yeah, crazy speed.
Yeah, up to 290 on the straight. Look at that.
And look, he nearly pulled that whole thing, that whole loss back there, didn't he? Just in that run down the straight. That is incredible. The sheer pace of the Tokyo Taxi, aka.
Now, I know some people are going to say, I'm a Lexus enthusiast myself, so I'm going to defend the Lexus here on this occasion. I know some people are going to say the Lexus has an unfair advantage because of the speed it gets down the straight. But I would like to remind you that you have to drive the Lexus for the whole rest of the lap as well. Balances it out.
And it's a dog. It's a dog everywhere.
I was just about to ask Will into the box to come up to the green room for a chat about that 697 Ferrari that we'd been so enthusiastically following through the opening couple of hours of this race, or 2.5 hours of this race. And I've just picked it up on cam, currently at the hands of Ahmed Fori at the moment. And I'm not sure that Will probably want to talk to us, because I've just picked up that car has been heavily into the wall.
That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. Someone else, have you? Now you think
he has. As we just see Vic Chan and Hobbs, round 420 BMW, piloted by Holmes at the moment.
Yep.
So Chan just putting the pressure on, showing the nose, just getting Hobbs a little bit offline, which sort of really got the car loose and out on the grass a little bit, and allowed Hobbs just to sneak through as well on Holmes. So
we've also got a new fastest lap, guys. Driver in the 256, one of our Japanese invitational entries.
With
new
the
fastest lap, 8:10.3.
That is getting up there. Race laps.
Cracking race pace.
That is cracking race pace.
And backed it up with a 10.8 the next lap.
Yep, so finding a purple patch.
Literally.
See what we did there, chat? That's why you come out here. That's why you watch. That's why you subscribe to MATCHFIT Entertainment.
That's right. That's right.
Superlatives. So Gallo's still hot on the back of Tamaki, so that battle's not going anywhere too soon. That's just an absolute arm wrestle or chess match at the moment.
And Kahundran, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Kyrudin is past Leicester.
Yes.
In the Aston. So that happened really quickly there. We just saw him at the end of the last lap
at the carousel.
And now here it is. It's all done, and the Lexus in front and punching some pretty big numbers with the damage Aston in behind. I doubt it. I think he'll struggle to keep up with him.
Yeah, or when they get to the Doddinger, I think, yeah, we know what the Lexus will do.
Well,
We've
yeah.
heard about it. So this is what Bruno Gallo's facing at the moment. You know, can do everything under brakes in the middle part of the corner, but then once they get to anywhere, like particularly where they are now, this is a chance for the Lexus to really just fire that horsepower and straight line speed advantage into effect.
Yeah.
But,
You just got to try and hang on to the back and hope for the best, right?
Yeah. Yeah, look, and it's an interesting mix. I see a couple of comments in the chat box there. You know, wish I'd picked a Lexus and wish I'd done this, and the Lexus is just mad in the straight line. They've got an unfair advantage. Look at the top group of cars there. Lexus. We have a McLaren. We have a Ferrari. We have a BMW. We have a Ferrari. We have a Lamborghini. So the top 6 cars, all different makes. So yeah, good spread across the marks there. I think Kunos in the current BOP that we are running for the race, doing a fantastic job on the GT3.
Yeah, just I'm just looking back to the Liam Curran car. I can't remember what had happened there, but we remember previously talking about Lucas Keys bringing that car well up the field. Now that car currently sitting in P20, so I'm not sure, my memory eludes me whether that was an incident or a drive-through or something that had happened there, but yeah, currently in the 20, so still a solid result at this point, and we know that that car will be handed back to Lucas at some point. So
definitely, yeah, a couple of unforced errors actually at the hands of Curran, unfortunately, J-Man.
But yeah, that the number 256 car that you just commented on, Rusty, the Row Racing BMW of one of our guest drivers, just opting to take the outer line through the carousel, which I find is really interesting, because I would have thought that the carousel was the optimum line to be on the inside. But you know, he's the guy out there doing 8-minute 10s, so who am I to argue? But
Too true.
That car
Don't get
got
all
a ton of
judgy.
pace.
That's right.
Yeah, got a ton of pace, but yeah, certainly got some margin to make up the road to the Connor Hine car, which
Hine's no slouch either.
The Hine car, that car has been in the thick of it all afternoon already.
It has. Sasha Death on Carruthers here too, boys.
All right, we have got Will. I am going to bring Will into the comms box now. Will, apologies, mate. I don't entirely think that's my fault as far as the commentator's curse. I was thinking about you in the second phase.
We got.
This will be the Ferrari that we have picked on continuously for its successes, not its failures. So this is the 697 car that's currently exiting pits. Sorry, Will, you got us on comms.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Now look, a great opening stint, plenty of action, a few incidents, mate. Can you give us an insight to how this was playing out for you prior to that, those couple of incidents?
Yeah, it's been playing out. It played out really good. I was with a few slower teammates just to have some fun with the race, and so I got to start further back. I've been practicing quite a lot, so I was pretty confident, and I was moving through the field pretty fast.
Yep.
Yeah, there were a couple of incidents. It was pretty insane the first couple of laps. It was like a crash every corner, but it was so super fun.
Yeah, and look, the car did look good. Like, you had good pace, and the car did look good. Obviously, you know, this place is kind of like, I guess, the European Bathurst, right? It can bite you at any point. But you know, still plenty more racing left to go. So,
well, speaking of biting at any point, I think we've got something tragic happening here in the on track, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we've got a server crash.
I think we do.
Oh dear. Well, look, we'll just finish off this little interview. We do appreciate you coming up to talk to us. Well, we did catch some really magical moments with you driving out there in the first stint. So, look, all the best. Hopefully the admin team and that can get this thing going. And we do appreciate you catching up for a chat, mate, because you did get plenty of airtime.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, mate. Sorry, guys, I'll pass it back to you just to give us an update.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Who was that again? Sorry, J-Man. Just call him out.
So that was William, and that would have been, sorry, my data's all up in the mess at the moment. Just give us a second.
Okay. ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well in the 697 car, currently running P32 with Forey behind the wheel at the moment. Well, no one's behind the wheel at the moment.
No. So we're a little over little under 5.5 hours to go. We've just looks like we've had a bit of server issue.
Yep,
so
I'm just going to duck into the race control room and see if we can get an update and what the situation is.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are going to take a short intermission while we just get things up to speed, ladies and gentlemen. Go and grab yourself a coffee or something. Hang on. What's going on here?
Looks like things are starting to work their way back.
Yeah, so that was Will Hammond, as you mentioned, driving out of the 697 Ferrari shared with Amant Fourie and potentially Tinted Stud. So just really impressed with the drive that we'll put in the start of that one, hence why I did want the conversation. And it looks like my end, we've got things back up and running.
Yeah, we got things rolling again, so I'm not sure what we're going to do here. So look, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short intermission.
It's just carried on by the look of it.
And we will be back in a moment.
Apparently someone flipped their car, and apparently at Nürburgring, if someone flips their car, the server crashes. So, yeah, I know. So they're just trying to figure out now what's going on, because obviously some people have not been affected and they're still driving around.
We've got 14 cars in. It actually crashed.
They're rejoining.
Just imagine the amount of times, like...
There's a lot of angry drivers, obviously.
Someone has flipped
Okay, Rusty, do you want to just mute your other one so we can just...
We've got no mics.
Oh, pardon
we
me.
haven't? Oh, okay.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Yes, we have.
Oh,
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I didn't want to feed that.
back again, ladies and gentlemen, with Rusty. Is going to update us with a few details. Rusty, what's going on here, my friend?
Yeah, I just jumped into race control. So what's happening now currently is the server is going to be reset, and they're going to take the positions from the race from the previous lap and manually load in all of the entries. So what we will have effectively in about 10 or 15 minutes from now, the race is currently red flagged. In 10 to 15 minutes from now, when the race restarts, we will have everyone more or less in their the positions that they were in. However, excitingly for us here in the commentary box, all the gaps will be down to 0. So
yes,
they are going to manually reload everyone in the positions that they were in. So, you know, if you had a 40-second gap on the guy behind you, guess what? You're going to be busy. So that's what's happening. About 10 or 15 minutes, they're going to fix the server up, restart it, and we'll be back racing again for the last 5.5 hours of this race.
Yes, it's going to be cracking, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get 2 race starts. For the
Safety
price
cars,
of 1.
safety cars, boys.
Absolutely. We are gonna take a short break though, and stretch our legs while they get this get this all wound back up, and we get cracking again. So bear with us, stay tuned, go and grab a drink, and we'll be back soon. welcome back, everybody. To after intermission, red flag issue there, car out of bounds on the track. Thanks for everybody being so patient. As usual, it is round 4. We're at Nords. This race is just about to restart. I will welcome back J-Man and Rusty to the comms booth. For the remainder of this race, as the timer ticks down, we will thank Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, Sim League, Simtronics Industries, and obviously MATCHFIT Entertainment for bringing you all of this goodness as the clock ticks down, and we'll just try and get you some vision here. So, quick rundown, Rusty, on the way this is going to roll for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, so basically what happened was after the restart, after the red flag, as you mentioned, a car went out of bounds, caused the server to have a conniption fit. Race was red flagged. No spectators were injured, you'll be pleased to know. So we're back now, back on the grid. And what's happened is the admin have taken the positions of the cars, of the drivers from the previous lap. Therefore, if you were running first, you're still in first. If you're running second, you're still in second. But what's happened is obviously we've got to restart.
We're going to
restart any gap that you had, if you had a minute gap up your sleeve, that is now down to 0. So we've basically turned the race from one 8-hour race into one 3-hour race and one 5-hour race, and we're starting all over again. So interestingly, we mentioned in the first part of the race, guys, the dilemma that was facing the current championship leader Ethan Cale's car in that OES orange entry, the number 1 Ferrari. Well, this is probably the best possible scenario that they could have hoped for. They are now restarting in P27. However, they are on the lead lap. So
they are, absolutely.
They have an opportunity to fight their way back up and fight for that title again. Their championship competitor in the 555 car with John Carter currently behind the wheel, starting in P5.
Yeah, so, and a great opportunity for Bruno Gallo and Muhi Tamaki there just to try and sort that out. We saw the great straight line pace of that Lexus before that incident went down, and there'll be an opportunity off the start of this race as we just see them formate and start rolling out now.
So they did entertain a standing start here, guys, but it looks like they're going to roll through this very short formation here and down onto the GP circuit.
Looks like we've already lost one car off the grid, guys. Back to pits.
Who was that?
Couldn't catch a number. It's the 997 car, the 67 car as well, missing the start.
Okay, so that
could have been optional too, though, mind you.
Well, quite possibly. Possibly.
And Moss 228, Tech 1 Racing. Yep.
Okay, so 56 cars on grid. Viewers, as they roll around these final few corners and grid up for the
45. Yeah. We won't hold it against you.
Okay.
Could be 105.
Well,
there's that many drivers.
Turn 1, it'll feel like 105 anyway.
Absolutely.
Yes, as they form up for the second start of this race, 2 for 1, ladies and gentlemen. Here at Nords, round 4 in the AAES Endurance finale of the Endurance Series for 2024. As you see the legs of the Lexus just pushing forward there with the laundry house car with no real anything to say until it gets to the braking area, but these guys are going to go side by side through these first few corners here again.
I wonder if Gallo is thinking this is my opportunity now, because they were stuck
behind
that Lexus for the first 3 hours of this race. This is your opportunity now to make a break and stick it.
Absolutely. Hignett just tucked in behind there as well, trying to stay in touch with that.
Very clean so far, guys, through the pack.
Race start 2, ladies and gentlemen. Hobbs is in there. Mia Rose is back down a little bit further than she'd liked after a little bit of an incident in the first half of the race. John Carter, Reese, Carundin.
Interesting to bring up Mia Rose. Interesting to bring up Mia Rose, Davo, because they're another big winner out of this. They were a good minute and a half behind.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Floyd holding it together in the Aston.
And that battle's still going on up front too, Davo. That the Hignett Tamaki battle is still going on, and driver's still in there too. So Mia Rose eyes will be like dinner plates right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm sure Gallows are well aware of that and just want to try and move away from the inevitable, because these guys will want to find that rhythm again, won't they, and get that groove and just try and find out where the pace of their car sits them on the track here. And as it just gets onto the main track here, onto the Nordschleife.
Early casualty, the 697 car. There's more cars. Oh, there's a big pile up down the back here.
Oh no.
Not sure who that was. But I know that the O'Brien, sorry, I'll pick it up.
Guys, we know the Laundry House car has tremendous speed through these technical sections and at the end of Sector 1 and Sector 2. Gallo's going to be doing everything he can to put a nice gap on that Lexus to try and hold off down the straight.
Oh, yeah, sure, Rusty. And look, stepping away, like I said, because these guys, like that top six behind him, are really going to want to sort themselves out. These were finishing positions before the red flag, so not necessarily positions based on their pace at the time. So two very different things.
Up to a second, so almost out of slipstream already.
So Rose in 6, tucked in behind the 256 BMW. Chan in 8, Reese in 9. Corundon rounding out the top 10 in the second of the Lexus.
Yeah, so data's still going crazy at this point in time, as it did in the opening stanza of this race. We get our telemetry really just go scared with, but yeah, everybody sensing the opportunity to try and make some really high stakes passes in the opening lap. Two guys just looking at not so much probably up the front, other than the so that is Andrew Lawrence in the car.
Yeah, that just come up on mine as well.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. So and that would be okay. So there was clearly no real thing over, because I thought during the incident that Mia wasn't in the car. It was Joshua Holmes. So all the drivers been allowed to start with the primary driver again. And that is Andrew Lawrence, with a ton of pace on at the start. That one doing a great job to, as you mentioned, get past Buhi Tamaki. So
got to build a gap here. That Laundry House car, imperative to make hay while the sun shines, and hope that Tamaki car gets held up a little bit by trying to hold off Ben Hignett in the Ferrari, who's also very quick. So this could be working perfectly here for Laundry House. But again, we mentioned Mia Rose with 6. Far off the pace.
So well bunched. First lap on the restart after the red flag race. And they run up the hill. This is about the 11k and 12k mark. About halfway around the circuit. Fast kick.
We've got our first casualty, guys. Cars 169, the Lamborghini, the Stwig. You've heard of the Stwig.
Oh, here we go. Who's that off there in the background? It's Lester. It's a big. No, it's not. Who's that?
Who was that?
It's driver. Hang on. Oh, and he's trying to turn that thing around in a really awkward part of the track.
Oh, that was your front.
Here we go.
It's a pile up.
Yeah, there's plenty of big hitters coming through, just trying to miss him. He's just staying stationary. He's doing the right thing right now.
So
you see Hendo come through.
So it looked like he just pulled that car offline. I thought he was going to try and turn it around, but he was out on the other side of the track, up against the wall, as he lets that field roll by there. Ladies and gentlemen, big one there. We might see if we can get a replay on that.
Oh, that is a huge one.
That was one of your front runners.
It was, and that was the car that did hold the previous.
takes here. Yamamoto off. Yamamoto, another one running in the top 10.
Is that the replay there, Davo, is it?
Yeah, guys. So just picking up the back end of that replay there.
Just too wide out of the left-hander there.
Yeah, just got it tucked up.
Guys, back to, I'm just watching Lawrenson at the front of the field. Got that gap up to a 2.5 second gap now, so nice, well and clear of that streaking Lexus.
Yep, that should be enough to try and negate that bottom straight anyway.
Stop
We're
go
about-
penalties for 120.
We're about to find out.
120 is the Lucas Keys car, guys.
Okay.
Okay, so potentially a bit of a handout over maybe the incident, I'm not sure.
So plenty going on in this restart. As expected, it's like like they always say, safety
Mia
cars.
Rose on Hignett, mate.
Yep, up to P4, P3 now.
We had cameras on that. The Lamborghini tucked in behind
Yeah.
of Hobbs
Gee, the
and
Beamer holds its own
Tamaki.
down the straight,
Does
doesn't
it
it?
right.
It's the Ferrari.
Does it
Look
right.
at that.
So nice work, gets it done.
Yeah, super close at the back end of the straight under brakes too, not a lot on that.
Also, losing position to McNeil and O'Brien losing the position to, I forgot who it is actually, Thornton.
The Ferrari with the
Anthony.
run back too.
So,
Look for a cut back here on Mia.
And
The
Hignett's
corner
very
goes the other way.
experienced. He's not going to give this up.
It's, all of this is doing is just attracting the Mitch Hobbs Lamborghini into this party.
This is all working in Laundry House's favour right now.
Yeah, very much so, as you mentioned. They've got the gap out now. So my calculations about 1.7 to 1.9 seconds over the Tamaki car. So, and we'll build through this first phase of the lap. We know how strong the Laundry House McLaren is through sector 1, sector 2. So, looking good. Nia looks to have cleared Hignett now. Try and focus forward on the Tamaki car.
Guys, there is a hell of a battle going down at the bottom end of the top 10. P12, P13, P14, P15, P16, all within a kitten's whisker of each other. It's a very angry little pack fighting for position down there.
Yeah, so that's the Austin McNeil, is it? The Wall, McAdam, Sasha, Carruthers.
There are some very agitated drivers here after a 15-20 minute layoff and the red flag. They're all keen to get back at it again.
I'll tell you what, yeah, that does start with the McAdam car, J-Man.
Yeah, so the 556
Carruthers.
car in the 10 now.
Carruthers getting in the mix there as well as they run around the back part of Sasha Death very wide. Carruthers nearly taken to the grass to get around him.
Contact.
Bit of hip and shoulder, and they get on to the big circuit. So yeah,
it just sweeps across the nose of the Sasha Death car. So it does the
Carruthers car.
Yeah, the Carruthers car, the 459 Nissan, only by the slimmest margin, just got that big boot through there.
Mate, that is an intense little fight going on there, and like you mentioned, Rusty, Bell past Aerosmith just in the background there. Oh, Sasha Death a little bit deep there on the Ferrari, locking the fronts. That's allowed Bell just to sneak up behind him and given Carruthers a little bit of breathing space.
Now, Carruthers really wanting that top 15. We heard earlier in the broadcast, currently sitting P13, so this has been a great restart for the Carruthers car. So I think the last time I saw them was we just saw Sasha Death just out February White's going to be vulnerable to the Porsche of Layla Bell and to the Aerosmith car also.
Good done.
Yeah, gets the job done. So just the blink of an eye, that's how quick these things happen.
Oh, very loose. Through that fast left-hander there.
So once again, we'll embark on this, I guess they call it another opening stint, but we won't see these cars come in until around lap 7. So a lot of racing to have happened before then. But Lawrenson out to around 2.2, 2.3 seconds, still building on that margin as these opening laps commence. Rusty, you picked up about, you know, the importance of that car getting out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what do you think the Lexus top speed is worth down the back straight? It's got to be like 2-3 tenths at least by the time it maxes out. So
yeah, and it's not just that part of the track. There's a couple of other places where like it does pull a few car lengths here and there. So yeah, it would start to add up, Rusty.
I'm riding on board with Mia Rose at the moment, looking very angry in that BMW. It's not going to be long before Mia has an influence on this race. Really lining up now on the back of the Tamaki car, getting very close indeed. So again, there are winners and losers out of every red flag, right? If you found yourself in a position where you made gains because of someone else's misfortune, maybe you don't have the pace and you got yourself a nice track position, a nice little buffer, you'd be ruining the fact that the race restarted, right? Because it throws you right back into the mix where you don't want to be. Whereas the other ones, on the flip side, guess what? It's game on again, right?
Look at this battle, Carruthers, Layla Bell, and
P13.
Yeah, P12, 13,
That
40.
angry little pack still going at
That
it.
is just crazy close through there. Mate, that was just hectic coming down the hill there.
Not a lot of room there to get it wrong. If you're right up on the back of someone, brake marking is very important at this part of the track.
Oh, look, it's blind enough when you've got clear vision, isn't it, Rusty?
It
and you
is.
put a big,
It really is.
a big friggin' GT3 wing and a bunch of bulk of Aston.
Yeah.
And as we see Carruthers all over the back of that Aston again, just getting out of it ever so slightly, still so committed through that left-hand kick, super quick corner.
I feel like Carruthers feels like he's got the pace to get past wall here. You can see the cars up ahead, just now 3.5, 4 seconds up the road. I feel like Carruthers is just looking for a way past here.
Yeah, and it was all going on the back of shot too, a little bit further back down the road. Lucas Keys and Brian Gill and co. Matthew Cutler, that was a pretty big battle going on there, and I think it was, I'm not sure who the fourth car in there was, but it was pretty busy. Mia Rose right on the back now. Also, boys, as you were, it's a pretty healthy battle, but yeah, Mia right on the back of Tamaki now, like literally glued there.
Yep, showing the nose too.
And our favourite, Ric Flair. Woo! Thank you, Rusty. Getting on the tail of Kong at the moment as well. So plenty going on all the way through the field.
Active betting markets on this race, guys. I don't think any of the major bookies have taken it up. But if they were, I would suggest a sneaky little one would be for Ric Flair to find himself in the top 15 by the end of this race. The nature boy just has a way of producing when it counts.
Don't go into any detail. But please, just save us.
Now,
That's crazy.
The 18 car and the 420 car going to come up here and they're going to hit this big back dot into straight, and
the Lexus surely will walk.
You would think.
Yeah, the Beamer's holds its own in a straight line, but the Lexus is just next level. 290, what are we clocking it down? Yeah, so Mia with a good run though. Look at the pace.
Yeah, she's tucked up under the wing, giving herself every opportunity.
And look at it already.
And I reckon almost best to stay there the whole way right down to the braking zone. I don't think she's going to do it on the straight.
I feel like Mia's going to have a crack at turn 1 on the GP circuit here. If she can just stick behind this Lexus through this fast section back up the hill and then down the normal straight, she may have a dive into turn 1. Let's have a look.
Well, look, she's underneath the wing the whole way, made nothing, lost margin.
but she's going to make it up in the braking zone here. Alexis, you cannot stop. Here we go. Right, suck right up onto the back of it again. And now this is where you want a good exit.
And again, you see that Alexis just walking.
Maybe too far. Alexis knows it's coming. Look, defending.
Already.
Yep.
So, yes, what a battle. Viewers, as they drop down into one.
This is where you thought the strong suit would be,
Yeah,
Rusty.
big braking zones is where the beam is going to get it on the Lexus.
But the Lexus doing a great job through that sector, that right left.
Oh, dearie me. So who we got next? Sasha Flair on Bell. Is looking pretty handy. Carruthers is just
That
dropped.
pack is still angry, guys. That's
Oh,
5
look at that.
cars. Blind us third.
Well,
Yeah.
what?
Oh, no.
Carruthers actually got past Wall in the braking area.
Yeah, he did.
And
And
it's
Stewie
bunched,
Aerosmith's made the place too.
it's bunched them
He's
all
made a
up
couple of
there.
places. He was at the back of this pack
He
a lap
was at the
ago,
back.
so he's just nibbling away at him.
He's managed to grab Sasha and Leela Bell.
Cool heads have to prevail here. We've still got 4, and it doesn't feel like it after a restart. That you've still
Doesn't.
got 4.5 hours to go, but you do have to check yourself sometimes when you're in these situations. 5 cars all battling really hard. The race isn't going to end in the next 10 minutes, guys, you know.
Yeah.
Andrews. Is Andrews still
I
going?
don't think Lachlan's in anymore. I haven't
No.
seen that car on track since
Yeah,
the
it might be a
restart.
DNF. We're down to 44 runners, guys.
Yeah,
officially.
yeah, so we dropped a small handful as that's Aerosmith past Wall. So
Yep.
Wall vulnerable at the moment. Bell and Sasha Death will be lining up as the next two. And look, these guys really trying to get this stuff done on the GP circuit where they've got a little bit of room to move and they know these corners well. Because once they get out onto Nordschleife, the game changes. So Aerosmith committed through the chicane. Sasha Death in the background there. Going for the outside now. There's Bell. There's
Wall's
Bell
gonna
on
lose
Wall.
too here.
So we've seen that move a few times there, just as they drop off the GP circuit onto the road course here.
And Ric Flair in the background's coming.
He's coming. Okay. We will just quickly have a quick look at what Mia and Tamaki are doing. Tamaki, that Lexus really, with Tamaki at the wheel, is a strong performer.
Yeah, really throwing down the challenge to Mia to see whether she can go past. I'm not sure whether that's just my lighting there or Mia's actually on the lights flicking the button. She shows the nose down the inside, just gives enough room.
And there it is.
And this is a fast section of track coming out here.
It's definitely not over.
Oh, what a tough place to go side by side. Surely one of them are going to get out of it.
Somebody is going to have to lift. And it is.
It's Tamaki.
Tamaki gets out of it.
Ooh, and in the background, Reese and Hignett.
Yeah, really
Just
close.
really going at it. We just flicked the cameras back and we saw Rose duck down the inside in back a shot. We can't forget what's going on with Sasha Death and Ric Flair. Side by side with Sasha, now on the back of Wall. And he looks like he's going to move straight past Wall. Down through the Fox hole there. Up into this tricky braking area. Seen a couple of cars off there tonight. Oh no, Wall's wide. There's one. There's two with death paths as well. Well, there you go. So that car of Wall's, Peter Wall looking vulnerable at the moment. It's good 4 or 5 positions there. I think he's just lost. Yeah, from Brothers.
Aerosmith, big off.
Massive bonnets in the air. Yep.
Okay, let's get quickly on that.
Oh, he's back in the fence again.
Yeah, he'd be losing steering now at this point.
Yeah. He's in the fence stationary. Expect to see this thing towed to the pits.
So, just picked it up on the replay there. A little bit awkward there. The car looked like he was going sideways, but it wasn't. It just, I don't know. But
Just maybe a little too hot.
back in the
Pull it
pits
up.
there straight away. I just wonder whether he had a hardware issue there. That car looked like it ran out of steering.
Yep.
before
Well, he was on the
exiting
wrong
the track.
side of the track.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Yep.
That car just didn't look right, so it looked like it may be a failure.
Into the wall too.
Chan and Hobbs.
Hobbs, yeah.
Full on little fight going on there, and we've got Antoon. This little battle was Antoon, Kong, and I think that is the wall car, who has already lost 5 positions in the last lap. Well, he lost 3 of them just in the
Well, see, this is what
at
we
the
were
end of the
talking about.
GP lap.
Well, that 177 Aston Martin car may have been one of the beneficiaries at the start of the race. You might have made up a few positions now, and now you find yourself right in the mix. You've got faster guys behind you.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
And this all playing into that battle, that OES orange versus blue, is it battle for the
Correct.
for the championship? So
Well, they've made 10 places since the start of this race, guys, OES Orange, so they are coming, and they're coming hard.
and blue currently under the hands of Jan, sitting there in P7 on the back of Hobbs, so looking to try and make their way up, head towards the top 5.
Little update at the front of the field, guys. Mia Rose has set the fastest lap of the race, 7
Oh.
tenths faster than Lawrenson. So, Lord, can you imagine being Lawrenson? He joined us in the commentary box earlier. Can you imagine being Lawrenson in that laundry house McLaren now? You've sat behind the Tokyo Taxi for 3 hours, and you see Mia Rose coming up behind the Tokyo Taxi, and you think, that's great, I've got enough time here. That Tokyo Taxi is going to hold up that BMW for a good couple of hours at least, and then bang, it's done in one lap.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Nothing worse.
Yeah.
Couldn't you help me out, bro?
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on.
And we're coming up to traffic already too, by the way.
Not sure what happened there, but I was just watching Brian Gill, and he was doing a great job. And then all of a sudden, he went out of camera shot, came around the corner, lost the position to Matthew
Cutler, isn't it?
Cutler,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden the window wiper was on. The window wiper's still on, so he's got the arms and legs flying around
Yeah,
on the cabin of that BMW.
Oh, and guys, we've got a couple of cars in the pits. The Aerosmith car has reset to pits, so it's going to be parked up for a long time. That opens up the Pro-Am Championship. That 777 car currently leading the Pro-Am Championship. So a lot of work to do for them now. And the Sasha Death car, the 247 Ferrari, also in the pits, guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I
They
didn't
were
see
part
that
of
one coming.
Both of these cars were part of that 5-car battle, so that's
Yeah.
what happens, right?
Yeah, Skinny Luke in the pits too.
Yep. Okay, the Aerosmith 777 car is away.
Well, that's unfortunate. Look, after it hit the wall a second time, I think it returned straight to pits there, Rusty. So, yeah, unfortunate there. So, clearly there was a drama.
Yeah, they've
a
gone
hardware
from P13
issue
down
there.
to P37.
Yeah. They need to have that car finished, though, tonight
Absolutely.
to be in any contention, Rusty. So, they will carry on. Lawrenson now has Rose to think about, and Mia Rose smashing out some stellar times, and you can see her already, the gains.
We're going to get an idea of the lap times this time round.
Pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that pink car is creeping death at the moment in the mirror of
Eight-
the Laundry House McLaren.
8:13 plays an 8:12.
Almost a second taken
Yep.
out of it that lap.
Yeah, you can see it visually, eh?
Yep.
Kong and Toon and Wall as well. 3 up. We have Aston, McLaren, Ferrari.
Yep.
Down.
Chan lining up on Mitch Hobbs, guys.
Yeah, he is starting to really make inroads to that into that battle now with Hobbsy, and yeah, but as you mentioned, Peter Wall's just been amongst the absolute thick of this since this restart. He has had Carruthers, McAdam, Aerosmith, so many guys to contend with, and now he's got Antoon and Cole.
And guys, I did mention about the slippery little bet to get Ric Flair into the top 15, currently running P14.
Good work. Woo. Good stuff.
As the cameras stay on this Antoon Kong Wall battle, there's been multiple changes of positions just in the last couple of corners here. As these go, just see them go at it. Heading down towards the hairpin on the GP circuit.
So, J-Man, we've had the restart. People have settled in. They've found their position. They're starting to find their pace. Do you just treat this? Do you try to forget about the start of the race now and just treat this as a new race, or are you worried about chasing the carrot? Are you trying to keep up, or are you just finding your own rhythm at this point? And you've still got 4.5 hours to go. See where we're at, maybe with an hour to go.
Yeah, so for me, with so much to play out on this thing, 4.5 hours still left. I mean, if I was in a team situation here, I'd be very much, if it was a twin driver share setup, I would still be looking towards the final 2 stints. So obviously we're way away from that. So I'd be talking to McCoy, and I'd be talking about just, look, holding station no matter where it is. I mean, obviously if you're well back, given your pace, somewhere back like where the 256 car is, at the moment, which is back in 24th, and we know the sort of pace that car's got on board, I would be saying, just go for it, because there's not a lot to lose at this point. Given
laps.
Yeah. However, if I was inside the top 15 right now, so I'm going to pick on Phil Antoon in the 1 car, there's a lot to play for, given that the current other car is in P7. At this point, I'd be willing to just literally just no mistakes, keep a rhythm, and then I'd be talking to my co-driver about, hey, look, on our final stint, that's when it's go time. But at this point in time, it's not time to go throw caution to the wind. It's literally just time to let everybody else make some mistakes. Let's just, it's too early. It's still too early to be trying to just absolutely do everything possible. I would be still looking towards the idea of maybe just taking it easy,
Yeah, because the
8 tenths, not 10
temptation's there,
tenths.
isn't it? You've got that Hobbs car right in front of you. The temptation as drivers and as racers is we want to race, right? So you'd be looking to race, you'd be looking to overtake, but sometimes you've got to take a step back and go from 10 tenths to 9 tenths, right? And just keep a cool head and slot in, get your rhythm, and see where the pace is at. Yeah, 100%. Mate.
Yep. So like realistically, with the Antoon car, Kale could potentially be in Antoon's ear and say, look, you need to just bank your laps, and then vice versa. The likes of Vic Chan, Kosa and Carter could be saying, hey, I know you're right on the back of Hobbsy, but just don't force it, mate. We don't need to make the fence right now. We're in a good position. Yep. So I just think it's still too early. It's still too early for a lot of these guys and girls in contention.
We've also got Shane Fonato joining us in the chat, guys, who is, of course, teammate with Vic Chan, Jamie Koza, John Carter. So watching on intently, very happy with currently the 555 car running in the top 10.
Yeah, those guys doing a great job. And,
we've got one off here.
Who is that?
That's Rees. That's Rees off in the McLaren, the 633 McLaren.
Not in a great position either, although he is on the inside there. So I just picked up on Mia Rose on the back of Lawrence, as you mentioned there.
Oh, there's a lot of traffic to go through.
Okay, so he's unforced error, exactly the same as Sasha Death in the first lap of the race. Got off the ripple strip a little bit dodgy on the run up to the hill.
It is interesting how much these cars can change from a full fuel load on this track, specifically on this track. The whole feel of the car can change from a full fuel load at the start of your stint. Yep. And when you wipe a couple of laps worth of fuel off, it can really dramatically change the balance of the car. So you have to kind of be aware of that and attune to that. Yeah. And I just wonder if that might have caught him out a little bit, because the lap previous, the car was a little bit heavier, because remember, we're talking about a 20-kilometre lap.
Yeah.
From one lap to the next, the fuel load is wildly different, right? So the balance of the car is wildly different. So, you might be going flat through a certain section when you've got full fuel on, because your car's a lot heavier, and then you come around the next time around and you might have to lift a little, right? So I just wonder if it looked like that, like he thought he had more grip and more pace there than he actually did.
Like you're saying, vastly different fuel loads from one lap to the next. So interesting driving for experience for these guys. Yes, J-Man.
Just picking up on Mia Rose right on the back of Andrew at the moment. Just even if she holds station through this section here before they make it out onto the dotted straight, I think even if she holds station, I think that BMW is stronger in a straight line. Yeah. Although, however, we've seen how quickly Mia dispatched that Lexus in another part of the track. I don't think if she gets the opportunity, she'll wait. But Yeah, that's a pretty spicy battle going on for P1 and P2. And you can still see Tamaki in the background with Hignett not too far adrift either.
It's interesting you bring that up, J-Man, because we have mentioned before in regards to the Beamer specifically, it's not the best at anything, but it's really good at everything, if that makes sense. It's just a great all-rounder, right? It's not the fastest down the straight, but it's one of the fastest. It's not the best breaker, but it's one of the best breakers, right?
Yeah.
It's all-round. It's an all, pound for pound, it's the best car on the grid.
Just ticks more boxes than it doesn't it? You know,
It does,
and at the right hands. Obviously,
you just look at her
hot
car placement at the moment. It just even in that high-speed flowing section through the S's there into this little carousel, she was just placing the car slightly wider than Andrew, and then coming off slightly shallower, allowing the tyre to be straighter and more, loaded on the way out. So just squaring off the corner a little bit more. So that the ability to have that car placement is going to pay big dividends as you watch them come down the big back straight.
Yeah, watch the BMW suck right onto the back of the McLaren here.
They might have a little bit too much distance between them here, actually. Not quite a run like she got a few laps ago, but...
I don't know. I think it's going to be close when we get to the kink. Getting very close now. 280, 281. 281 now in the Beamer.
Pulls out.
Yep.
Pulls
side
out
by
the
side
draft.
through the kink.
Yep. Oh, Andrew covering through that left-hand part there.
Very brave.
Yep. So showing the intent that he's not prepared to just give it up. I felt like maybe Tamaki didn't fight it as much as he could have.
Yeah. And Rose a little bit taily out of the final corner there onto the start-finish straight there. But yeah, just watching the body language of those two cars, and both of you guys discussed.
Oh, Chan through on Hobbs too, boys.
How good the BMW is
Hobbs
looking.
is coming back at him though. It's going to be a turn one. Gee, that Lamborghini's got some toe down the straight, doesn't it?
Does. You got to look for a double switchback here because it goes right then left very, very quickly. So
and Hobbs covered a little bit there as well. Chan having to prop with Hobbs being a little bit slower on the exit after covering on the switchback. But that battle again, it's the car's stronger in certain sections of the track. So Chan.
And this is why we love GT racing, isn't it? Because of that story from one corner to the next. One car's going to be stronger than another. It's not a single make series.
Yep. Dylan Lester to the pits in that 219 Aston Martin with the bonnet up.
Ouch. Not good.
Ric Flair up to P11, guys.
Yeah, the Pollock Brothers car, which was
going for top 10, Rusty.
for a 15 is in the 10.
So Kong in the pits, Lester, as you mentioned, in the pits as
Kong had that off last lap. Is that the Castrol McLaren?
Yes.
Yeah, saw that on the replay.
Yeah, unforced error, no contact. A little bit of contact with one of the other cars there, but
Okay, so David Thornton, Brian Gill, and Pete Wall.
Wall can't escape the battles here at the moment.
He's like, what enduro? It's 8 hours of sprinting.
There's nothing worse too. You just want to be, guys, I just want to find my rhythm. I just want to get some laps in, People are up my backside the whole time. This is no good.
Yeah. Endurance racing, stress-free. Just go out and do, long stints.
Yeah, it's chill.
So, Hobbsy just managing just a little bit of margin on Vic Chan at the moment.
Yeah, again, I just think, maybe Hobbs had a little bit of a mishap there to get Chan so close to him. But either way, I think that Lamborghini session definitely got some strengths over the Ferrari on certain parts of the track.
A little update for you, Davo and J-Man. We've been talking about it a lot because the championship battle is hot and it's on. The number one Ferrari currently being steered by Phil Antern with Ethan Cale, the current championship leader. They are up 14 positions from the race restart, currently running in P13. That gap to their sister car, the 555 Ferrari, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller every single lap. We've still got 4.5 hours to go.
so much to play for, Rusty.
Okay, so I just picked up, who was that? No, that's a lap car, sorry, as you were. Hignett is making inroads, I believe, into Tamaki, so it's going to be spicy for the provisional podium, third at this point in time. Mia, once again, still just absolutely glued to the back of the Lawrence.
I'm glad you brought that up because I've been tracking that now for about 30 seconds, and that's not going any. That pink BMW is not going anywhere, is it? That's hanging on for the straight. Again, we're going to have another shot down the straight. Oh, gee, it looks tidy too. There's so much, J-Man, there's so much temptation here now if you're in a laundry house car to be watching your mirrors, isn't there? Even though you know there's 4.5 hours left of this race to go, you would focus on the road ahead, hit your markers, hit your lines, right? Very difficult situation here at this track.
Yeah, and on the plus side, I mean, you know, I think you're right. Driving with your eyes forward is definitely the key to keeping this battle alive for Andrew, because what he will know is he just gets a little wiggle off the curve and compromise the run up the hill, is that Mia will not put that car anywhere at 50%. You know, if she puts it there, it'll be 100% commitment, and Andrew will know this. You know, he's done enough racing, probably alongside Mia, or seen enough racing to know that it's going to be 100% commitment if she's going to do it. So therefore, he can confidently go for the apex.
But, a lot of respect between drivers here.
Yeah, but still needs to be accurate on car placement before those braking zones. Because that was as close as I think we've seen, just the run up out of there. Just that little wiggle off the curb was enough to really inspire Mia to try and have a go there on the outside.
Just getting in the mirrors, filling up the mirrors.
Pushing, looking for that mistake.
Yep.
As well as they
Pressure.
jump, literally launch out of that carousel. Mia Rose, look, it shows a 10th on the data. I don't even think it's that, guys. So you can visually see how close that battle is. Hard to take our eyes off it. We could see a change for the lead here in pretty well any corner, but we have been following this battle off and on over the last 3 laps.
Oh, it's hard not to watch, and like the thing is as we all know, as you know, sim racers and some of us former sim racers, that the job Mia's doing right now to be that close consistently behind this car.
It's tough. Yeah.
It's a tough deal.
Takes
I mean,
work.
Andrew's doing a great job, but he's got the clear air. He can pick his brake marks when he wants to. He can pick the apex. But for Mia to be tucked underneath the wing there and still hit all these marks and stay this close consistently, I mean, all good to do it for 1 or 2 corners. She's been doing it for a couple of laps around this 21 plus kilometre lap. So that takes a massive amount of effort. So
it tells me she's got a lot of track knowledge too, right?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you know
The
what corner's
timing.
coming up.
and a lot more pace in the car, I think. You know, should we see that BMW get past?
Well,
watch it,
and you just see the body language on the laundry house car, and Andrew looks like he looks like he's working for his lap a lot more than Mia is, and like J-Man mentioned before, again, he has seen Mia through this quick stuff here, able to place the car pretty well where she wants it, and just has a little bit more range in you know where she wants this car, and is able to get the runs.
Nice and tight there on the mini carousel,
just setting the car up, and where Andrew looks like literally committed into every corner.
I think I think she's a lot closer this time around on the straight than she was last lap. This could be the one, guys.
Yeah, so potentially we saw her pull out to the right-hand side in the previous lap.
There we go, she's close this time.
That's right, yeah, she's going to be well alongside now this time.
It stays nice and close, a little bit of side draft in there. A little bit of a spread before the left-hand kink.
Staying nice and wide, keeping it straight.
What a drag race, ladies and
first?
gentlemen. Look at this. Oh, Mia gets out of it again. Oh, very loose from Andrew in the Laundry House McLaren there. And again, Mia's got the run. Oh.
That was super sideways from both of them, and this is going to go all the way down to T1.
Oh, and
This
covering.
is hard defending here from Lawrenson. He is not giving up that inside line.
No.
But she's going to have the inside for the second part of the turn.
Oh, she's going to try and
she's
go all
got
the way
this.
around the outside.
There you go. Got it done. Going to run him out of track a little. Yep.
Oh, and the punch from the BMW again.
It's
Is
still
it
going
enough?
on.
He's on
It is
the
still going
outside.
on.
If he can make it live out there, I can't see it. He'll have the
No.
guys to the X. There it is,
That's
ladies
it.
and
What a
gentlemen.
great battle.
Fantastic effort.
That
Beautiful.
overtake started about 5 kilometres back
Yep.
and took multiple corners. Well done.
And
Well,
great
I
respect
want to say
shown from
it
both
started
drivers.
50 Ks back.
Yeah, well, you're right. It did. Maybe more.
It was
Yeah,
a 50-kilometre setup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Set that one up for 50 Ks and got it done. How's that? Right, so Tamaki in the pits. We'll get a bit of an idea of the pit stationary time there. Approaching 25 seconds. Optimal would be somewhere around that 32. And we'll give you an update as whether or not we see a driver change. Bit of damage on that car. Bonnet is up, front splitter's hanging off, so we're knocking on the 40-second mark already.
Is that a Tamaki car?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Well, guys, I'm looking at the
That's not
stint timers, and yeah, we're coming around to the time. That battle, Lawrenson may have just done enough to keep Mia behind long enough for the next round of pit stops, and
That's
then we
right.
go again, right? There's going to have to be a new driver in the car at
That's
some
right.
point.
Yep.
So well done.
So that Tamaki stop already at over a minute stationary, so overall time already at close to a minute and a half. That's going to cost
That
massive.
will cost. You're absolutely right, J-Man. As we start to wind down, like Rusty just mentioned, towards the scheduled pit stops, ladies and gentlemen, things will shake up. It'll shake out. There's plenty more racing to go. Over 4 hours here this afternoon or this evening, depending where in the world you're watching from. In AAES's round 4 here at Nordschleife, brought to you by Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, Sim League, and Simtronics Industries, and always broadcast to you by MATCHFIT Entertainment. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. And plenty going on track again as we see Wall in a battle. In a battle again. He is right in the thick of it.
And we'll just got in the comms box, we have got Stewie in here. So Disco Stu, you got us on comms?
It was.
Hey mate, hey look, obviously out of the car at the moment, can you give us an update on all that was good and all that wasn't so good in that previous stint, Stewie?
Before the restart?
No.
Well, mate, you can
choice.
You can start where you like, mate.
Yeah, got going again after that restart, but I think there's a good man there sitting there with you, Rusty. He knows all about it. The lag spikes.
Yeah.
So I was a victim of one. Was in a good little battle with a bunch of guys there, and then just chunked out on me and found the fence.
Yeah, we were tossing up whether it was, some kind of hardware failure, because you were on the wrong side of the road for the turn. It looked very abnormal.
It looked awkward, mate. Something wasn't right.
Yep. So not ideal. So let's push this back a little bit. Mossy's in the car now though, so we'll just punch on. Still 4.25 hours to go. So.
Yep. Yeah, the championship's still live for you. You guys are leading the Pro-Am Championship, so plenty of racing to go. Plenty of mistakes will be made. Plenty of accidents will happen. I think you've ticked your one off. We are technically only halfway through this race, so long way to go, mate.
Yeah, but disappointing. But hey, it happens. And there's a lot of other people who have had worse and are no longer running. So we'll take it. We'll just roll with it and see where we can punch back up to.
Can we just ask you? We were watching, you were on screen for that. There was an angry little pack. There was about 4 or 5 of you all trading places, and you started off at the back of the pack, and you were just kind of chipping them away. You know, you're taking one position. For these enduros, mindset-wise, when you find yourself in that position, are you thinking long-term, or does the racer take over and you're like, I'm just going to get positions here, I'm going to attack? Like, what's your mentality in that moment?
For me today, I haven't got down to what I consider like my good pace. I've been stuck in the 20s pretty much the whole time, so I'm a little bit frustrated that I haven't had any clear air to actually do that. So that was probably half the mindset in that little battle there. I was just trying to get them out of the way so I could actually punch on, get my head down.
Sorry to interrupt, Stu. We have to go for a replay.
Oh,
Herbert
yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Davo, if you could just skip to that. Herbert went for the pass around wall, and poor old Wall has found himself in the wall. Unfortunately, have a look at this on the replay. Herbert was looking very racy behind that Aston Martin. Oh, that's a 3, 4, 5 car incident.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, well, that's big. And that just shows you, Stu, while we've still got you in the comms box, that really does show you really how quickly things can change here, and you need to press on. And getting back to that, Stewie, you know, that was, you know, you were well in there with Pete Wall and Brian Gill and co, Lena Bell, Rick Flair was in there, Carruthers, I think, had dispatched and sort of cleared out. But that was a really big pack and some pretty intense racing. And what you could call was inside that first hour of the second phase of this race. Obviously, it was in that fourth hour. You know, like, hard not to get racy in those situations, Stu.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the red mist does descend a little bit. Can't help it.
Yeah, and so I guess moving forward from here, obviously P42 currently a lap down on the leaders. Still plenty to play for. So much can happen and still such a long time to go, Stewie. So, you know, all the best. You guys have just got a heads down, and you know, there is a title to consider you guys in the best possible position leading into this. So, you know, it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, on the plus side, I think you're only a lap down because you're out of sync because you went back for that repair. So when other cars pit, I think you'll be back on the lead lap. So, you know, there's always a carrot, right? There's always a carrot.
Yeah, luckily I've got Mossy. You know, he's good with the numbers and figures, so he seems pretty positive. So I'll just be the monkey, get back in and chase a banana, mate.
With a field this size, Stewie, has there been talk about, you know, with currently 44 cars running, is there a number that has to be achieved outright to do the job? Or
I don't know. I think our goal all along is to limit the damage, especially now, get as close as we can to that 91 car who's second in points with us. So I think that's pretty much going to be the plan from here on out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, maybe a little bit later on.
91 car currently P22.
Yeah. Maybe send the statistician up later on in the piece, Stewie, and see what he see if he can show us what he's got on the abacus.
Big brain Moss the boss.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, mate.
Back
Cheers for the chat, Stewie.
See ya.
Good night.
Thanks again to all our drivers who are joining us during the commentary. It adds another dimension to the broadcast, and I know the people watching appreciate it. And just to get your thoughts straight out of the car, and you know, hit it while it's hot. It's always valuable, so we really do appreciate drivers giving their time to join us in the box.
Absolutely, Rusty, as we see.
Too, to Shane Fonado's just piped up.
Yes.
I think it has been under the radar, Shane. I think the 556 Nissan has definitely been under the radar, and
there's always one that sneaks under the radar.
20 spots is a very, very good effort. So,
just testament to keeping your nose clean, right?
Very much.
Absolutely. Ric Flair in the top 10 as well. Actually, he's just popped up to 9th. I think we might have had someone drop out there. I didn't see a car go to the pits, and those positions have just changed. I thought I've seen someone might have disappeared off our screen.
Yeah, I thought
you could be right too. Yeah, he was running in P10.
So yeah, good result from Rick, and a little bit of clean air at the moment. I think it's
We're in the 51st minute of the current stint, guys, so
Yep.
they're going to be pitting this lap.
Yeah, very much.
Hey, great call on that Austin McNeil car, the 556 OES GTR, just circulating around.
Yeah.
Very nice, very tidy lap times too. I'm just taking a little look here.
Staying out of trouble.
Running in the high teens, it's competitive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely fantastic. Well done.
And so Mia got that margin out to about 3.2, 3.3 now. You mentioned, driver changes coming. We saw, I think, definite differences between Holmes. Obviously, after the incident, we saw Mia have an incident in the opening stint of this race, which saw her drop back and then hand the car to Josh Holmes. And it'll be interesting to see, once this shakes out, what Bruno Gallo or Andrew, if he's double stinting this one, does to the margin and the pit stops.
Yeah, just got that margin out to 3 seconds now in the Mia Rose car. But again, we mentioned this in between the races, right? Or in between the restarts, that we watch the pit stops, we watch the pit stop timers. So 3 seconds, if you overshoot a pit box, guess what? 3 seconds is nothing, right? So
Yeah.
it's still all to race for here at the front. Mia Rose currently lapping. The last lap was an 8:12.1. Last lap in that Lawrenson car, maybe a little bit of an issue, was an 8:15.4. So a good 3 second gap. There's your 3 seconds on track. So I just wonder if it might have got a little bit loose.
And Hignett, a second quicker than that.
Yep.
Rusty as well in the 66 Ferrari. So
Big Chan up to P4 as well, guys.
So yeah, the
P5.
66 Ferrari actually is really just staying out of trouble. We just haven't seen that car in anything too intense battle-wise. Obviously getting involved in the racing, but yeah, just really keeping the nose clean and staying out of trouble and doing a great job, stellar job actually, in third position. So nice work.
I've got a little bit of a throwback for you guys. Remember Driver, we were talking about, one of the front runners at the start of the race, had that incident on the restart. Currently running in P14, about to take P13, Matthew Cutler around the outside.
Yeah, nice and easy too.
Big fight back.
Yeah.
Just pick up on the replay of that pass on Cutler there. Cutler looks like he moved
Just took
off.
a little grass.
Just took a little grass, which really did challenge his forward momentum there. Driver in the 256 BMW, easily passed.
So, what did we miss there with the Carruthers car, the 460 car back in P47?
Oh, something happened, yeah. I think it's a disconnect. I'm looking in the chat.
Yeah.
Like you first said, yeah, it might be a
Okay.
DC.
Yeah.
So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the car we had been following. We had a chat to Connor. We were watching the progress of this car. Very successful team, this team up to this point. So, hey, look, they'll go out there and press on, give it another dig.
Cordy is back in the car now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
That is unlucky for those boys, doing a stellar job.
I
Hanging in the top
prefer
10.
our issues happening at the start of the race than happening halfway through, Like, if it happens at the start of the race, you're like, well, you know what? I've got the rest of the day to myself. That's fine. I can jump back in the commentary box. If you put that much time in and you get halfway through the race, then you have issues, that's probably cooler,
Yeah. And mentioning halfway through it, that's right about where we are, ladies
Pretty
and gentlemen,
much.
as we wind down to the 4-hour mark here.
Don't go anywhere.
Definitely don't go anywhere. We're only half a race, and it's been a damn sprint race the whole way so far. Plenty of action going on. We've had a quick, sneaky little restart of the race as well, so we've got two starts for the price of one as the cameras pick up on Convoy and Wall running up the hill here. But yeah, plenty of racing yet to come, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Go and top your drinks up and stick around. Hit the like and subscribe button.
Pit stops, aren't we? So
where we are.
Very much. And as we go into this next phase of pit stops, the one car, Phil Antoon, approaching the top 10, just right on the back of Layla Bell now.
Nice.
So
Making gains.
making big gains. Vic Chan up to P5. But yeah, bigger gains, I think, from the one car at this point in time than the 555 car. Obviously, the further you get to the front, the harder it is. So,
Of course.
That's the one to watch because obviously their sister car, they're fighting for the championship, but you know, the OES guys, they're not going to do each other favours, right, on track. So they'll be racing hard, and the way this number one car is moving up the pack, I'm pretty sure that the 555 Ferrari would also be aware of it, you know.
Yep. No, internally and externally, I'm sure they're well aware of it.
Yeah.
So I'm just watching, obviously, the 420 Mia Rose car coming down. We got into straight now. So, like you mentioned, about to see some pit stops.
Yep.
So this is the chance, obviously, to change drivers. It's also an opportunity for drivers to make gains or get it wrong. Depending, you know, we've seen plenty of drive-through penalties and stop goes, and especially on that entry. Just you guys talked about that entry earlier in the stream, and very, very difficult entry as they come off the race line straight in there. Almost looks like they're going to T-bone the Armco on the way in.
This is where a good stint can all come undone as well, right, on the pit stop. So you've put in good work for about an hour now. The last thing you want to do is get yourself a stop-go 30 because of a silly mistake in the pit stop.
Yep.
Look at Chan and Hobbs come in. Bumper to bumper.
Oh, he made a gain there on the way in.
Yeah.
So, and look at that. The Lawrenson car's pit box is just in front of the Mia Rose car. So, be able to see literally from the cockpit what's going on. Now the Hobbs car shares the Rose pit box. They're not always the easiest to pull up, pretty much inside another car.
Yep, they're all firing in.
Okay, so that's a 32-second stop for the Rose car and a 32-second stop for the Lawrenson car. Do we have drivers change? Yes, we do. Bruno Gallo in the car and Sean Brimblecombe in the 420 car. So a couple of driver swaps there.
Okay, interesting. Now, how's Brimblecombe's pace going to relate to Gallo's pace?
Yep.
This is what we spoke
in the
about
car
in the
for
last
Hignett.
stint. This is what we spoke about in the last stint, remember? So that Lawrenson keeping that Mia Rose car behind him for as long as he did might have been just enough for them to, you know, on the next stint, stay competitive and perhaps maybe find their way back in front again.
Yep. And we've also got Jamie Koser in for Vic Chan. I'm wondering what's happening down there at OES Orange. Also, we talked about this battle for the title. And Antoon brought the car in. It is approaching a time now. Obviously 32 is pretty optimum. Antoon gets the stop done on 32. No, he doesn't. It's 30. It's 40 odd. So a bit of a long stop there for the OES Orange car. It's making big inroads. Approaching 50 seconds.
Yep, still parked.
And Ethan Cale in the car. So I believe probably is Ethan Cale team principal there at OES Orange.
He is.
So principal in the car now.
Yep, that's a 17 seconds that they've lost.
The big margin.
Stop. Just wonder if it might have been the ignition wasn't on or something like that. Maybe there was a bit of damage to repair. They have been fighting their way through the pack, so it wouldn't surprise me if they picked up a little nick here and there.
Yep. Now, the car that you said stopped was out of sequence. and it may not have hurt them as much, was the Jordan Moss car, yeah?
Correct, yep.
Okay, so I'd like to see if that brings them back onto the lead lap. For a good portion of the field it does at this point.
Yep, they're just in front of the leaders, so they're about 13 seconds in front of the lead car. So they're on the lead lap.
Yep.
But yeah, obviously a long way to go.
So once again, we have this battle between the teams and the different drivers. Mayor Rose making way for Sean Bribblecombe. Lawrenson making way for Gallo. Hignett for Hine. As I mentioned, Mitch Hobbs, double duties, going to back-to-back this stint in the 95 car. And then Vic Chan handing that Ferrari over to Jamie Kosa. And then I think was Kai Rudin in the Lexus?
He was, yes.
Okay, so that's a back-to-back double stint for that one. And then Jamie McAdam. John McAdam hands the car over to Dylan Smith. McNeil hands the car away to Cameron Thistlethwaite, and Layla Bell to Daniel Cisaluna, and Brian Gill to Kuasan. So that is the top 10, keeping you up to date with what's happening there. As I mentioned, outside of the 10 and 11 is Antoon hands the car to Kale. Ryo back in the car in the 18 Lexus. I think that was for Mookie. Tamaki, and then
Yes, that's right.
Rick Flair for Jeremy Zeri. Brendan Perry in the 219 car. I think that was, can't remember who the driver was there. Mike Cricken for Convoy. Peter Wall gets a break for Paul Russell.
Yeah, a well-earned break, by the way.
Absolutely.
Too true. Oh, yes. He's had a battle on his hands ever since he's turned the key on that car.
And Thornton for Brock. So Greg Brock gets a stint in the car. I'm sure you'll probably be enjoying a stint in the car as opposed to pressing buttons in the back end at the moment right now.
This
So
will be a holiday compared to what he's had to do.
yeah. Also T-Fam in the car for Nathan Henderson. John Zhu in the car for Matthew Cutler. Danny Kay's back in the car for King. And GC8 in there replacing Takahashi.
Yeah. So just cameras picked up on Roy Driver in the 18th Lexus. Man, has he got that thing slipping and sliding around.
Yeah.
Second stint in the car for him here this evening, and
Very
yeah,
quick
look,
driver too.
throwing it around.
So we'll keep our eye on that margin somewhere around that, is it around 5 seconds for Gallo to Brimblecombe, and the lap pace once they shake out. We'll see what sort of number they do.
Yeah, about 4 seconds currently.
Okay.
So a lot of new drivers in the cars. Some of these drivers may have been parked on the sidelines for quite some time. We had the restart, there was an extended break period, so you know these little moments, these first couple of laps can be difficult if you find yourself in that situation. You haven't turned a wheel in a couple of hours. You've got to refocus the mind, get back into the race, right?
For sure. Yeah, and like some of the 3 driver teams here, some of these guys won't have been in the car at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this the first time we've seen Brimblecombe in the 420?
I think, yeah, and I think it's the first time we've seen T-Fam in the car as well. So,
Yep.
you know, a couple of guys, like we are 4 hours in, and that is with a couple of breaks. Like we obviously had a delayed start too, gentlemen. So, yeah, a lot of time sitting around waiting, and these guys.
And that brings pressure as well. Because
It does.
Especially if the team's doing really well. If your first drive is halfway through the race, you're probably thinking more about, well, I don't want to ruin the good work that the other guys have done, you know, rather than finding your own pace. You really have to get yourself in the right mental state.
Yeah. And that was probably that comment that was made by Black UFO, aka I think potentially Justin Cordia. That car, like now, obviously if maybe Connor's not around, that maybe that car gets to press on and do another driver change, but the actual potential for some of these drivers to be just 65 in and then 65 in for the rest of the night is certainly a possibility now.
Yeah. As the cameras pick up on said T-Fam, we just mentioned his name, and damn, is he in? He's just walked straight into
A scrap.
hasn't he? What? A well savage. Look how
John
close
Zill's
these three are. So Fam's doing a fantastic job. I mean, look, if he made the slightest mistake, you know, he could have come into contact either front or rear there. Very close running from those guys for that pretty well that whole first quarter of this first half of this lap. So stellar job from those boys. Just up the road a little bit, pretty much the same scenario. I think it is Herbert, Moyen and Russell going at it.
Got a similar one that Ethan Cale's in the middle of as well.
Yeah, with Driver and Kuwasan.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's battles everywhere.
So, like we keep saying, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. So much more racing yet to come. And the Ethan Cale battle, the boys have been talking about it a fair bit over the stream. Definitely a fight. You can see that car running the number one name plate. So, yes, reigning champs and leading the championship. As they roll round this back section of the track into this little short carousel here before they run out onto the back straight.
He's going to have a look here.
Royo, just in behind, he is going to have a look here. He's got the rights to it. Oh, the slightest of overlap, both around.
That's a championship contention car there.
So
It's facing the wrong way.
Davo's put the commentator's curse on this time. Let's get a little bit of a sticky beak at that, ladies and gentlemen.
It just, these curbs here at Nordschleife, it just bumped off the curb and the car was a little unsettled, and that all it took.
There was the slightest overlap, Rusty. He showed the nose, showed the intent, got down the inside, and like I said, just the slightest of brush on that curb, and it sent the car out into
The front
the
end just
BMW.
bounced across the
It
road.
did, it did.
Huge implications for the championship.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. So
Gee, I wonder how much damage has been sustained by that Ferrari. It didn't look like too bad of a hit.
It didn't look like too bad of a hit. Yeah, not too hard on the front at least. Ouch.
So, Yellow taking some margin out of Brimblecomb's lead too. You can visually see it out on track now once we come out of this replay, and that is just,
Right, yes.
yeah, P13 could have been worse, Davo.
Oh,
But
definitely.
Ethan-
Definitely. J-Man. So, yeah, got that car pointing in the right direction. They had a little bit of a gap, but for his position, but yeah, lost a lot of time there. So, yeah, tough one.
Good battle for P. 17, 18, 19, G.
Oh, well, another angry pack here.
Yeah, very, very angry back. Oh, a nice little pass down the
Oh,
inside
that's
there.
deep.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, that was close.
That wall car has a target painted on the back of it.
It
My God, that was close.
The 177 Aston Martin, for some reason, it's the most hated car on the grid because everyone's taken shots at it today.
Oof, it looked like he saw it coming too, and he made a little slight reaction to it, went,
They've been well trained after the last 5 hours. They're now just jumping
Oh,
out. They're jumping
my
off the
God.
racing line in that car.
That is crazy stuff. So yeah, cracky little
Oh,
battle
so
going on there. Keys around Hayara. So Keys wrapping up the 72 Ferrari there. Nice.
yeah, that's a comeback. Obviously, we saw that car well down the field. I think in the hands of Liam Curran. Got a stop-go 30. I believe that was the car on its roof.
It might have been actually.
Oh, no, don't say
Yeah,
on the roof.
don't
Yeah.
stop it.
Sorry.
Russell attacking the back of Cricks. Nissan running down this final part of the GP circuit before they get out onto the road course here.
I'm just wondering that 177 Aston Martin, if they've taken the attitude now, well, people have been taking bites out of us all day, why don't we start biting back?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Brock and Fam still side by side. Every time I go back and look at them, they're still side by side. A little bit of hip and shoulder.
What position?
P21.
That was P21-22, so Fam getting the better of that, but a little bit of paint exchange.
Might be worth a replay.
Okay. Oh yeah, side by side, down towards the final part of the GP circuit here, Fam on the outside, giving rights to the inside, coming up to the chicane here.
Oh, who was that? Brimble Cone facing the wrong way, sorry.
Oh, no,
the
sorry.
race leader.
The race leader facing the wrong way as they came up over the hill. Sector 2.
Back-to-back replays, Davo.
Let's do this.
Oh, now down to P4. Jamie Coase is having a look. Soon
Yeah, having a
P5.
bag sniff.
Oh,
that
very
car's
loose.
still very loose. We'll give that replay to Davo and then we'll catch back up on that.
So I think we're just picking up on the Brimblecombe replay here first. Did we catch it?
Yeah, doesn't happen yet. Oh, just a little deep.
Yeah. No, just
same,
caught
same. So we've seen 3 of the top drivers go out there. Sasha Death being the first. So tough stuff. Was there another one, gentlemen? I think I've run out of replay buttons, boys.
No, that's it.
The car just gets so unbalanced.
It
The curb
does,
is so
it does.
high.
Yep.
It doesn't look like it when you're in the car, but when you can see, when we're watching on the replay, you can clearly see that, you know, the rear right gets, it's almost like a 20-degree angle that the car's on when you hit that, when you run over that curb. So all the weight's, on the wrong side of the car, and it just completely unbalances it.
Yes, and look, in all of that replay action there, we've seen Koza go through on Brimblecombe as well. So
and Laundry House back in front.
And which leads me to the next car I want to talk about, and we should probably show this car a little bit of love. The 66 Ferrari, currently piloted by Connor Hine. That car...
Yeah, Heine doing well.
Yeah, Heine doing a great job. Now, we saw Hignett, I believe, in this car earlier on, and this car has just been punching all night. It's been there or thereabouts. But one thing it has been is it's been out of trouble.
That's right.
Pretty much just been out of trouble. It was a bit scathed up in the second stint there, but look, it looks all good at the moment. It's got some pace on it. I think last lap time round looking like an 8:13, so the car's got a ton of pace on it still, and still got Bruno Gallo on the site. So albeit the 420 cars had that outright pace, as has the driver car at an 8:10.3. It's when you go out and you punch these low teens, and you're at the top end of the field like this 66 car, looking very, very good with 3:45 to go.
For sure, and who is in third position? The Silent Achiever.
Chops.
The 95 Lamborghini.
It's not going anywhere, is it?
Mate,
it's just hanging around.
We saw this last race at Red Bull Ring. This car, it was well damaged in the first hour of the race.
It's true.
They addressed those repairs, and they just really haven't looked back. So well done for Mitchie Hobbs and the boys there to have that car running in third now. Kosa in fourth. Brimblecombe, after a little bit of a slip up, back down into fifth.
I'm just riding on board with Brimblecombe, and I'm just trying to ascertain as best I can what kind of damage may be affecting that BMW, and I'm just wondering if I think he did a pretty good job to avoid really terminal damage on that car.
Yeah, too bad. Yep.
We know that they've still got Mia Rose in the stable, and Mia Rose is arguably the quickest driver in the field, as he just takes a little bit of curve there. In the meet, they've got to keep it together, Sean.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if it's get through this stint, maybe we can pop Mia back in the car, minimise the damage. I mean, it's not show over here for the 420 BMW by any stretch of the imagination, is it? Like they're still
Definitely
involved.
not. Definitely not. We will get back to the Herbert Russell Moyen battle. Look at this train of cars here. I think there might be an out of position or 2 cars involved in there, but plenty of action going on with Zoo in the Porsche just starting to sneak up on the back of that lot there. Actually, I think there's 2. I think all of the position cars are already through. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay, so
It's a 3-way.
the Herbert
Craig,
car,
Russell, and Moyen.
yeah, and Herbert. So Herbert,
Yep.
Craig, Russell, Moyen, and Zoo. So there's 1 car tucked in there amongst them.
That 177 Aston Martin has not done a single lap without someone either being
Fighting for
less
it.
than a second in front or less than a second behind.
Mate, he has had to
It's
fight.
incredible.
He has had to fight the whole
every
race.
corner.
Yeah,
it's
and-
ridiculous.
Mate, they'll be exhausting.
They
I mean,
will.
the whole lot of them. But it'd be exhausting just watching it.
Yeah, 100%. They have been in the thick of it. Hell of a race for, I think, every driver that's hopped in or been around that car or in that battle. So, yeah, long may that last. Wouldn't it be great to get Mav, aka Phil Antoon, up here for a chat if we could, just to get the insight and maybe where that team, that 1 car, are thinking, with obviously Ethan Carl at the helm at the moment, just come off the back of a bit of an incident there. Still holding down P12 by my calculation there, and
Correct, yeah.
I guess the competition car they're against is the sister car, currently piloted by Jamie Kosa, as to what they need to do for the next 3 hours 40 odd minutes. So if you're listening, Mav, okay, Phil, jump in the green room, come up for a chat. However, if we don't see it, we completely understand. But yeah, Hindy's still just, I just watched that margin, was 1.7, it's 1.8. He's not letting
Chipping away,
Gallo
isn't
go. He is absolutely not letting him go.
The Ferrari looks really strong too, doesn't it?
Yep.
Behaviour of the car, it's really settled. It's coming out of the turns really nicely, getting on the power nice and early.
Yep.
Looks very predictable.
So
Well,
that
can take a little curb. It doesn't look too unsettled. It looks a very strong race car at the moment.
does. But once again, that Ali Kairudan piloting that 23 Lexus at the moment. That car at the hands of Kieran Potter did a great job. If you remember earlier, Kieran
Yes.
doing a double stint.
Yes.
And now Ali doing a great job as well. Currently P6, tucked up in behind Brimblecombe. Obviously there's, you know, a good 20 odd seconds, but still in that top 6, doing a great job with plenty of time left to go.
Well, they've had to fight back a couple of times now, haven't they? They've dropped out
Yep.
the top 10 a couple of times. They've had a couple of incidents, a couple of touches with the wall, and you know, here they are running P6. So
just sorry, I keep
Overcoming.
coming back to this 177 car again.
oh, they're still in it. Aren't
It's just relentless.
they? Just taking crick, I think.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, he's given back as good as he's getting now, though, at the
Yeah.
moment. And I think that's a Zoo past Crick.
Yep,
So,
inside.
yeah, Zoos look speedy. So I suspect you'd expect to see that Porsche on the back. The 177 again.
without too much ado.
Oh, you just know it. And he's just going, oh, another one. But, yeah, look, he's been moving forward rather than backwards for the last lap or two. So good work from Russell there at the wheel.
Oh, we don't want to leave this fight. I think Zoo's looking very racy here.
Oh,
I think
definitely.
I think he's going to have a crack at him here.
Yeah, sooner rather than later, I suspect too. And the Porsche not doing too bad in a straight line, surprisingly here. I think it just gets off the corner nicely.
It does, yeah. So much drive.
Yeah, duck up under the wing. And, oh, gets a bit of
Oh,
aero
yes,
wash there.
look at the
Oh,
cost.
he's gathered that up. Wow.
and that was enough. And that was enough for the. Who was that? That was
Zoo in the Porsche. Oh, who's behind him? Crick.
Long's a lap down.
Okay.
in the
Okay.
633 McLaren.
Yeah. Okay. So that's who just managed to get through.
Oh,
Is that the
it.
Steve Rees car? Is it?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Just managed to get through. The opportunistic, but nonetheless, you'd take it while it was on offer.
Oh, for sure.
So
Getting up now on the back of Gallo.
Yeah, that gap's down to half a second now, so
Yep.
chipping away. It's a second a lap at this rate. But we know how hard that laundry house car is to pass.
yeah, Mia knows all too well.
Yep.
So just to shout out, obviously some of the data and the deltas were reset once we had our red flag and got back into it. But what I can tell you is that 256 car that went out and banked the fastest lap of the race in the opening stanza at an 8:10.3 actually has just banked an 8:10.6. So that car still at the hands of driver is still well and truly super fast.
Yep, just unlucky at the restart, weren't they?
Yep, they were.
Otherwise, they'd be right in this mix.
Yeah, Herbert around, just a little quick replay there as the car recovers well damaged. That allowed Russell, Zoo and Crick through, so bad luck for Reagan Herbert there.
Yes, I tell you what, mate, if you script this thing at this point of time in the race, still 3 hours 37 to go, who would have guessed Bruno Gallo had a date with Brad's mum?
But
Sorry.
that's okay.
This is the level of entertainment we give here at MatchFit.
Oh, it's quality stuff. It's quality stuff. Yeah, that's why they keep coming back. Yes. So Gallo, Hine.
Yeah,
This gap is reducing somewhat as they roll out onto the back straight. Ferrari v McLaren. What's your bet here, guys?
Oh, I think that I'm just watching the Ferrari. I feel like the Ferrari's really planted at the moment. It looks really strong, comparable to the McLaren up ahead, which looks a little bit arsey, a little bit tailored.
Yep.
So I feel like at this stage of the race and this stage of the fuel load, this stage of the stint, that the Ferrari's definitely got the pace. But as we know, that laundry house car, very difficult to pass. They know where to put it, right? So he's going to have to work for it. He's going to have to sing for his supper here, Connor Hind, if he's going to get this job done.
Yeah, very much so. And I think, Gingerman, you've been catfished, mate, because we're watching it right now and Hindy's all over Brad's mum as they come out onto the main circuit. What are the lap times? What are we looking at?
Here we go. 8:13 and 8:11.
Yeah, Hindy's got some pace.
So he pulled a couple of seconds there. It was second and a half.
Yep.
Let's say.
He's looking to get it done on the GP circuit, I reckon.
Yeah. But where? Will it be down into the right-left complex?
I watch them on the final corner as they get off it as well.
Guys
look at the
Macca just streak away there. They did say, we had Lawrenson in the commentary box earlier, he said the GP circuit, they're rather strong, so to see that McLaren taking the diamond entry exit there.
Yeah, Lucas East just rounding up TFAM too for P19.
Yeah, those guys been at it. So, yeah, Keys just tucked in behind there and looking to make a move on TFAM. They've been inseparable for the last lap or so.
Yep.
Keys back at the wheel of that Aston Martin and really starting to put the pressure.
Jerry in the Ric Flair Aston Martin guys, currently in P12, right up on the back of driver, who's the fastest car on track at the moment.
Yeah, so driver making good gains here.
Punch at 10s again.
Yeah, punch at 10s.
So we saw him with the 10 in the first part of the race, and the Flair car into the pits. The Flair mobile.
Yep.
The Flair buggy. Okay. So into the pits for the 373 Aston Martin as Hind continues to go to work on Gallo. Coming through about halfway through the first sector of the road course here, the Nordschleife.
And what happened there to Lucas Keys? He lost a massive amount of margin to
Fam.
to Fam there. I'm not sure what happened there, but
Is that a bit of a slip?
yeah, certainly no such luck for Gallo with Hind though. That's still show's still going on.
And just off camera there as well, Kay's losing a couple of positions to Hall and Moyen. So
Yeah, and those two still going at it after the fact too. So Moyen very racy on Hall.
as they run out onto the back straight, that will be a drag race.
Yeah, Ferrari on Ferrari.
Can't leave these two up the pointy end just at this stage here,
Yeah,
ladies
I feel
and gentlemen.
like
though.
might have a chance here at the top of the hill.
Yep.
So we'll keep a close eye on these guys. It's starting to get racy.
Oh, there's a car
there's
around
yellow
the wrong way.
flag.
Oh
the
no,
Sasha.
that's the Sasha Death car. It might be
Yep.
Darth in the car. I'm not sure who's in the car at the
I
moment.
think it is.
So, mate, what a presence of mind from both of those guys on
Yep.
that corner in that braking area. Very blind corner, very unstable braking area for the cars as they crest and turn to the left.
I
And
feel like it also just scuppered Hines' chance for an over-under there. I
Yep.
felt
Yep.
like he was setting him up for that.
Yeah.
Specifically that point in the track, and then there's a fluoro green car.
oh
facing the
God! Well, thank God
like, oh,
it was
God,
fluoro
another
green. Yeah.
High vis.
Yeah,
High vis car.
yeah. Well, wait, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely lucky it was bright green, mate. That could have been big for the front too.
For sure. And so they just go back to work. Hines.
OES Green doing a great job at the hands of Cameron Thistleweight at the moment. Just
Yeah.
watching that car just achieving really, really good numbers at the moment. Really just out there doing its thing. So
Started dead last,
Yep.
mind you. Up in the top 10.
Yeah, good solid performance from those boys.
Hindy looks
Down
so
the eight.
good down here.
Yeah. Very
They
lucky
run up
not
the
to
hill.
rub the back of the McLaren there too.
Yeah, the McLaren up on the curb on the exit there. That will
Yeah.
compromise his run here. As the Ferrari, there's just no room though.
Nah, tucked
This is
right in
hard
there.
defending too.
And we saw how close Mir was here on the 12 car not that many laps ago, and,
That's right.
and couldn't get it done. So it'd be interesting to see what this Ferrari's got. Tucked right in there.
Yeah, that number 12 McLaren, it's had to earn, pretty hard today. It's been in a lot of battles. It's been chased down a lot, and they still find themselves at the front of this pack. So
Yeah.
they've definitely earned it, their position.
Yeah, like you said, Rusty, worked hard for it, and still leading this race, and rightly so. Maybe not for much longer with Hind in the Ferrari, looking to attack wherever he can find a place to. But there again, look at the McLaren out of the carousel. Really does gap the Ferrari there on this little short run up the hill here before they get into this real roller coaster part of the circuit here as well. Just left, right, nowhere to pass through this area of the track.
No. Now, quite one line down through here. However, though, if you're close enough, you're only a mistake or too much curb for maybe Gallo or to just be able to poke the car down the inside. So you've got to stay on it. We saw this with Mia as well.
And look at the gain from the Ferrari actually through that last kilometre or so.
Yep.
And range is back up.
Oh, a little wide.
Oh, yeah.
Now remember, Lawrenson told us that in regards to the McLaren, they've set it up a certain way. They know that there's certain parts of the track that they dare not tread, right? Because there's bumps and little dips that the McLaren doesn't respond well with. I don't think they have the same issues in the Ferrari, just by watching this.
All right, I just got to take a quick step out of the booth here, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
feel like this Ferrari is going to really set up here.
Yep. Look at his range so closely to the back of this car. Now,
Mini carousel now.
critical to get off this right so you can get the car set up for the run and be close enough into this
down the
final
straight.
corner here. But
Yep.
again, the McLaren gets out of the carousels really well.
Oh,
Another
we got a
car
white
off
flag.
track. So passing one of the lap vehicles off track there. Oh, the
Very
Ferrari's
good exit.
close enough here.
Yeah. Oh, the Ferrari might be past it by the time they get to the kink here.
Ooh, it's going to be close. He's just run out of grunt. He gets out from underneath the wing.
Ultra defensive line being taken by the McLaren. At the top end, the McLaren kind of balances out, doesn't it?
It does, as they get to the top of the hill, under the bridge, and down into the dip here. Squeeze, little bit of squeeze for room there. Gallo wanting a little bit more road. Hind running out of it quickly. Hind deep under brakes. Oh, that was so close. No contact.
I've got to say, well done to Connor Hind there, because it would have been very easy to plough right into the side of that McLaren after going a little bit deep in there into that entry and ruining both of the races, but made the sacrifice, you know, kept it off the other car and lives to fight another day.
Absolutely. Wow. That was so close.
That was very intense.
rusty.
Hello, gentlemen.
Great.
Oh, hello, Mr. Brock. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. You're out of the car early.
Yes.
What happened there? We were just watching you 15
Yeah,
minutes ago.
there's a serious issue with there's a big error with my gear, but it's between the seat and the wheel. So,
Okay,
Oh,
I'm picking that up. Okay.
I am truly shocking at Nordschleife. I am absolutely woeful. I'm not even going to try and make any excuses. I am just 100% rubbish. Absolute rubbish.
Okay, is the car still okay?
Is the car okay?
Oh yeah, the car's fine now.
Yeah.
It just took about a minute and a half to fix everything.
Okay.
What happened? Talk us through it.
Well, obviously we start the race and we had a strategy in place where we had Thornton start the race, and he's always been. I mean, I've raced with Dave for near enough 5-6 years, and he's always been good in a pack. He knows where to put the car. He knows where to keep it nice and neat without getting himself in trouble. So we thought, well, Dave will start. Tony's a real good. Once he gets in the groove of things, he'll just keep on going. And then I was going to jump in, but then obviously my wife had to pop out, so I had to go and look after the kids. So Dave then jumped back in, got us all the way up to, I think it was 18th or 17th. And then everything went wrong when I got in. And
Oh, God, no.
I was, you know, the thing is, between real life and other things I've had to basically put my time towards, I've not had the biggest amount of time to practice.
Yeah.
And so that was an issue. And then I realised when I got into the track, I thought, I'm finding a groove, this is good. And then literally I realised I was doing like lap times of 8:50 and 8:51.
Okay.
And then I thought, okay, I need to push it a bit more, so I pushed it a bit more, and that's where everything went really wrong. And we hit many barriers, we hit many hedgehogs, and yeah, so we've decided best that I just stay clear. So I'm going to advise and do some strategy.
Nice.
And yeah, I think I'll probably not go behind the wheel again for the car.
Well,
a cool head in the pit box.
That's it.
Let the boys pick up the crumbs.
I'm also thinking, for the goodness of the league, for the goodness of the race, if there was another issue
today,
if there was another issue that everything went downhill, I am readily available to jump on it and fix it.
Of course.
Because I can't jump on nothing when I'm in that car, so other than the walls.
The wall.
So,
yeah.
So yeah.
There you go.
Very,
Well, on the positive side, Greg, at least you didn't roll the car and crash the server, mate. You know.
Mate, never say never. I might yet still need to go and do an hour at the end.
Oh, perish the
yeah, so do I. So does everyone else. That's the problem. But yeah, I've even managed to pick us up a 15-second penalty. I don't know how I've managed to do that, but
You've been busy. You've been busy. Hedgehogs, walls, 15-second penalty, but it's in good hands now.
It's in Dave's hand again, so yeah, Dave's all over this. I said to him, I said, look, what I've done, mate, I'm going to give you a bit of space in the track, which I've done. As you can see, nothing around him.
Yep.
He can get into his group. So I think for the benefit of everyone, the benefit of my team, the benefit of everyone else on track, it's better that I just stay put in the pits, I think.
Well, mate, on the admin side of things, you know, obviously nobody wants these things to happen, but they do happen. There was a red flag in the server, but everything's restarted now. We know that a lot of work has to be done to get everybody back on the grid and make sure their positions are great. But on the upside, mate, it looks like everything's running smoothly now from your end, and looks like we're powering on, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened. It was, again, obviously I know there was an issue with car 120. They had an error where they hit a curb, then the car rolled, and I believe it's a glitch.
I think
with,
it went out of bounds.
Yeah,
like it went over the fence.
Out of bounds.
So
That's
basically
it.
started guardrailing it all the way along, and I think it then glitched through the guardrail, went off the track, and because of that, it then glitched his game, and in turn, that then glitched the server.
Oh,
So,
just seen the 120.
So the
Just seen the 120 hit the fence again.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
no,
the
no, no.
120.
You guys talked about him. We're gonna hand that one to Greg Brock. Curse
yeah,
that one.
I'll wear that one. I'll wear that one.
They've reset back to pits immediately this time. No riding the fence this time.
Excellent.
So-
Yeah, so what then happened, because of that, the whole server just kind of went, and this is, I mean, server crashes happen, we know that.
Yeah.
But from looking at the configs and whatnot, there was no issues, there was no dramas there. And then a very quick Google search and a little bit of knowledge from someone else, we kind of quickly established that it was him lagging out of the track that did it. So that seems to be an error, which we will notify. We'll notify Kunis of that, because obviously we don't want that happening in other groups and other leagues and whatnot.
Yellow, guys. Ken, sorry.
And yeah, so what we're doing there is we then had to just manually set the grid, so that took a bit of time, but we managed to get there. But again, that's not myself, that's my team that helped me run the group here, and yeah, so kudos to them. And yeah, we're still going. So
Onwards and upwards, Greg.
Well, we appreciate you, Greg, you and your team bringing this event to us and everybody else that's a part of it, watching it, driving
Absolutely.
it, just participating, whatever, in whatever area, because it is just an absolute stellar event, and obviously a big undertaking to try and get something like this off the ground. So congrats to you and your team, mate.
oh, look, it's not just the team. I mean, it's also the Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, Simleague, Syntronics. It's all the sponsors that come together, yourselves included, and we even had some last-minute volunteers put their put their hands up, because obviously the race director was unseen circumstances, just couldn't attend.
Yep.
So yeah, so it's good. It's a nice place to be. Lots of people are always willing to help out and whatnot. There's no toxicity, so yeah, it's a nice place to be. Good racing, good clean racing. Everyone's having fun. Everyone's enjoying themselves. So onwards and upwards.
Absolutely, that's the key.
But yeah, so I will leave you gentlemen to it, but you're doing a stellar job, and I will catch you guys at the end.
Thank you very much, Greg Brock. Ladies and gentlemen, out of the car now.
Making the sacrifice. Jumping out of the car.
No sacrifice
for the
here,
good of the league.
For the good of everyone's health and mental health.
Mental health.
Better that I stay well and clear. Cheers, guys.
Okay, thanks,
mate.
Greg.
I just want to get back onto this Connor Hine, Bruno Gallo
Yes,
battle, guys,
yes.
because Connor Hine now, I just wonder, look, it's that advantage that it looked as though, you know, a couple of laps ago the Ferrari looked planted, and now it's starting to, it looks like the race is coming back a little bit to the McLaren, and the Ferrari is now the one that looks a little bit loose. Am I imagining that? Can you guys see that as well?
Oh yeah, look, yeah, definitely. I think he's has been pushing to keep in behind Gallo's car, and now obviously the tyre or fatigue is he's starting to suffer for it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stint timer, so I'm wondering if that McLaren is a bit stronger at the end of its stint compared to the Ferrari, and the Ferrari might be a bit stronger at the start of its stint compared to the McLaren. Gee, it's no slouch down the straight though.
No, definitely not.
For the Fez.
Definitely not. So yeah, the boys, business as usual, and super professional from both these guys. Unbelievably clean racing. Good.
Mitch Hobbs has taken a couple of seconds out of that gap in P3, mind you, as well, while these two are going at it. So
yeah,
again,
well, look, he's nearly in camera shot, so he's not that far behind these boys. And Kosar just tucked in behind him as well. So, but that Lambo showing a clean set of heels, Rusty, and really keeping Koza back where he wants him, and that's, quite, good handful of car lengths behind him. Yeah, just at a distance there. So, yeah, nice work. But, look, it doesn't surprise me to see that number 95 Lamborghini in the position it is either. A couple of shout-outs was the other Thistlewaite car as well.
Yep.
One of the silent achievers, just, chugging away at it.
And just chipping into that gap up to P7.
Yep.
So that would be from 50th. They're currently 50th to P8, mind you. They did start dead last in this race, so it's already a monumental achievement.
That's
a
impressive.
top 5 is not out of the cards here, right?
Nah.
Like, a top 5 is possible for these guys with the pace they're running.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do have a couple of heavy hitters in front of them to get it done. I just want to quickly touch on the 420 BMW guys, the Mia Rose car currently being steered by Sean Brimblecombe.
Yes.
Sean, I feel like, is doing a good job here. We know that that's a compromised BMW. We know it's a damaged car. I feel like he's doing a good job. He's about 20 seconds off Jamie Koza, and Jamie Koza is proper quick. If you're not aware of who Jamie Koza is, very, very fast driver. So he's doing just enough here over the course of the stint. We're due for pit stops soon, I think, to keep that car in the hunt, because once Mia Rose gets back behind the wheel, it's game on again.
Oh, it is. I think Royo... we speak, yes. So, yeah, definitely coming up to another set of pit stops here as we focus on the Brimblecombe car, the 420 BMW, just rolling off the GP circuit now and onto the road course. That is the Nordschleife. Mate, what an epic race so far. We're starting to wind down towards the 5-hour mark. 3 hours and 17 odd minutes to go. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Plenty of racing yet to come. We've seen some fantastic action throughout the afternoon and evening so far. Can't see that changing right now. And Gallo.
Car 18 in the pits, just taking a stop, appeared to be relatively scheduled, I think, from what I could see. Well, it was a little long. It was 56, so there was damage. There was a lot of damage on that car.
I thought it seemed a bit early, but not much.
Yeah, and they've repaired it. Not a lot, probably not a lot difference. Maybe a couple of laps shy, it's slightly out of sequence. But yeah, I think it'll still be thereabouts. That's wow. Just picking up. I'm not sure. I obviously was out of the booth there for a minute. Not sure if you guys picked up on that best lap from the 256 car. That
809.
809. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. I just picked up on that as I was scrolling through the data, and that is a very, very impressive
race lap. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And into the top 10.
Yep. Yeah, as you said, into the 10. So what is the margin up the road to the likes of Cisaluna and Thistlewaite? What is the margin? 12 seconds.
3.25 hours to go. Plenty of time for that car to continue to do some damage here in the top 10.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you're running around at 809s. That's 8 seconds a lap faster than the 3 cars in front of it. So, yeah, plenty of time.
Yeah, it is plenty of time. Obviously, pretty big margins up the road to the likes of the cars that are still running 813s, 814s. Probably not likely going to make it at that far should that stay the same. But however, nonetheless, when you've got cars in front of you running 820s, 822s, Thistleweight, Cisaluna, Quairudan in the 17, last lap round, Brimblecombe in the 19s. Obviously, Mia Rose still to come for that car. So
the Floyd car in the pits as well, boys, are well damaged. Aston Martin there, the 219 car.
Little update on the 777 car, guys. As you know, Stu Arrowsmith, he joined us in the box. Thanks again for your time, Stu. Had a little bit of a lag spike, unfortunate. They were running at about P13, currently leading the Pro-Am Championship, went right back to the back of the field. They have clawed their way back up. They're currently running in P36 and, head down, bum up for those guys.
Yeah, still got it, like you say, you still got to keep pressing on. There's still such a long way to go. Battle of attrition. And this battle up the front still commences. There's just nothing between it. 0.6 of a second as they come through the carousel. Bruno Gallo and Connor Hine. And this is not likely to change at the hands of Andrew Lawrenson and Hignett. Who else? I'm just trying to have a look. Who else? Yeah, so that is Hine and Hignett sharing that car, and no Terry Rayton tonight, as we heard from Andrew. So Mitch Hobbs sharing that car with Steve Tide. Jamie Kosa currently in that car. That's 3-4. So do we see Joshua Holmes in the car next in the 420 car, or Mia Rose? That'll be the interesting question.
Yeah, well, that will be the question, J-Man, and we've already,
I wonder if they may put Holmes in next and then double Mia.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yep.
Do we? It's just hard. It's just damage control, I suppose, to a certain extent.
Because Holmes is going to have to do one of, the next 3 stints.
At least. That's it.
So, do you want to, use Mia back-to-back at the end of the race? Or maybe go 1 for 1? I would be thinking they might put Holmes in next and then double stint Mia to the end.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
It would make sense. I think Holmes, holding his own at the moment. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. Mia might have done her laps for today. That might be it now. It might be Brimblecombe, because this is Brimblecomb's first stint, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yep,
Brimblecombe might have another stint in him as well. So yeah, we don't know the interior dynamics of these teams.
Yeah, actually, I don't think this is the first time we've seen
All right,
Brimblecombe
we're
in the
about
car.
to find out, because Mia Rose has come up for a chat. So
nice.
First hand, we are going to get to talk to Mia Rose. You got us on comms, Mia?
Hello.
Hey, first and foremost, appreciate you taking the time out of this your schedule here tonight to come and have a chat and maybe give us an update on obviously all things good and bad up to this point of time, because obviously it's been a bit up and down for the 420 car tonight. So we'll start with that before we get into maybe the latter dynamics of what's going to happen for the final stage of this race. So talk to us about that stint 1, Mia.
Well, stint 1 was great. Struggling a bit with, we went for a different setup for the race, and I was sort of not liking it during the first. I was able to keep it quick, and then second stint, I could feel the track was a little bit slicker than usual, and I just made 2 just very rookie errors on the second last lap, and then yeah, Liam decided to roll the car in the most beautiful of places. And he crashed the entire server, which basically has saved our race from being absolute. Yeah, I think out of everyone who probably had their race saved, I think we're the ones who got it out the most, the best out of it. But yeah, anything before the 3 hour mark, no, it didn't matter, because where we are right now, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are looking like you're in a good position at the moment. I think Brimblecombe is doing a great job out there. Obviously, varying levels of pace inside that team as far as race pace. So out there doing a great job. Now, the next part I want to, just with my memory, just going to pick up on is what we probably deemed as a 50-kilometre setup on the Laundry House racing car. You work that car over something
for 3 laps.
Yeah, for 3 laps, Mia, to get the job done. And I thought that was a really sublime piece of driving. Just the proximity that you placed that BMW to the back of that McLaren was just absolutely sublime, mate. You must have enjoyed that.
Yeah, I sort of had a bit of practice playing the game of chicken with the Lexus of Takumi about a lap or 2 beforehand. And sort of, in through Tiergarten. I thought, if I get down to the high, I thought I'd get the run. I sort of was even with him through Tiergarten. It's going to be a game of whoever lets off before, and I sort of lost the game. But the thing was that it helped me in the end, because Lawrence sort of locked the rear up on the hump through Hohenreich, and I got the run out, and then we both had our moments, and I was just sort of I knew that the turn 1-2 complex was going to be around the outside, switch to the inside, and go for it. So that was probably where Lawrence went a bit wrong with his move. If he stayed on the outside, he would have actually kept the position. But that was racing, and it was, my God, it was amazing. that little interaction we have, and he even came in my DMs and said, what a great job it was, because like racing like that, it's sadly hard to come by these days. But like, my God, when it happens, it's absolutely amazing.
Well,
great
it is
respect
at your
shown by
pace.
both of you.
Yeah, it is at your pace, Mia. It is hard to come by. So when it does come up, you cherish those moments, and obviously 8-minute laps. Those were 3 of those moments, 3 laps of just absolute thing. And I was a little surprised. I think Rusty had called it, the potential for the pass at that part of the track. So Rusty could obviously read it at that point that was a strong suit for you. I didn't think it was going to happen given how sideways you came off of the turn before. However, you did make it happen. So look, I'm going to ask you about obviously the final 3 hours something, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, because obviously we don't expect every driver to give us all the information, but we were just, I guess, mulling over the idea of what does it look like for the 420 team going out. We've still got a few more stops to go, and does Mia do a double here, or are we equal stinning, or do you not just want to tell us? It's up to you, but at the end of the day, if you do, it's a really curious one for us. Yeah.
Well, look, this is an SRO, so I can't keep everything secret. But no, at the moment we're sort of playing it by ear. If we're going to put Josh in the car next, and then after that we'll see where we are. If we're too far back for a proper attack on the win, we'll probably just stay where we are, get the silver sort of win, and call it there, because I think where we are at the moment will probably confirm as silver winners at this point. But if we're sort of still in contention for the win, we might put myself in for a double, but we're just sort of playing it by ear at the moment.
Yep. And what do you make? How's the lap time there from the 256 car, an 8:09, 9:50 in race pace? Pretty handy.
Yeah, it's sort of. I did do an 8:08.6 in race trim practice last night, so I can do an 8:09. I just the server's not feeling that great for some reason. It's sort of like the track isn't at fully optimal, which is weird, so it's hard to get used to, but yeah.
Could it be a time of day thing, Leo? Could it be kind of the conditions, or did you practice on that time of day?
No, I sort of practice on that time of day, so it could just be something in the server where the track isn't fully at 100% optimal grip, because the car just feels a little bit slippery compared to usual. It could also be the fact that you've got 45 cars in the server, it plays around with the FPS and sort of visual stuff. So
okay, just as we're talking there, we just had the Bella number 12 McLaren hard change into the wall, and Hind passed for the lead. So Gallo into the wall, Hind passed for the lead there.
There you go. That will light up Mia's ears on that, because that car is certainly one of the cars in contention, isn't it, Mia? So every time something like that happens.
As we see Hind very sideways in the carousel as well. So interesting. Anything can happen, and more than likely will before the end of the race. Plenty to go on still.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the insights and the information, Mia. We do really appreciate, and we wish you the best in this final, 3 segments to this race, and we'll obviously get the full detail of how you guys and girls play this one out for the remainder of this race, because it's going to tighten up, no doubt, at the back end.
Also as well, I don't know if you guys would know yet, but with the way the slip times are and everything, there will be a splash and dash into this race, so keep the ears picked. For those playing at home, 57 minutes maximum is what you can do on a stint. You can only do 7 laps. If you wanted to do 8, you'd be doing 8:04s to do 8 laps in 65 minutes, which nigh on impossible unless you've got a bit of NOS on your car. But so everyone's doing 7 laps. There will be a splash and dash. We're predicting about 2 lap splash and dash at the end. But people might try and see if they can do a 3 or 4 lap stint, maybe half and half a stint near the end of the race. So,
well, that's an interesting stat, Mayor, because what that actually means is, unbeknown to us and probably many others, there are cars out of sequence here that may play this one slightly different, or may have played it already, because we have seen a few cars come in for damage and may be out of sequence, and this might work for them at the back end.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There you
Guys,
go.
that Gallo car has dropped down to P4. It's in a seriously bad way. Mitch Hobbs has just run through, so currently podium, Jamie Kozer in P5.
And Hind in Brimblecombe in the pits, should I say.
Okay,
So
I'll
we're
leave
going to
it
let...
to you, Mia. Things are going to get
Thanks,
pretty busy
Mia.
for you.
Thank
Thank you,
There
Mia.
you go. Right,
Cheers.
thank you.
There you
Thank
go. So you heard it here first, folks. Mia Rose just giving us...
Flash and dash. Love to see it.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
a little bit of info and just an insight into the team's race so far. So Brimblecombe in the pits, Hind, well, theoretically should be leading the race. What's going on there?
Woo! Thanks, Ric Flair. Appreciate you.
So Hind in the lead. Gallo in second. My data is all over the place at the moment as we start to see another round of pit
Has that
stops.
Brimblecombe
Gallo.
car reset to pits?
I don't know because it's.
I'm just wondering why it's
out
out of
of
sequence.
it's out of position. That's right. It should be behind these guys, and they're just coming around now. And Gallo's car very, very damaged. It was very hard into the wall. That's Koza
It's been
tucked up
stopped
behind
for
him.
a minute 35. I think they've reset to pits. That
Okay.
420 car.
Okay, so something.
Well, that's going to
happened there
answer
we'll be
you.
talking about.
That's going to answer your driver chain strategy
Yes.
questions right there. As
Posted into pits right behind the Gallo car too, guys.
yeah, so they were having a big rethink about that. The 177 car just dropping a position to lower.
Yep, in
in
case
the
you're
Ferrari.
just joining us, the race leader is the 66 Ferrari of Connor Hind.
It is.
And the lane.
Yep, and followed by the perennial, dark horse, the quiet achiever, the 95 Lamborghini.
Yeah, the Hobbs car has just been achieving all night.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
tell you what,
All series.
Yeah, don't rule this car out to go the full hog tonight.
Yeah, it was currently holding down third position, so I can't see any reason
Well,
in
they're up to
holding
P2.
Koza
They
up.
got
So.
past. They got past Gallo, Davo.
Yeah.
Well,
there
of
was
course,
a lot
Gallo
of
in the
damage on that
pits.
McLaren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the data, leaderboard is looking a little bit funky at the moment as we've got some pit stops going on. Gallo in the pits, Brimblecombe in the pits, car in the pits as well. Costa, it was just in the pits as well. So
This puts the OES blue car guys up to P3, a podium position. John Carter behind the wheel, the 555 Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. And Connor's, Brad's mum's left Connor behind in the car, so he's out there potentially, still going to be leading this one.
thanks for the compliments, Rick. Just a quick shout out to Rick. Giving us a thanks, Rick. That's awesome. Nice stream, girls.
Yeah.
We try. We do try. So
Not really.
plenty going on as we wind down to the fifth hour of this 8-hour race here. Double AES 2014 Australasian Endurance Series. Final race, round 4 here at Nords.
This will wait with a good stop here.
Yeah, just an update on the pit stops, guys. So the car that was leading, the Laundry House car, now they have lost 30 seconds relative to their competitors. So it was a minute 36 total time in the pits compared to a minute 8, minute 7, and a minute 6 for the 3 cars in front of them.
Okay.
They've dropped down to P3 currently, I think P4.
Yeah, it didn't repair all the damage either, decided against it and put Andrew Lawrenson back in that car.
That's really unfortunate. They've been running in the top 2 all day. So obviously some kind of issue there, some kind of mistakes happen.
Yeah, no, that is repaired, J-Man. It always looks like that.
Sorry. Okay.
It looks like Wreckfest.
It does.
No, I'm not
Great
convinced.
paint
I'm
job.
not convinced. You look at the bonnet on that thing; those gaps are far too big. I'd be pretty sad if my panel beater had me a car back like that. But anyway, you could be right. It's paintwork all in all. But Hobbsy out there, very, very impressive run, up 4 places based on this previous session. But Ethan Cale up 16, and I think it was the 645 car up 25 spots.
Yep, currently in the pits. Now, I'm just watching the 177 Aston Martin. They're just coming into the pits because I just want to see how many cars they're going to drop into the middle of and keep this battle going that's been going non-stop for the entire race for this poor team.
You know they're going to
Just waiting to see who they're dropping into.
Look, I think their spotter will probably hold them there till there is a gaggle of cars and then let them out.
Hopefully. For our benefit, please do.
So it's going to be interesting now to see what the pace of Stephen Ty is in this 95 car.
Ty's very quick.
Yeah.
Iron's got a nice gap though, doesn't he?
He's got a
7.5
great
seconds
margin.
on the road, double stinting. So I wonder if they believe in that 66 Ferrari that Connor Hind is the strongest driver in that combination, and they're just going to try and hit home their advantage here, double stint him here.
Yeah. Yep. And
build a gap.
Phil Antoon back in the one car now. So he is taken over the stint from Ethan Cale.
Little bit of recovery work being done by the number 1 Ferrari after they had that incident earlier on in Ethan Cale's stint last time out. So, they probably lost about 15, 20 seconds down the road to their competitors on that one. So a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, now we talked about the raw pace of this 256 driver car, this BMW, the Rowe Motorsport racing BMW, and that car is currently P8 after the stops. Had a very efficient stop by my calculation. I think it was
33 seconds.
Yeah, 33 seconds. So, and total run time of 1:07. So best we've seen tonight was I think equivalent to the Hind time there, 1:06 total transit time with 33 stationary. So getting the car on and off the jacks very efficiently was the 66 car, and also I think it was the McAdam 183 Aston Martin.
Yep, 32-second stop. Bystander currently hunting down Austin McNeil in that 556, probably the star car of the day, starting from dead last, P50 up into P7. Yeah, and still going strong, but look, they've got a pretty quick car, going to be reining them in throughout this stint, so head down, bum up. A little bit back further in the field, guys. A little bit of a battle going on between P12 and P13. Zhu and Jerry. Jerry driving the Ric Flair Aston Martin. Zhu in the Porsche.
Yeah, in the Simtronics industry, one of the sponsors of the race. Yes. So yeah, those guys just circulating. Both look like they're just really set in a nice groove there, and yeah, not sort of really challenging each other. No standouts, just making it happen. Still plenty of racing to go for these guys. A little under 3 hours left on the clock.
This is the part of the race, I think, where a lot of people are starting to think safety. If you're in a position that's higher than what you expected to be at the start of the race, this is the time of the race where you start thinking the most about not making mistakes, because obviously that last phase of the race is just around the corner. So this is what I would call a safety stint. You just want to keep it clean, keep it fresh. Even if you want to sacrifice, you're not going to be putting in qualifying laps in this particular stint, right? This stint's all about just maintaining track position, improving it if you can, but you definitely don't want to make mistakes.
Sorry, just wanted to see if our replay team was available. Brimblecombe and all sorts of drama here. This car is not looking good. I just saw it in the fence, and then off the back of the contact in the fence, had another couple of losers as well. So something really not right with that car right now. So we heard from Mia saying that maybe the things didn't feel that right out there for A, the setup, and B, the track conditions. So
yeah. Okay, so we picked up on the car. It's just circulating, looks reasonably undamaged. May not have been off track yet, but doesn't look. Brimblecombe doesn't look comfortable in the car.
Oh,
the car's
it's
not
not
looking
good now.
fast.
It's just had a huge hit now. Massive hit.
Yeah, it's off again. It's off again.
Nah, there's something not right with that car. Yeah, that car is in all sorts of trouble.
Okay, so we'll try and pick that up as well.
That's the last we've seen of that car challenging today, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that car all the way back to 34th already, so...
Well, for the front runners, that means, you know, 1 down, I'm going to say 4 to go. For me, the race is now the top 4 for the win here, and all of the top 4 are still currently in it. We're talking about the 66 Ferrari currently with Connor Hine behind the wheel doing a double stint. Yep. Stephen Tyne, the 95 Lamborghini, and we've spoken about the Lamborghini so much over the last couple of races, Davo.
Yep.
They just have a habit of, you know, working their way up through the field, keeping their nose clean and being there or thereabouts at the end of the race. John Carter currently steering the 555 Ferrari for OES Blue, currently would be the championship leader at the end of this race, if I'm not mistaken, if they stay in that position with their nearest rival down in P11, and the Lawrenson Laundry House car looking for a little bit of recovery after that last stint getting into an incident. They're still P4 and very much in this race.
Yeah, got a good 18 odd seconds to make up to get to Carter as well. So there's a lot of work to be done for the Laundry House to get back to where it was after that incident. I'm still got eyes on bystander 44 in the 256 car to see what sort of pace that car has at the hands. Currently running P8, and these are cars in front of the one car, Phil Antoon, at the moment, that should he want to move forward to try and bridge that gap up to the 555 car that he's going to have to deal with. So very conscious about the sort of pace of the cars in between Antoon and Carter. So
yeah, plenty of work to do for Antoon. Like you mentioned, J-Man. Some formidable competitors in front of him to deal with before he gets up to where that goal is, J-Man. But yeah, probably like we mentioned, maybe a couple of guys still a little bit out of sequence on the pit stops. We will still see maybe a couple of guys pop in. So a bit of spanner in the works here, but the field has levelled somewhat after that last stint of pit stop. We've got a bit of a spread in the field here now.
You said a little bit of a safety stint, just holding track position, you know, and don't take too many risks.
And you mentioned it earlier, Rusty, you know, just where these guys, some of these guys will just be thinking, okay, we've come this far, we've worked this hard, let's just take it easy for the next hour or two, and then we'll blast it on the way home. So we were given a little bit of insight from Mia Rose in one of the driver interviews there that there will definitely, given the way the race is run and these 8 minutes laps, is there will be a splash and dash before the end of the race, which will mix things up. We can't wait for that, guys. So a little bit of action right at the end of the race. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere, but I'll be right back.
There we will. Yes, and we will thank again AAS for bringing the Australasian Endurance Series to us in 2024. Round 4 here at Nords. It's brought to you by Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, Sim League and Simtronic Industries, and broadcast by the boys and myself here at MATCHFIT Entertainment. Click the like and subscribe button, guys, if you like what you're watching. And yeah, if you want to see more stuff from that we broadcast for other communities, hit the notifications. If I see something you like.
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, the Austin McNeil car at the moment, the 556 Nissan, really starting to hunt down that John McAdam.
Yep.
Winnerton Racing Aston. Yeah, so they're starting to heat up. And also another one that was on my radar also just recently was the I'll just check to see if it's still going on track. Yeah, it was 40th and 41st. That was the Natsu and Sabacan Lamborghini and Ferrari. They were going at it incredibly tight when I last watched them. There's a little bit of margin between them now. But yeah, we won't jinx your ferrets, mate. Look, at the end of the day, you guys are doing a fantastic job. So Look, I think just keep doing what you're doing.
I got the cameras off it really quick. There you go.
Yeah, had a quick peek and then got out of it. But there's some good battles out there at the moment. Obviously, a little bit spread at the top end of town. It looks orange. It does look orange. But yeah, a little bit spread out. There are some battles a little closer. I think the Nicholas Brownett car, I think that was pretty close to, was it Hendo? Might have been Hendo back in the 557 car. Might have been a reasonably close battle on track, but yeah, like Rusty kind of said too, Davo, we're at that phase of the race where obviously a lot of things have happened, some for better, some for worse, and I think we've got this shaken out. We've still got what we know is a couple more stops and a potential splash and dash, according to me. As we mentioned, there are some cars that are out of sequence due to damage, and it'll be whether or not where they come in at the back end to where their 7 odd laps falls as to, did they take their paint earlier in the race? Obviously the restart has kind of leveled that out, but I'm talking about this final phase of this race, this 5 odd hours since the restart. Those drivers that basically had to come into pits or escape back to pits, what does that do? Their fuel levels are going to be different than somebody that's on the true 7 lap stop sequence, 57 minutes. So it'd be interesting just to see how that plays out at the back end, who's fuel friendly and who's not.
Absolutely, J-Man, as we just see a change of positions with a little awkward move there at the end between Sabakan and Natsu there for 40th and 40th position there.
Yep.
So those boys
that
running.
was heating up for sure.
Yeah. They are the 2 closest cars on track at the moment, J-Man. So, like I said, the field has spread out, and these guys, it's only taken 5 hours and 15 minutes, but found their groove. Just settling into an endurance race here, 5 hours in. Just been through a series of pit stops, shaken out a little bit different. We've seen what was the lead car in the early stages of the race back to the pits, escape back to the pits for the second time in the past hour or so. So well down the field now, J-Man. We've also seen the number 12 Laundry House McLaren into the pits with major damage. So a couple of the top runners with not much luck in the past hour or so, and back down through the field a little bit more than I expect they would have thought they would be. So yeah, some big changes. However, Hindo, look at that, Connor Hind, just keeping the nose clean. This guy has this team, should I say, just really has stayed focused, just has stayed out of trouble.
Yeah, but had the pace too, Dave.
Definitely got the pace. Running with the top guy, obviously. Well, they are quick, so. But just
last lap an 8:10.7. That car is all class.
Oh, absolutely.
Those drivers are all class. So
without a doubt. But we were just talking about how a couple of the other guys in the top 3, teams in the top 3, just dropped back. Just recently in the last hour and a half or so. So, these guys just keeping the nose clean, and holding the top spot, rightfully so. The 95 car, like we mentioned a few times across the stream, silent achievers again, and obviously again carrying the right sort of pace to be at the pointy end of the field when it counts, and doing well. Ty at the wheel at the moment in the 95 Lamborghini. And Carter in 555 OES orange, is that one?
Yep, and just lost 11 seconds the previous lap to the very, very quick 12 car under the hands of Lawrence at 8-minute 10.6 was to be the fastest of the top 4 cars that I could see. Just got some more times about to roll across the line. Yeah, so easily the fastest out there at the front at the moment. Be interesting to see what the 256 car runs across the line at the moment. This car is one that's on my radar still, just because of its outright pace. It is at the hands of bystander 44 at the moment. Just came across for an 8:16.9. We saw it at the hands earlier at an 8:10.3. So to me, the 12 car, obviously being 11 seconds quicker that previous lap than John Carter, Carter's podium isn't a sure thing with 2 hours 43 minutes to go. Can we get a close-up of Brad's mum on the side? This is PG rated. Maybe.
What number is that one?
Is the 66 car.
Oh! We just flicked away. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. That's right. Was I just on then?
I'm not sure. So, Stephen Ty with some really, really good pace in that 95 car as well. That car, once again, like you mentioned earlier, has been in the thick of it for the best part of the race tonight too.
Yeah, doing a stellar job, that team. J-Man, again, look, these guys are just really settled in now. And it's sort of, you know, they're on the way home, you know, under 3 hours to go. A little bit of clean air for the drivers too, so they can just really concentrate on their laps, you know, keep that car off the curbs, out, you know, and out of the walls. And, yeah, sort of head home to the finish line. But still a long way to go, so a lot less racy at the moment. Concentrating on their lap times, they will obviously be looking at nailing their pit stops in about another 35 or 40 minutes.
But who was that in the pits I just seen? So that was the 697 Ferrari.
We've got Moyen and Jerry.
Yeah, Will Hammond back in the car.
So I thought there was a couple of guys still out of sync pit stop wise. So yeah, a couple of drivers in the mid pack there. Moyen and the 373 Aston Martin both pitting.
Lawrenson down to 3.4 seconds now on John Carter. So
yeah, well, there couldn't be too much damage on that thing, J-Man.
No.
Yeah, really hitting the numbers. And gaining on Carter. You can see them both in camera shot now.
Yeah,
so definitely made some gains there, J-Man, in the last lap or so, or 2 laps probably, really starting to punch some good numbers out.
So, you know, 30, 41, okay, 41, maybe the better part of 43 to 45 seconds behind the race leader at the moment is Andrew Lawrenson. And, you know, and given the length of this race and the length of this lap, don't count out the third might not be the final position he makes it up to. Obviously, Stephen Ty and Connor Hine both going very, very quick. Last lap for Hine was a 10.7, 11.1 for Ty. Obviously, we mentioned the 11-second difference between Carter and Lawrenson, and we're seeing that out there on track now. But yeah, you know, it is the run home, you know, given the fact that it is an 8-hour race, but the fact that there's still 2 hours 40 to go, I think there's still plenty of sting in the tail of this thing left yet.
I'm just back, guys. I was just out fighting Ian Hewitson in the paddock for the remaining egg rolls that he was taking at the start of the race, which caused the delay.
Yes.
But just on that, the Laundry House car, yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier, the top 4 cars for me, that's the race, because there was a 40-second turnaround for that Laundry House car in one sector, right?
Yeah.
Which found themselves 40 seconds back. There's no guarantee that that won't happen to the cars that are in front of the Laundry House car now currently as well, right? So swings and roundabouts. It's very possible here to just, late in an 8-hour race, very possible to just sneak a wheel onto the grass or take a little bit too much curb, and next thing you know, bang. So for me, these top 4 cars are the ones that are in a position to pounce on a mistake, from the lead car.
For sure. As we see Thornton and Wells both in the pits as well, boys. Cameras on Craig McConnell, actually just tucked in behind Shines. What is that thing? A McLaren. So yeah, just starting to work away on Shines' gap there, and I think he's actually making some gains. But yeah, struggling still a little bit. That's one of the Rainlight Racing cars there, actually.
Lawrenson about to take that position, guys.
Yeah, which puts this 555 car one position back further, closer to the 1 car of Phil Antoon. So,
that's correct.
Yeah, Antoon got a pretty big task ahead of him with the likes of Mui Tamaki in front of him, who we know is incredibly fast. So, yeah. As this goes on, we'll monitor those gaps between the 1 car and the 555. Oh, that was very, very close.
That was very
such
close.
A pace difference here between Carter and Lawrenson.
Just got to keep a cool head here. If you're Lawrenson.
Yeah.
Pick your moment. It goes a little wide. This might be the moment.
It's surely. Here we go. He's covering, but
he's going to have to get back in that slipstream in the McLaren.
Yeah, I don't think he'll just do it on outright straight line here.
Not from there, I don't think.
No, we'll see if he tucks back in. He may well do.
He's looking for that bit of side drive, edging ever so gently over towards the Ferrari, and he's got it. He's got it.
And we saw how strong he was here down at this braking zone with Mia not more than probably an hour ago. So already done.
I think Carter too may be making the conscious decision here. Let's just slot in behind Lawrence and try to keep on the back of him and try and get a little bit of a tow here.
Yeah.
There is a big pace difference.
Hind into the pits.
Yeah, we expect to see these guys go into Hind in the pits.
Early.
Okay.
Is that car damaged?
No, I think they're doing... It is a little damaged at the back of it. Yeah, have a look at it. It's a little messy. It's either that or they're doing their splash and dash now. And so they can go all the way to the end, right?
Okay. So that... I wasn't expecting this, though.
Yeah, it's not a splash and dash.
It's going to go towards an official stop already 30 seconds in.
Looks like a damage repair, doesn't it?
Already 35 in, so potential damage. Didn't see what happened to that car. I was about to comment about how consistent that the 95 and the 66 car had been staying out of trouble tonight. But that is well and truly heading north of 50 seconds now. So,
oh no, that's painful to watch.
You know, Rusty just said how quickly things can change. I mean, that puts the Lawrenson car obviously out of pit sequence if that is some sort of an official stop behind. I'll leave it with you, Rusty.
Yep, they're still going. They're working hard down here in the pit box, guys. We're up over a minute 10 now. That's definitely big damage territory, so we have missed something there in that last sector. Mechanics are feverishly going over this car, trying to get it back out there. They're now dropped down to P7, P8. They're streaming past the Connor Hind car. And it's gone from a top 4 battle to a top 3 battle, guys.
Very much. So that's a little bit of reprieve there for John Carter in the 555 car after he was just passed by the Lawrenson car. So certainly plays one spot back into the favour of him and those guys for their championship. And we will get an idea on the current pace of the cars at the moment. And we can see that Thai car came through for an 11.6. Lawrenson through for a 13.5, obviously being held up behind Carter.
That Connor Hind car is back out of the pits, guys. It's a 1 minute 55 on the jack, 2 minute 30 stop overall.
Yeah, so
and Antoon has just gone past, so another position gained by the current championship leader.
Nice. That Thai car, J-Man, he might be the fastest car on track in that last lap, actually. So
he was definitely the fastest car out there last lap round, yeah. With the exception of maybe what the potential that Tamaki might deliver, and also the 256 car. No, 256 car was a 816. So yeah, definitely Ty got a ton of speed on it, that car at the moment. That car, I don't think we've seen more of Mitchell Hobbs than we have Stephen Ty tonight. So I wonder if Stephen Ty looking for a couple of double duties here.
Could be.
You want to see Larko's whiteboard? We've got tablets, mate. We've got tablets.
And as we look underneath the Ford here, Fords are just the best. I love Fords. I'm Steve Larko.
Rusty.
Okay, so that, because that's right. We mentioned last time that Lawrenson car was in for a minute 2 on the jacks.
Yeah.
So that car to do some repairs previous pit stop around. So once again,
we also got the 72 Ferrari in as well.
Hey. So that is the Jeff's Bagel run.
Bit of a battle, guys. P20, P21, and P22. Very angry little pack.
It's on.
Oh, that is on.
Nissan versus Aston versus Beamer down the straight.
Yeah, so the Aston just around the Beamer down the straight there. Aston's showing some good pace over the Beamers and probably taking it to the Skylines actually here down this long straight. They're just getting long enough. Time to wind it up as that is Brownette into the pit lane to leave these guys to it. But yeah, it's Boxall there. Yeah, he's come up on my radar a few times throughout the afternoon and evening. So they're doing well, holding down 20th at the moment which is not too bad. Good pace car there, the 716 Nissan Skyline.
McAdam having a big look here on P4, the number 23 Lexus, which we've spoken about earlier today, guys. Been in the wars a little bit, that number 23.
Yes.
Found its way out, found its way back, found its way out, found its way back. Currently running P4.
Yeah, look,
they've had the highs and lows of sim racing today, haven't they?
Haven't they won? As the sun starts to get down in the sky a little bit here, shadows getting long. We might see some slight track temp changes here. Definitely track temps down to 12, ambient 12 at the moment. Not too bad of a day out there. Still, track is at optimum as we see that Skyline, the 23 Skyline mount. They're so beautiful work.
Yeah, the Camry.
The Camry, should I say.
Actually, guys, just on the time of day, so we were talking about before we went live tonight, what we can expect in terms of, what the stream's going to look like, what the weather's going to look like. Is this Aston Martin's getting very close
got overlap.
here. Oh, this is a nervous time.
Oh, he let him go.
Smart decision decision there from the Lexus. Yeah, so with the red flag that we experienced, that's pushed everything back an hour. So previously, the sun sets this time in Germany around Nordschleife. We're near Stuttgart in that kind of southern region of Germany.
That's it.
Sun sets around 8:30, 8:40 at night. So we would have had like the last 20 minutes of the race before under darkness, but that's effectively pushed back an hour, guys. So we're going to see at least the last hour and 20 minutes is going to be pitch black.
Yeah, so good stuff.
That'll bring another element. How many people have done nighttime practice here?
At Nords.
Yes, it's a different track.
Yeah, 100%.
A lot of these turns become blind turns at night, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be another element to
Yeah, you watch the lap times drop off there.
Yes. Because you weren't expecting it to do any nighttime racing at the start of the day, and now all of a sudden you're going to have at least a stint.
Oh, that is Floyd into the back of Boxall.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
We we'll pick up a quick shorty on that.
Yep.
So ranged up on him, down through one of the fastest corners on the track here, and up to the right-hander. Just, I don't know, just the closing speed was so quick. Boxall had got a little bit sideways on the exit. Oh, actually, now Floyd in the wall.
Yep, further up the road, yep.
So I wonder whether that car had any damage, but yeah, just the closing speeds were a little bit different there. Yeah, unforced error and into the wall, same corner I think as that. Is that coming up out of the foxhole there? Yes, it is.
It is,
so
yeah.
same corner we saw Mia Rosoff in. I think it was in about the second hour of the race. So that car hasn't moved anywhere.
That Floyd car has not got going yet, has it?
No, so
reset to pits.
We
that's
will
costly.
go back. What is the next closest car on track? Is McNeil and the
Also,
23 Lexus. Hickman and Toon also getting close. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be watching that margin just shrinking. That's obviously the
Here we
66 car.
Here we
incredibly
go.
long pit stop.
Here's the drag race of the night. Skyline versus Lexus.
Oh, this is the one we wanted to see.
This is the one everybody came for. It's taken us 5.5 hours to get here. He's not close enough to him. We'll wait till the next lap. We might have to wait another 8 minutes. He is making ground on actually that Skyline, slowly edging its way towards the back of the
I think
Lexus.
he's actually intentionally staying out of the draft there by the looks
Well,
of
he would have probably picked him up too late.
it. Yeah.
So better to stay back and just deal with your braking area by yourself.
You know what they say?
And save it up for 8 minutes later down the track.
Feed the backs. And in this case, it'll be a couple of big turbos in the back.
So yeah, look, that will be one battle to keep an eye on, I think, as these boys across the start-finish line for another lap.
Guys, just quietly too. I think I'm looking at the timing here. I believe that Lawrenson has somewhere taken about a 20-second bite out of that gap to Stephen Ty. It was up to around 50 seconds, and the time is bouncing around. It's back up to 40. Might just be the part of the track that they're on.
Yeah.
Looks like, it's getting back up. No, definitely taking a bite of time out of him.
Yes, it's ebbing and flowing. I've sort of been watching it, and they traded times that last time around. 12-4 for Ty versus
I
a 12-6.
thought there might have been an incident somewhere, but I think you're right.
Yeah, no, they're about a second off their previous sort of quicker pace. They were in the 11s previously, and back to the mid 12s for those two cars, and kind of just trading at the moment. So I would call it probably somewhere around that mid 30s to maybe high 30s is the difference at the moment.
Right,
so
yep.
yeah, probably the difference, a fair bit of that would have been the long stop there for the Lawrenson's car. Had he have known or been in a better position once the 66 car had its incident, would have been a lot closer to Ty.
McNeil in the 556 car looking for another get on the Tokyo Taxi, that 23 car that's been in the wars. The Ali Khairudin, remind me who the other driver is that we saw at the start of the race.
Who was that with the Khairudin car?
Yeah, I can't remember. Please chat, please re-enlighten us who the other driver is. Ali Khairudin seems like he's done 80% of the race. So
yeah.
But yeah, Austin McNeil looking very racy behind that Lexus. And again, if you're just joining us, that car, that 556 Nissan, that started dead last.
Yeah, so sorry, that was the Kieran Potter
That's
double
the
stint
one,
you
yes.
saw at the start of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's had a tough old race. We just mentioned that a little bit earlier. That has been up and down, in and out. Yes, very up and down. What are we at? About 5.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for hanging in with us. It's been awesome so far. Heaps of action and plenty yet to come as we see this little one here ramping up. And just look who's starting to range up on the back of those two there.
There it is.
Bystander, yep.
So...
Not so innocent, this bystander.
Oh, no,
He's
no,
gonna
no,
get
no.
in there and get as guilty as
No,
hell if he gets
well,
an opportunity.
this is the car that has got the fastest lap in the race with an 8:09 at 9:50. So it is moving forward very quickly, heading towards the skyline of McNeil as we speak. So McNeil will be conscious of that. He was getting right up on the back and in the grill of the Lexus, the number 23 car, but I think he might have moved his focus just slightly.
Yeah, a little bit there. Probably focusing. There's trouble coming from behind.
Yeah, there's a storm of brewing, and it's on its way. But look, I think with the pace of that BMW, look, it will be hard for him to defend. But all the same, he's got to, doesn't he?
He's got to get past the Lexus. That's what he's got to do.
He does.
Well, that
does.
would help. That would help.
Did we pick up on the Hignett and Phil Sorry.
McNeil, there you go. There's one of them done. And the Lexus goes wide as well.
Wow.
This car's going to be back in the top 5, guys, after that restart where it was all the way down the back of the field. It dropped to dead last, if I'm not mistaken, after that first lap incident after the restart. So
the 256 car.
The 256 car, yeah. So this is a huge fight back from the invitational entry.
So yes, next in the crosshairs is the 23 Lexus, and he will start to feel the pressure pretty quickly as we look over the rear wing of said taxi. We can see the sun rays starting to shine through the trees. Looks fantastic here at Nords in the afternoon. Shadows are getting long.
Look at the Nissan right back up on the back.
Yeah, these flat stick sections, the Nissan obviously comes into its own, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's right in there.
Yeah.
Absolutely right, still back in there.
Now, see, the beam is going to be strong around this next little technical section where it's all kind of 3rd and 4th gear. The gear ratio of the Nissan doesn't lend itself very well, I don't think, in this part of the track, because it kind of gets stuck in between gears.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not sure whether you want to go downshift or not. You know, like, you just got to use the torque. Yeah, there's some sparks are flying there as they hit the carousel. One more time. And I don't think this battle is going anywhere. J-Man,
no.
You were talking about the Hignett. Oh, Hignett's been off badly. Very damaged car.
Oh no, when it rains it pours.
So we will actually just go back.
Sorry? No, the Hignett car only just passed the Antude car, I think. This is...
Oh, no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, this is the car that was recovering after the exceptionally long pit stop.
Okay.
Race leader.
Came from the race lead and, has just recently passed...
Okay, well, he's got some pace for a very damaged car.
No, it's super clean. He fixed the car. He fixed the car. That was the long pit stop. Yeah, so you pick it up with the 66 Ferrari of Benjamin Hignett in there at the moment, and that thing is on the gas. Don't know what. Last lap round was slow for some reason.
Reports in the chat, the 66 car is no longer damaged.
No.
I have repaired. Yeah, it was an exceptionally long stop.
It was.
There you go. On my screen, it looks still damaged, so a little bit buggy there.
I see that. I did see that. Yep.
Yep, that's okay, but because it's flying, and I just thought, what the hell is going on there? As we just, I think we've seen a change. No, Brian Sander. No. The 23 car has gone backwards, and he's gone backwards even harder again.
Oh no!
So we're going to get a pick up on that one. As we actually pick up on it.
For the 4th time today.
Here we go. The replay's back on, boys. Number 23 Lexus fending off the BMW of bystander. The 256 BMW.
I think I know what's happening here.
Yeah. This does not look pretty.
Oh, so wide in the Lexus, over the jump.
Yep.
Lexus off track. Oh, keeps it pointing in the right direction, but
Oh.
very awkward situation there.
That's
With
gee.
the BMW looking like it launched as it went over the hump.
Not a lot you can do there, though. You're already committed to the turn. You're
Yep.
already committed to that piece of road. So
And then you see in the replay there, actually a little
Yeah.
bit further down the track with that damage, that that Lexus was back in
I
the
think
wall.
I think it's coming into pits.
So I
23.
would suspect so, and I think now that is the one. That is the other Lexus. He's been held up as he comes into the pits, as we just pick up on the back of that replay still.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes.
So there you go. So held up by that injured Lexus
Now-
there. So
Now that other Lexus, that
That's a
Tamaki
couple of
Lexus,
Lexi.
they were running in the top 3 earlier, weren't they, J-Man? In that
Yeah,
number
that-
18.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick car.
Yep.
So that car doesn't
So-
look too bad. It has had plenty of damage throughout the day and night, but looks relatively clean at the moment.
Well, I mean, our invitational entries, our friends from Japan, thank you for joining us. They've added a lot of spice to the race
Oh,
tonight,
haven't they?
a lot of pace, but I think, as we get further and further into this race, we're seeing the locals, putting their foot down and maintaining, and these invitational entries are just dropping away a little bit. So,
yeah, it's a big race.
It's a long race.
Yes, and the cracks are starting to show clearly in some of the drivers, and it's not just mid-packers or what we would call some inexperienced guys down the back, but
Definitely not.
right even up the top of the grid. We're seeing mistakes and cars in the wall, and
Focus fatigue.
races lost as we pick up on the Spinanzi battle in.
Dirt does in the chat. Too much sake or not enough? You be the judge.
Yeah.
Wow, that's right, maybe not enough.
Spinazzi on Sofie is a pretty hardy battle there for 15th, 16th.
Yes, as is Nisino and Henderson as well. But yes, we will get back to the Spinazzi battle because that is very close, J-Man.
Yeah, so that's the Ric Flair car again.
Oh, and I think he will have it on the Ferrari here, the drag race down the straight.
Yep.
Thinks about pulling out.
Get the timing right.
I think he's just left it too late there.
Yeah, very much will. So, Ferrari did a great job there.
It did for fending off the Aston. The Aston's showing some good, solid straight line speed here at Nords tonight. The number 23 Lexus in the pits, as we would expect, after suffering some very hefty damage. Henderson just getting, is it Henderson? Yeah, Henderson overtaken by Nishino.
Davo, if you can, I just want you to take a moment. When you get a moment, I just want you to go quickly to the number 12 car. This is very important. The car currently in P12, number 177. And I think we need to highlight this for the audience. The 177 car, the Aston Martin, finds itself in clear air for the first time today. Well done, guys. They've got 30 seconds in front, 30 seconds behind. It's a damn miracle.
Okay, well, we're not going to let the cameras focus on that for too long.
Not for too long,
just in
I
case.
had to point it out.
Yes.
First time today, clear air.
So Rika in 12, man, that car has done some serious racing today.
Rika will be in that car going, I don't know what you guys have been complaining about. This is easy. This is fine.
Serious. What's your problem? Walk in the friggin' park. Oh dear.
Good stuff. Antoon finds himself after those couple of people pit stop there, the Tamaki and Co. Back up into P9, and obviously the difference being Carter up into P3. Although I can't help but feel like
McAdam's coming, isn't it?
It's not over yet, is it?
McAdam and Bystander there. I'll be watching the margin that Bystander's taking out of McAdam straight away now that he's managed to dispatch McNeil in the Nissan. And
is a Podium on here for this 256 BMW after the restart going in the back of the field? Are they a legitimate chance for a podium here, do you think?
100%. Yeah, I think definitely, albeit, you look at the numbers and you might argue that it's just a step too far. I just think still with a couple of pit stops left in this thing and the pace that car's got.
When driver gets back behind the wheel.
Yeah, and I don't think this is the fastest driver that they've got either. So
no, it's a proper pro-am team, this one.
Yep. Last lap round for bystander was 8:21, and we know the pace that the driver's got. So
yeah. McNeil tagged on the back of that though, not letting him get too far away, jamming that Nissan got enough punch to stay in touch. As they work their way up the hill.
I'm seeing a lot of invalid laps now, just popping up on the timing screen, guys, and I'm just wondering if we're starting to get to that period of the race. We're right at the end of the stint now as well. We mentioned focus fatigue earlier. This is that period of the race. Remember, Davo, we were talking about this at the start of this stint. This is a safety stint. This is the stint that you just want to consolidate your track position, make as few mistakes as possible, because you're really just setting up in all of these enduros. All you're doing is putting the car in a position to be able to challenge for something at the end. That's the game, right? So this is that stint just before you get into that last phase of the race, where it's just a safety stint. Don't make mistakes, just keep your position. And I'm seeing a lot of invalid laps popping up. I'm seeing a lot of loose driving, and I wonder if guys are just starting to get to the end of their tether. You've got to get your second win now.
Yeah, they just start to relax, like you're saying, Rusty, and the safety stint, but it's the end of that safety stint as well. As we just see
Which is very unsafe.
Spinanzi car pass the 711 Ferrari, with a little mistake from the Ferrari allowing that overtake at Spinanzi all over it. You've got to be close to catch that little gap. So nice work.
Just ahead of the Spinazzi car, guys, is the 316 Miyamoto. We saw them racing in the top 5, top 6 earlier in the day. So there's so many stories here. I'd love to bring a driver in from every team and just tell us,
Oh yeah, definitely.
How did it unfold for you today? Because I'm seeing names that were at the top that are now at the bottom, and names
and vice
that were
versa.
at the bottom at the top. So many stories, and still a couple of hours left. Plenty to unfold.
Yeah, lots to shake out here yet. Antoon still hanging on there. P9 Hignett around about 5 seconds up the road now after that pass was made in this earlier in the stint. So Antoon not making any ground into Hignett, but I'm just curious as to the Cisaluna car and the pace of that car, 8:18 over Hignett's 8:12. So that's going to come to fruition pretty shortly, I would think.
Absolutely. And just in between them, J-Man, you've got the current Pro-Am Championship leading 777 car currently being steered by Jordan Moss. Remember, they're on a big recovery drive after dropping to the back of the field at the start of that stint. Currently up to P33. Is it going to be enough to hang on? Because remember, their nearest rival... it was mentioned by Stu. If Stu's watching the stream and he could put it in the chat for us, that would be more than helpful. Stu, just a little wink, nudge, mate. If you can let us know who your direct rivals are. But
while you're kicking back doing nothing. So that car, like you mentioned, big recovery back from, I think there was about 45 in the server at the time. So, fought back to 33rd position currently. A little bit of a spread on the field currently as well. So probably
just getting ready for the next run of stops.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll be doing it at the end of this lap that they're on. Yep.
Gee, that 95, I'm just riding on board with the 95 Lamborghini, guys. God, it looks a strong car at this stage of the race. And I think Stephen Tyre's pretty fresh. It looks proper quick, honestly, through a lot of parts of this track. So they're going to be tough to beat. It's about time too.
Mate,
they've
solid
been
drive.
the bridesmaid a couple of times, haven't they? this
Yeah,
year?
I
So
can't remember exactly where they came at Red Bull Ring. It was either third or fourth or something.
third or fourth. They're usually around the podium, sniffing around the podium. So
Yeah.
today's
So,
the day, boys.
yeah, well, it's looking like it. Let's put the mocker on them there, Rusty, my friend, and we'll give him a little bit of airtime and a bit of a pat on the back.
That's only J-Man. We have to worry
Yeah,
about
I think he's
with
out of the
guys.
room at the moment, so we can have a bit of a
Good.
sneaky peek. Yeah, but the sun is getting.
I was doing some homework, boys. I'm doing some homework. I was looking to answer Rusty's question around there, and it was
The Pro-Am Championship.
yes, I believe it was OES Black, which would currently be around about. That would be
Is it
Nathan
the
Henderson
Henderson
in the
car? Yeah.
18th position, and Moss in 33rd. So 111 points over. So we have 111 points
To 80, I
here
think.
to 80 points. So yeah, so
Is that enough?
maybe not.
Yeah, that's going to be tight.
Yeah, I'm not sure how
It's
the
gonna be
point
real
system works here, so.
If Brock's in the chat watching, just quickly write out all the points if you could, please, Greg, in the chat box on YouTube, and let us know how the point system works. That'd be ace.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I think
So-
30 points in front, they're going to be
That's right.
safe. I think they'll be safe. So, but take nothing for granted, right?
No, you know it. You know it.
So what have we got? Bystander now 10. What are we? 10 seconds of deficit now.
Oh, no.
No.
Sorry, J-Man, I've got to correct. Stu is in the chat, and he said no, their rival is the 91 car. That's the BMW. They're currently P27.
Oh, they're close
so
then.
that's not so bad.
No, that's not bad at all.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Stu.
Yeah, so that's the boys talking about, if you're not aware, if you're not listening, is the gap between the first and second in the championship in the Pro-Am classification. So, yeah, close. And obviously with, I think it was the 777 Jordan Moss car you were saying, recovering from the back of the pack after some hardware difficulties earlier in the race. We are winding down towards the next set of pit stops, ladies and gentlemen. So
Yeah, starting to get close.
don't go too far away. This is where things can change pretty damn quickly.
And I can tell you in the next 40 minutes, this very picturesque scene that you have currently with the sun setting over the forest is going to change dramatically. It's going to get very dark very quickly.
Headlights, brake lights, sparks. It should be good.
It should be a spectacular.
Not so good for the drivers because it'll be track, wall. That's generally how it goes.
Well, it's just like black. Oh shit! There's a corner.
Well, and because of all like the undulations in the track and you're
It's
up
just
and down,
blind.
it's like a roller coaster. Your headlights are pointing up at the trees half the time. You don't really see the road in front of you.
No, they're possum hunting up in the
Yeah,
branches.
exactly.
So, and then all of a sudden it's just sort of, there it is. Oh shit! I'm going too fast, or I'm offline. So, yeah, plenty for these guys are thinking about it. I just wonder whether they're aware of that. You know, if anybody, I mean, I'm sure some of them are, but I'm sure there's quite a big group that probably haven't even factored in the time of day this is going to finish. So yeah, last hour is going to be interesting. We did talk about splashes and dashes. The splash and dash with Mia Rose a little bit earlier while she was out of the car. So yeah, plenty to play for the boys, and we've seen some solid racing so far. The field has evened out a little bit of a gap between the drivers, just settling into the groove. We will start to see these boys rolling into the pits any second here now.
Yep, Stephen Ty's definitely going to be coming in this lap.
Ty in the 95 car just ripping it down the straight. This Lamborghini looks and sounds fantastic at the top note, and is looking very solid and speedy at the hands of pretty well everyone in that team today. So good work. Look, we're going
Cleanest race of the day, but for this
Oh,
team, I don't think they've been in
totally.
any incident at all, have they?
Totally. We will watch these guys, no doubt, duck into the pit lane.
Yeah, here we
and,
go.
Oh, very, very quickly. And I will take this moment to
Quality
thank
stop.
Double AES. Thank you very much for bringing all this goodness to us. Round 4, it's Nordschleife. It's brought to you by Titanium Digital Solutions. Don't forget that name. L&D Carpentry, all of that one. Sim League and Simtronics Industries, and obviously broadcast to you by MATCHFIT Entertainment. That is myself, J-Man, and Rusty on the comms, bringing you this live on YouTube. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, hit the buttons, guys, if you like what you're watching. Here we go, pit stops again, 2 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. What have we got going on here, boys?
Just watching the Stephen Ty car, guys. I'm down here standing next to Mark Larkham, and we're watching. We're up to 20 seconds. Yeah, Larko.
Yeah.
Larko, I've just had to stuff a sock in his mouth because he wouldn't shut up about Fords. So we're actually looking at a Lamborghini here, Larko. Pipe down, mate. 29 seconds, 30 seconds, 31, 32. How tidy is this going to be?
Oh, she's off the jack.
Stop.
Yeah, pretty good stop. Yeah, definitely a great stop. Who have we got in the car? Mitch Hobbs back in the car.
So, yeah, look, just all of the boys in this team doing a fantastic job. Who is that just in behind? That's the Ferrari. What number car is that, J-Man? That was the car that Greg Brock attempted to pilot.
444.
Yes,
So Dave,
I'm pretty sure that's the attempted to pilot earlier in the race. And look, that was his own admission, really, wasn't it? So, anyway, nice work. Nice stop there from Ty, boys.
Yeah, Bruno Gallo back in the car. That car with a 33-second stop.
Yep.
So, very good stop there. John Carter also in the lane. Potentially going to hand that car
McAdam
over.
as well, just rolling in, as is
And
Bystander.
Bystander would be making some big gains.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
with a potential driver change to driver in that 256 car, this could get really entertaining over the next hour.
No, has he stopped yet, or is he?
No, he's just coming in the lane.
Yep.
Carter out of the lane, giving the car back to Jamie Koza.
Yep. Koza's the money man in that blue team, so.
And so Hignett just coming through, obviously out of sequence here, rounding up a fair few of these guys here in the 66 car.
Yeah, they've done 33 minutes on their current stint, so I'm just trying to, do the math in my head, which is
where it'll get them to.
Yeah, it's not a fruitful exercise. 6 hours into an 8-hour race, but
yep.
I don't think that they're going to get a pit stop advantage out of this. I think that they're going to be unlucky, and they're going to have to do the same amount of stops as everyone else, I think. But let me circle back to that one.
Yeah, Dylan Smith taking over the McAdam car, and Fast Walker taking over from, I think it was Bystander. So maybe saving up the driver.
Driver did do a lot of stints early in the race. I wonder if he might have been done. He might be done.
He might be done for the night.
Yeah. So what I learned out of those pit stops, guys, is that Lawrenson, the laundry house car, they were a little bit unlucky earlier on in the race. They've got a pretty sizable gap. It's about a 40-second-ish gap to the car in front. The Stephen Ty, Ben Hignett car, Mitch Hobbs, pardon me, the Lamborghini. They're going to have to get it done on track because both of these teams got those pit stops done, very efficiently. So no loose ends to tie up, right? No gains to be made there. It's going to have to be done on track.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Ethan Cale takes over that OES number one car.
Yep.
So that was taken over from the hands of Phil Antoon. So another super fast driver to jump in that car.
And a special mention to Ethan Cale and that team. They were caught up in the issues at the start of the race. They qualified really high, but obviously I think they were a lap down at one point. because they missed the start of the race, had to rejoin. So to find themselves now in the top 10, that's a tremendous effort.
Yeah. And chasing this title.
Yeah, exactly. And gee, the red flag, we mentioned it before, right? The red flags, there are always winners and losers. They were definitely one of the winners. Put them back in the hunt.
Yeah.
But if Jamie Koza keeps this thing, you know, the 555 car, if that team, the other side of the garage, the OES Blue guys, if they can keep that in P3, I think that will be enough for them to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and rob, you know, their sister car of the title here. So it'll be very interesting celebrations. That I want to hear the debrief at OES tonight after this race if things stay as they are. Be very interesting. Be very good to be a fly on the wall there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if only. So this will be an interesting 57 to 60 minutes of this race now for Mitch Hobbs and Bruno Gallo, just to see, you know, if we have some big swings, if we have, you know, Mitch Hobbs getting back in the car and maybe not coming back up to pace as quick. If we see some, you know, we've seen 10-second swings between some of these drivers.
Absolutely.
You know,
Well,
and you
the
only
slightest
have a few of those.
Yeah, it's only the slightest mistakes, isn't it? You can sort of spin the car, not damage it, and then just get the thing back up to speed again. And, you know, you've lost 10, 15, even more seconds sometimes. So,
yeah,
depending where you are on track.
You touch a little curb. I mean, again, I keep harking on this. When it gets dark here, this track changes.
It's
a completely different beast.
Yep.
So I think there's a lot more that's going to happen. There's more drama that's going to play out here, honestly. Yeah,
definitely. As we see Henderson and Hall in the picks. Hall in the 51 Ferrari, Henderson in the 557 car. Yes.
Oh, 256 gets a 15-second penalty.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's Fast Walker has copped a 15-second penalty for something. I'm not sure what, but
they'll be slow walking through the pits.
Yeah, and another one to watch out for. Sorry, David, as you picked up on the Hall Henderson pit stop sequence is Shane Foddo is in the 556 car, but has got a very quick Layla Bell in the 87 Porsche, not too far in the mirror.
Shane's first stint of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. Also, the 557 car, piloted by Matty T, J-Man, who's the first time in the car today for her as well.
Yeah, good work for Matty T. We know what sort of pace Matty can turn up with, and Ferrex just sort of mentioning potential, for causing a collision. The one that Cam mentioned earlier, righto. So that was the 256 car we saw in the previous back end of that had contact with the 23 car.
That's
so
right.
Cheers for that, Mason Ferrex. Cheers, lads. Appreciate all the info, because obviously we're not privy to all of it. So,
oh no, we've got an update in the chat, guys, and this is terrible news for all involved. Greg Brock is getting back in the car, so look out.
Watch. Can we get a camera on the 444 car?
Should we? I think we should.
Yeah.
Action cam.
Yeah.
The Brock car.
Where is it?
Getting back in.
No, look, it's about to come up.
It's not in the pits yet.
No, it's on the. It's heading out of a little carousel.
I literally shook my head when I heard that. Oh dear. Okay, well, good. Yeah, look. Good on you. Look, I don't know. Should we say good on the rest of the team, or just? Oh God. Anyway, drive
for the entertainment, it's going to be worth it.
Oh, absolutely. A drive-through for the 247 Ferrari of Darth. It's the Darth Death car.
Yes.
Oh dear, that must be some sort of pit infringement or something of the like.
And I think that is the 95 Lamborghini. Is that the leader of the race? Just tucked in behind him? No, it's not actually. It's one of the other Streak. That's who it is. 169. So in position there between those two. Wells in the pits as we speak, boys.
That 95 Lamborghini, sorry David to interrupt, but We were talking about, track changing at night, different things can happen. I'll tell you what is going to happen before the end of this race. That 95 Lamborghini is going to find itself in traffic because it's got 11 seconds to the next blue flag, and then 20, and then 30, and so that's going to play a part too tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, yeah, and then add in the lack of sunlight,
Exactly.
So yeah, it's like you said.
And Greg Brock on track.
Greg Brock on track. Oh my God, it's just going Armageddon. As the cameras pick up on Layla Bell on that is the 556 SW in at the wheel. Oh, Bell looking for a big move as they run through the little S's there towards the little carousel. SW at the hands of the 556 missing Shane Faraday. What did he put his name in? SW Shane Faraday.
Yeah. So his hands full of the bell car
the bell car giving him plenty of grief. Look, we know Shane's a solid competitor and really good in a skyline. So look, if anybody can keep the Porsche at bay, it'll be Shane Faraday. So good little battle going on.
Well, he definitely knows how to make a car wide.
The 444 Ferrari is in the pits with the bloody door open. So we all know what that means. Greg is
stepping in.
And sure enough, we'll be stepping out. Yeah, just watch that.
Good comment in the chat, guys, from Ric Flair. Says, Jesus, run for the hills. With Brock, at least you know he'll be doing most of his stint from the pit lane, serving penalties. So
yeah, all repairing damage. Oh, dear. So, Greg Brock, back on track, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Layla Bell attacking Shane as we speak.
Gets it very easy. I think he pulled out of it there.
Yeah, I don't think he contested that at all, really.
No need.
So, potentially racing out of, a different class.
Oh, yeah, he was way out of that before Bell even got near him. He was offline and backed off. Yeah, it's just literally stepped aside from that car, could see it coming. Yeah, interesting, given that they're still racing for position. So, Walker on Smith, ramping up this 256 car with a 15-second time penalty over its head. So, look, as much gain as they can get as possible is always a good thing, as he ducks around with a little mistake there from Smith in the Aston as they just come off the GP circuit there, guys. So back out on the road course. That is Nordschleife. And here we go again for another lap.
That was the car previously, the Smith car, piloted by John McAdam, that had an incredible previous stint. The car was incredibly fast, and John McAdam was doing a great job holding his own up there in that top 5. So,
yep. And look, I think even at the hands of Smith, I can't see any reason why that car is going to drop out too much further. So obviously, Walker, seriously quick team there in that BMW there tonight. So yeah, no surprise he was past Smith so swiftly.
Just watching a little bit further down the field, guys, and this is not going to be a surprise to anyone. The 177 Aston Martin once again finds itself into a battle. This time with the 72 Ferrari of Nishino behind the wheel, and he's got a rear mirror full of Fez at the moment. 177 Aston Martin, so not a surprise to anyone.
No, plenty to think about for Russell there.
Plenty to think of it.
Back
as normal.
Back into it. They had the ever so slight
moment
of just it was so short too. It must have been like a 20 minutes or half an hour over the last. What have we got now? Oh, jeez, he's winding down in the final 2 hours. hour, 50 minutes, nearly exactly. 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen. Things going to ramp up. We've got splash dash. We've got night time. We've got battles going on throughout the field still.
So keep an eye on the next over the next 40 odd minutes on that, or 50 minutes plus on that 18 car, Rio. So Rio driver in the 18 car, the Lexus. That car there also got a ton of pace on it. It was particularly quick earlier in the race, did succumb to some damage, and it has been to the pits for probably more stops than it would have probably scheduled at the start of the day, but that car is fast. Oh, and I just picked up the car that it was chasing, which was the Dylan Smith car, just had an off coming down the hill, so that margin is well and truly closed now. So
yeah, actually that 18 car and the Dylan Smith car, the 183 Aston Martin guys, they're both within that 15-second penalty range of the car in front, the 256 BMW. Yeah. So that's a 2-stop loss there for that 256.
Yep.
2-position loss, mate.
Yep.
And Greg Brock, I just want to report, guys, Greg Brock has just got in the car and already has a stop-go 30. So fantastic work there from Greg.
Serious?
I'm not joking.
I didn't see that. I was just going to comment that he was racing really well against Davey in the 27 BMW and holding his own.
And literally Ric Flair predicted this in the chat and said at least he's going to be spending most of his time in the pit 7.
Okay,
so this one's for you, Rick.
Yeah, Ric Flair did put the hex on him.
As he usually does, the nature boy. Usually gets it right. Greg. Oh, you love to see it.
So, Greg Brock, the boss, just getting things done in Greg Brock ways. Starting off with a stop go. I mean, that's just the start. He's only just got in the car, ladies and gentlemen. So anything could happen over the next hour. Oh, well, let's just see how long he wants to stay in it. But yeah, look, I'm sure the boys will pick up the pieces as Greg gets out. But
I'll tell you what, if you could sign up for a team to race for it, it'd have to be the Ruse 177 car.
Oh, for sure.
Just that's where all the action is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was apart from about maybe half or a little over half of the last stint. So whoever was in the car last, the last stint really got the cream, didn't he? He's just it's just a walk in the park.
It was Ricker.
It was Ricker. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, just like, what's the problem, guys? I didn't see a car the whole stint. And,
if you're looking for a sponsorship opportunity, that's the car you'd want to be on because they're always in traffic.
We will get up a little bit higher up the grid, up to number 7, boys, with the number 18 Lexus of Ryo. I hope we're pronouncing some of these names properly. Bear with us. I'm sure I'm making a meal of plenty of it, but Ryo, bro, doing well. On Smith in the 183 Aston Martin, 6th and 7th respectively. Both of these cars done really well, and clearly look at the positions they're in. Good solid races from both, but a little bit up and down. We've seen both of those cars damaged and repaired in the pits, I think, multiple times.
Well, definitely the 18 Lexus. Yep. The 18 Lexus was running top 5 at the start of the race.
Yeah.
So they've had a long fight back over a long. Look at the Lexus power.
Look at the grunt. Look at the grunt.
Past the Aston Martin, which is no slouch in a straight line. Look at that. It's like the DRS.
That does look like the Sierra that was driving last night.
An update too, guys, on the attitude of the 95 car at the hands of Mitch Hobbs at the moment, leading this race. just went and backed a 8-minute 11.1 versus Bruno Gallo's 8:13.4. So extending that margin at the moment. So really starting to get a handle on
solid teaming. This team.
On the back end of this race. That 95 car we mentioned had been pretty much out of any sort of carnage or danger throughout the race. I am picking up there is a little bit of damage on the front splitter of that Lamborghini, but it hasn't compromised its outright pace at the moment.
Okay.
I like that attitude too, because you'd be tempted now with a good kind of 30-40 second gap to, you know what, we can cruise a little bit, we can relax, we can, we can kind of coast to the end. They're not taking that approach. Obviously, they're like, no, let's extend. Let's keep the pressure on. The guy's chasing us. Let's break it. So I like that approach.
Not sure what happened there with Layla Bell, but I thought the margin was bigger out to Shane Faraday, but he's still in the hunt there. So what was the lap time? 8:23, 8:24.
Oh,
so
they came up on traffic actually. They had to get past Greg Brock.
Yep.
And
that wouldn't be any.
No, that wouldn't be easy.
Greg Brook and Davey as well. So.
Yep. And take this opportunity to grab one of our very, very quick drivers from tonight. John Carter, you got us on comms?
I do. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah,
got you loud and clear, mate.
We got you there. So, mate, give us a bit of a summary of the race tonight so far. Obviously, got off to a start that was challenging.
Tough start. Yeah, challenge. Well, I tell you what, I wasn't supposed to be starting the race, and Vic was all ready to go, and then we had our server issues, and he didn't get in the server in time, so I wasn't in my rig. There's no setups loaded, nothing, and we moved on to the race session, and obviously I couldn't swap the car to him, so I had to start the race totally unplanned. So that was nerve-wracking, especially since Vic qualified us so well up the top. So I was under a lot of pressure. Oh, really? I mean, look, you very kindly said I'm one of the quick drivers. I'm very much middle of the pack driver, being carried by some absolute superstars in Vic and Jamie. But so yeah, it was an experience for me for sure.
Yeah, it takes a team though, mate. It takes a team, and like often when you pair yourself with Vic Stappen and Co and these guys that are just super fast, we know how quick you are. We've seen you at different levels, and you're a very, very quick driver. But punching like in a field that is just full of just super aliens. To be currently sitting where you are, you'd have to be happy at the moment. Have you done the maths, John, on what that does versus where the Kale car is currently in P10? Have you guys been crunching the numbers?
I'm a massive nerd, so yes, I have.
Can you tell us a bit more about that?
I've got a spreadsheet, but I haven't told my team yet. Letting them just do their thing. It's looking good at the moment, but obviously they're coming back through the field.
How close would they need to finish to you? Because it's only 3 points, isn't it?
Yeah, unless my maths is off, they still need, I guess, about 3 or 4 positions to make it close. So I haven't updated the positions recently, but yeah, it's going to be close if they keep climbing, or if we have any issues.
There you go. It's straight from the horse's mouth there, ladies and gentlemen.
And John, you guys reset particularly well after the red flag and stuff, and pressed on. I think that was considerably good for some, not so good for others, but you guys have certainly made bank since then. The back end of this one obviously still got another stop to make. Can you give anything away about who's going to run this car home, or is it too early?
I think I'll leave that one under wraps.
Okay, mate, fair enough.
But it's going to be someone quick, so that's all I can say.
Okay.
But yeah, no, look, we've managed to keep it clean so far. Apart from a couple of bumps on lap 1, that's all ancient history now. We kept out the wall, which to our benefit. Some others haven't, but it's one of those ones, isn't it? It's a battle of attrition at this place.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Is the team at all concerned about the 66 car coming back through at the moment, or do you think that car is out of sequence after that long pit stop?
Yeah, they're out of sequence, and that is I'm not quite sure where that all pans out. That's one of the unknowns in my it isn't factored into my little spreadsheet.
I've had a look at that, John, and I don't think that they've got a pit stop advantage. I think they're going to have to pit the same amount as everyone else. I think they're just outside the window, so you might be safe with that one.
Well, we'll be safe if we can keep out the wall and they can keep trucking along like this. Jamie's pulling a gap on him at the moment, and Vic's been absolutely lightning around here. So I think we just need to keep doing what we're doing, keep it safe, and hopefully we're in for a good finish. But I'm tempting fate now, so I'll shut up.
Yes.
Good stuff, John. And I really appreciate the chat that you've taken the time out to give to us, because it's obviously always nice for us to know what's happening internally inside some of these teams. And yeah, before we let you go, mate, obviously time's pressing on now as far as the evening or afternoon, depending on where you are. How's the body feeling and concentration levels, do you think? Are you sort of trying to coach the team members along to stay focused?
Do you know what? I'm glad I'm done with my stints, because I'm shattered after those. So I'm glad I've got mine out of the way. Jamie and Vic honestly don't need any coaching there. I'm not sure they're human sometimes. They just, laser focused. So I'm just giving them the info they need and staying out their way, frankly.
Yeah, awesome. Well done, John. Looking good, mate. You guys are in the best possible position at the moment to try and bring this thing home. We're rooting for you, but we love a tight battle as well. So we'll see how this one plays out. Thank you, John.
And no worries. Thanks a lot, guys. I love your work.
Appreciate you, mate. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
So there you go.
How good was that?
I don't want to give too much away, but I reckon he gave away who's driving this thing at the back end.
I think it might be Vic Stappen.
Yeah, I think it is, mate. So we'll just put that one down to just a little slip up there.
Well, it was very interesting, the championship points. I'm very happy that John joined us and gave us that little insight, because that gives us something to look at now. 3 or 4 positions, he reckons. The number 1 car currently being piloted by Ethan Hale, who, as we all know, guys, is super quick.
Hobbs in the pits.
Hobbs in the pits.
Okay.
So 3 or 4 positions, that's the carrot for the number 1 car.
So this is a critical stop. This is a super critical stop, this one, as they probably at this point of time, they all are. But
look at little damage that.
Yeah, I mentioned it. I thought the bonnet was up. It's carrying a little bit of damage on the
back of it as well.
The 95 car, on the stream, it looks like it's a wreck.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's badly damaged, so it hasn't updated.
36, 37, second stop, 38, 39. Oh. They're going to repair this car, guys,
and get
hope
it sweet.
that they come out in front. Yep, but they're going to be giving up all of their... Remember, they had about a 40-second advantage. So if the Gallo car, the Lawrenson Gallo car, number 12 Laundry House entry, can do a clean stop, we're up to 55 seconds on the Jaxie. This is going to be super close when these guys pit.
The thing is it's early. Was this stint as well early?
I think, something might have happened here. We might have had a wreck at some point. They're only 25 minutes into their stint. You're right, J-Man.
Yeah, okay. It's just too early. It's just too early, even for a special
big
dash.
crunch last lap, 95. Ferox just picking it up in the chat box there, guys. So we missed that one.
That means, there you go. And we spoke about this.
Dear
that Laundry
me.
House car is back in front again.
So look at what it did to that 555 car. We were just talking. And that 555 car currently sitting in second position.
Oh, wow.
Second position, guys. That's big. The Kale car still sitting in P10.
What's the gap to the leader for
18
555?
So Hobbs now,
20 seconds.
Hobbs now out of the pits,
30
fully repaired car.
It's about 38, 40 seconds.
Yes. So for me, still, obviously the 256 fast walker car got a 15 second, but once again, that 18 car.
So Hobbs is still in third, but he's out of sequence now, isn't he?
And Ty's behind the wheel now.
Yeah.
So they've crunched. They're out of sequence, and I'm just looking at the stints. We've got an hour 35 to go. They're not gonna.
They're gonna miss the splash and dash thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
And he has got fast walker in behind him.
Yep.
Now we
On
do
a
know.
15-second pen.
Yeah, we do know. Ty is incredibly quick.
Wow.
So,
plenty going on there,
though, isn't it? They had command of this race in that 95 Lamborghini.
They did.
Ethan Kale only got 1.5 seconds, I believe, up the road to, is it Shane Fodado?
Yep.
Does the Fodado car as part of that stable stuff. Does that play in? Yeah, does that play in?
Which part of the garage does he like more? The number 1 car or the 555 car? Which way is he going to go? Because obviously the longer he holds up the number 1 car, the more it'll benefit the 555 car, right? So, this is a very difficult situation for Shane to be. There's no right answer here.
It's not their battle. That's the word, not their battle.
Yeah.
So likely going to see that Nissan just get well out the way.
Well out the way, yeah.
And it'll bridge the gap. But Hignett right on the back of Leela Bell now too. Yep. Easy, made it easy.
Well, that's one of those 4 or 5 positions that John was talking about. That's one of them done.
But we'll block for a 50 for 555. Yeah, for sure.
Nice stuff. We will just have a quick look at what's going on with Hignett and Bell at the moment.
Hignett,
Bell in the boy. Super hard.
Was there any contact there? How did that come about?
I think it was unforced at this stage.
Guys, that number 1 car is about to take another one of those positions.
Yeah, unforced J-Man, a little bit of a lock up and a tank slap into the wall hard for Bell there. Kale passed.
Kale not passed yet, but will be shortly.
Yeah, Kale will be hunting down
Bell
now.
I'm sorry, it was Hignett passed, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's getting very spicy now.
Well, and look, and the mistakes are starting to creep in. We looked at last stint, and Rusty and I mentioned it a couple of times. It was just it was the soft stint, wasn't it? Where everyone was just like, okay, let's just everybody chill out. We've got to race, for the next 2 hours still, and it is on again. Plenty going on.
Yeah, that Porsche can't be in the best of nick after that was a big hard hit.
Yeah, and if there's one car that doesn't appreciate any kind of aero damage around here, it's going to be the Porsche, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's Kale right up behind it now. Yeah, and the back that Porsche looks well damaged. I would suspect we'd see Fudado up towards the back of that car too, maybe before the end of the lap.
So cars potentially for what I'm looking at that. I'm going to call inside, a reasonable number. The Ali Quairuden car is 43 minutes into their stint. Now they're currently running in P12. So if I try and work that back, is this car in a good position to jump here with this final stint and a potential splash and dash? Or do they not need to? 43 minutes in? No, they do. Actually, no, they're in the reverse. Just calculate that back. 43.
Yeah, they're not going to get. They're not going to have enough. Yeah, they're out of the window.
Enough. Yep.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing here. It's harder to get lucky. Other tracks you can get lucky, when you can do the math on the fly and you can work out, well, we've got, an hour and 40 minutes. That means if we go another half an hour with the damage, then we can get the next stint done and we're done. But because you're not maxing out the stint timer here, that's what throws it out the window, right?
Yeah.
So it's a 7-lap stint. There's no getting around it because if you go one more lap, you're going to be DQ'd for going over your time. So that's the problem that the drivers are facing here. Pitting early for damage, getting your damage fixed, it doesn't give you can't make it back at the end of the race, right? Now, in regards to a splash and dash, if you were lucky enough to do your damage, in the last stint of the race, then because you can come in, fix the damage while other people are also bidding for a splash and dash, you won't lose as much. But other than that, you're probably out of luck.
Kale all over the back of Bell now.
And the Nissan really strong up the hill there on both of them, and just staying in touch there as well.
Kale just falls out of the carousel there. That's going to hurt.
Yeah. So no pressure from Fudado in the 556 car, but lost a lot of ground. All that momentum that he had on Bell, and back to it. So if you Moss down a few positions just there, so I'm sure.
Oh no, he's gained. They're gaining, so they're in P29.
29 now.
Yeah,
so
and the
they were down
91 car
44.
is only
That's
2
right.
positions ahead of them now.
That's
And
right.
that's the one they're chasing.
Yep.
So you could argue that that's enough, given that they had a 31-point margin.
Should be, yeah. Well, not yet. Hour and a half to go.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping an eye, guys, on Jamie Koza. Last lap out, he did a personal best, an 11.8, and the Bruno Gallo car was an 8.16 last lap out. So Koza taking 5-second chunks out of that lead, that 555 car. It's not out of the equation for it's. I think with the issue was it the Lamborghini, the number 95 car?
Yep.
That you know sometimes, J-Man, you're behind the wheel and you might be running 3rd or 4th or 5th, and you just see like the leader or the 2nd place drive out, and you find a few tenths, don't you?
Yep.
Where you're like, oh god, I'm back on here. We're right in this. So I wonder if Koza just saw that happen to the unfortunateness that occurred for the number 95 car and thought, hang on, we're back in for a win here. And he's just taking chunks of time now. Last lap around was 4 seconds quicker than the McLaren up ahead, so it's game on.
Yeah, okay, that could well be a factor.
Gap's currently just a bit over 20 seconds, so in 5 laps, he'll be right on him.
So it's that splash and dash with around about a half an hour to go.
That's the unknown, isn't it?
Is going to be the one, and that's going to be, I guess when I look at the Thai car now, I thought, oh look, he's 8.5 minutes into a stint, puts him close to the button on the thing, but actually he's going to have to take on more fuel than the other guys that, as you mentioned, if they've been stint hungry and maxed out their stints, they're in a better position. So I think the likes of Gallo and Kosa are going to be very, very close, because obviously they pitted on the same lap. Stint times are very, very similar. Only 30 seconds odd between them as far as the stint times.
Those two.
And then you could drop back as far as and say, look, Fastwalker, had he not had the 15-second time penalty, well and truly played in. But the Smith car, fair way back again from there. Actually,
Kaylee's past Bell, by the way, guys, and Fodado now lining up Bell as well. Bell's decided to keep going with that heavily damaged Porsche.
Yes, Rusty, you're right there. Ethan, drag race down the straight, easily managing the pace of the Porsche, or the lack of, should I say. And I just don't know. I think Fodado is still coming to grips with that Nissan just at this stage. It was a lot closer earlier in the last lap, but then fell back towards the end of the lap. But after.
Well, we know Shane's very quick, but I do think that he's quite new to Nordschleife. So just looking at his times, doing the mid-20s, which is nothing to, that's nothing to be ashamed of. Mid-20s is still very fast. But
for
I
sure.
just wonder if he's happy to kind of have that carrot in front and just, use them as a braking marker kind of thing. I think he might still be learning the track here. So
yeah, and we do see the Nissan, as it phases through its stint, fuel and tyre wise, the pace changes.
Yep.
It can be quite loose early on and come on strong towards the end. As does the Porsche, I think a little bit the opposites.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how those boys run.
I'm going to take a stab here, guys, and say the 18 Lexus, pedalled by Muhi Tamaki at the moment. We saw how strong this car was at the start of the race. Currently sitting P11, just after a stop, so only a minute and a half into this phase, would bring this car with
one stop to go.
One stop to go, which would only be a very, very short stop. Coming up to the back end of this race, you are going to see a better portion of the field all stop closer to that 1 hour mark. This car will press on.
It's true.
A fair bit after that and have a very short fill home. and the likelihood that all those others have still got that one more splash and dash, I think this car's in a good position.
Yeah, I think you're right too, J-Man, just by looking at the numbers. Could be looking at a potential top 5, top 6 here for this car.
Yep, well and truly, potentially podium, depending on how they go about their splash and dash, no tyres, minimal gas.
And it is a very quick ride too, as you mentioned.
Yep.
We know the pace of this car.
Sorry to interrupt past Bell. We will pick up a replay. It was just happened off camera here.
So he's got that back.
Yeah, I think that Porsche is struggling. I think
After the
a
hit.
lot of damage,
Yeah.
Yep.
Just trying to get it to the end of the stint now. Another 20 minutes or so in that Porsche, so another couple of laps. If we can hit and get it repaired, it's probably the best way to go.
And Bell probably just stepped aside a little there. The pace of the Skyline at the moment, strong. And probably not so much in the Porsche piloted by Bell at the moment. So,
oh, there's no car worse in ACC to drive when it's damaged than a Porsche. Like it's already the hardest car to drive. So you put a couple of dents in it, and it's worse than worse, you know.
So as the cameras pick up on Slade, on Kong in the McLaren, 23rd and 24th respectively, they're out onto the back straight. See how this BMW reels in the
Beamer will
McLaren.
get it done. Yeah.
You would expect so.
King Kong's about to be dethroned here.
Yeah, yes, definitely. And yeah, makes short work of it there. Slade passed in the BMW. And yeah, look, even when they get in front, just the momentum, and the boys hardly pick up the draft from them when they duck in behind them.
Yep.
Such is the momentum. Yes, as they pull it up down in the final complex of corners there and across the start finish line here.
It really is just a majestic car, the BMW, the M4. It's like we mentioned earlier, it's just a great all-rounder. It's so good at everything.
Yeah.
It's really, you know, it was designed as like the gentleman's race car, you know, the kind of car that people can buy and get on track and somewhat be competitive without being aliens, you know. The way to think about the BMW is it makes an average driver much faster, but it doesn't make a fast driver much faster, if that makes sense, right? So,
interesting.
Yeah, so, you know, because fast people will tend to go to other cars where they're much harder to drive, but they can get more out of it. Whereas the BMW, well, of course, very fast people are going to be very fast in the BMW, but that's why it's a great car if you're just starting out in ACC or you're just starting to learn the physics of the game and stuff. You can't really go wrong with the BMW, right?
Yeah, sounds safe.
Yep.
Yep. Some would call it boring.
Yeah, some would. But, you know,
Rusty.
hell, what other people think, you know? Is it boring going faster than you otherwise would, or is it more boring crashing all the time? Yeah, you be the judge.
That's right, that's right. As Slade presses on in the 117 BMW in 23rd position. Who you got eyes on, boys?
So it's just realistically for me was just trying to just catch up and see what once again what the Gallo time versus the Kosa. Once again there was another 2 seconds in the favour of Kosa that time around. So Gallo with a 8.16, Kosa with an 8.14. So still just trending in the favour of Jamie Kosa at the moment. Obviously still got a good 24 to 25 seconds in the negatives for Kosa, and yeah, but you know, he just needs to keep the pressure on, keep going. It's trending in the right direction, and we know the potential for things to go haywire for anyone. But I think this is it. This is probably what you're going to see now as far as these are the drivers. I think, you know, will we see Vic jump in this car in another, what are we looking at, 20 minutes? I can't see the stint timer, Rusty.
Yeah,
Got
I've
the
got the
Ric
stint
Flair
timer,
car in the
and I'm just
wall.
wondering because the top two drivers are on 42 minutes. They're in their 43rd minute at the moment.
Yep.
At the end of this lap, they'll be in their 51st minute. Now, the max stint timer is 65, meaning you can go one more lap this time around before you have to pit again, which is going to put you around that hour to go mark. So I'm just wondering here,
Are they going to make it?
are they going to make it? But also, there's another dynamic here too. The Fez is very good on fuel. The McLaren is very bad on fuel. So I'm just wondering here if there's a sneaky chance that the Ferrari may be able to go without a splash and dash. I'm just wondering. It would be very close.
Yeah, you'd have to fuel. You could serve fuel, no doubt.
Maybe. Oh, it's. We need to see what happens at the end of this lap. Oh, someone's off here, and oh, that's one of the back markers. Yep.
We just pick up Cutler on Bell with, it looks like one of the that'll be a 777 car of
Moss
just leaving the pit lane quietly, guys, as well. So I don't know whether that was a scheduled pit stop or not.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
it's a scheduled stop.
that car.
He'd be going to the end now, I'd say.
And where is the 91 car?
They're 4 places ahead in P26.
Yep.
And still yet to stop.
Yet to pit, yes, critically. So they could, I'm looking at it here, they're about they're around a minute behind. So there's a very big possibility here that the 777 car will get in front of the 91 car.
Yep.
At the next round of pit stops for the 91.
As we creep ever closer to the final hour, we just see actually Cutler in the Simtronics Industries Porsche just to duck out and
blue past.
He did blue past Bell there. So Bell, that's definitely not comfy in that Porsche. We all suspect that it is badly injured at the moment. Tamaki also, I think, just starting to range up on the back of that as well. Oh no, that's Geordie Moss in the background.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, shout out too to Stephen Ty and the 95 Lamborghini racing for Rockets Mega Evolved. That car has just punched an 809.787 last lap round.
Wow.
So
they're
that
not giving up, they're pushing.
They're certainly not out of it. 40 seconds behind the Koza car, who's now 23 seconds behind the Gallo car. So,
man, what a number.
Yeah, it's a big number.
It's not just a big number, that's 7 seconds faster than the race leader on the last lap.
Yep.
That's incredible. That's huge.
It is when you start talking about, 40 seconds the margin.
Yeah.
You start hitting big numbers, and maybe Koza has a mistake, all of a sudden half of it's gone.
How many laps do we have left? 9 laps? I'm going to say 9 laps-ish with a minute, with an hour and 15.
Yeah, be about that. Yep. So
there you go. If you take 7 seconds a lap out of it, every lap.
Then we got a race on our hands.
We definitely do.
That's right.
Behind on the gas too, and really approaching the back end of that 183 Aston Martin, pedalled by Dylan Smith at the moment. So that 66 car in recovery mission after that long pit stop and was out of sequence. Behind car only 20 minutes into its stint at this point of time versus Smith, who is a good 45 minutes in. So probably going to do them on track and then be out of sequence for the pit strategy as well. We talked about that maybe not being a factor, but maybe it is. Everybody else has still got to stop.
Very true, J-Man.
So do they. So I just don't think we've seen how the cards are going to fall yet until we see
Hind pass.
Smith got there.
just want to give credit too to these couple of drivers, because in a race like this, of this length at this track, you know, we're talking about a couple of cars here that were in race-winning positions. The 95 Lamborghini, the 66 Ferrari. These were two cars that were leading the race at one point, and they had a bit of bad luck and a little mistake here and there, and it's seen them shuffle down the leaderboard. But it's so easy in that situation to put your head down and go, oh, to hell with this, and things go from bad to worse. But they just put their head back down. It's like, that's all right, we'll recover, and they're chipping away at it, and they're keeping themselves in this fight for podiums. So credit to them. It's very easy to kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater in those situations, J-Man, when it goes wrong.
Yeah, just to get discouraged with it all, and
exactly.
Like you said, throw in the towel. Always credit guys that carry on, even when it seems like everything is going against them. So plenty of credit there. As we pick up on, who are we on actually? That is Kieran Potter.
Back in the car in that 23.
Yes, in the number 23, Alexei.
That's probably been the most. Them and the 177 Aston Martin have probably had the most action today, I think, for different reasons.
Yeah, plenty of airtime. The last, what is it? What it has been nearly 7 hours so far, and still going strong out there. Still pushing. Another battler.
Still pushing in the commentary box too. When are we going to do a 24-hour race, guys? We'll put that out in the chat.
24-hour race.
Yeah. We'll do the whole 24.
Could we have maybe Big Pharma come on as a main sponsor or something? Because I'd need something for that.
You'll definitely have to base yourself on a 24, J-Man.
Yeah. Well, it's kicking in now. So, look, I'm just starting to think simply that obviously, so what's the magical number? 65 minutes, right?
Correct,
yeah. You were calling about the scenario in this stint about being able to do one more lap in the stint. Now
they're going around again.
Yeah, they're going around again. Okay, so what I'm looking at is our 13. At what point do we look at which cars with what on their stint time, who's looking good? Is Stephen Ty 24? No, not likely.
No, he's okay.
Oh no, he might be in the hunt here.
Yep.
Ric Flair in the pits.
He saved that. They have actually saved a pit stop in that 95. So they're only 24 minutes into their timer. So he's going to go. They're still, even though they're half an hour out of sync with the two cars in front, all the three cars only need to pit one more time.
Yes.
So it's on track. What you see on track, that's the battle right now. A little bit further down, Connor Hind is in the same situation there.
Connor Hind is in the same situation, yeah.
Ric Flair with the drive-through after a short pit stop.
Oh dear.
No.
We've got Geordie Moss out of position here, tucked in behind Bell actually, with just
Stewie.
Oh, it's Aerosmith, should I say? Yeah.
Yep.
And that's Tamika, so he's out of position there. I think Tamika flashing the lights there a little bit just a few corners ago. As that just puts the foot down. What's this? What's the Lexus?
Will round them all up.
Take a lot of them.
Yeah.
Stu will have the indicator on, just go, just that side, mate. It's okay.
Well, Stu's well versed in the Lexus, having driven it for his weekly league season this season, so he knows, well and truly what power that Lexus has got down the straight.
Yeah,
Update
definitely.
again, once again on the lap times between the yellow, and so it was an 8:15.0 versus an 8:13.3. So still more time out. 22 seconds the margin now.
Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, that last lap, Ty has improved the fastest lap of the race again, taken another 2 tenths out of it.
8:09.5 now.
Wow.
Yeah.
6 seconds quicker than the race leader on that last lap.
How quick is this car? My God.
Gee, they're in the hunt. Honestly, if he keeps taking 6 second chunks out.
Yeah, that's big times.
Yep. Stint timer. So he's going to press on in fresh air. Only 26 8.5 minutes into the stint. The other guys are 52 minutes in. I think this car is in a good position.
It is. I wonder if Ty's going to double stint here with this pace. You'd want to keep him in the car, wouldn't you?
Well, you'd literally be just splash and dash.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is he going to change tyres? Like, can you risk old tyres here? Because that's the temptation, right? Because he'll save 20 seconds in the pit lane by not taking tyres. So, and that'll put him right on the back of the cars in front. Although they'll be on fresh tyres. So, yeah. I mean, if you can get track position by not taking tyres.
Look at the pace. I mean, I know he's on a new tyre in there at the back end of the stint, but you know, some 6 seconds. I wouldn't have called the dig here 6 seconds. I would have called it 2. Yeah. Maybe 3. I could be wrong. I haven't driven here. I haven't driven here in this mod at all, and I haven't driven on this track for a long time, or a fair while. But you know, you couldn't tell me that it's 6 seconds.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
So if you called it half, if you called it 3 seconds in the dig, and you could argue that, you know, he's still on the button if he's got margin track position. So I don't know.
Food for thought.
I like the option on the 95 car right now.
Yep.
Absolutely looking speedy, and the lap times are, you know, proof of that spectacular drive from them already, and we still have a little over an hour to go. We must thank once again Australasian Endurance Series, AAES, for bringing us their Endurance Series. Round 4 it is. We're at Nordschleife. It's brought to you by Titanium Digital Solutions, LV Carpentry, Sim League, Simtronics Industries, and broadcast by MATCHFIT Entertainment. Davo, myself, J-Man and Rusty on the mics today for the 8 hour here, and we are winding down towards the hour, like I mentioned, looking like wrapping up in the dark. And
sounded like someone popping champagne there a bit
did.
early. Going
I
off
thought
there.
it was a preempted. So I think that's just J-Man celebrating that he's made it into 7 hours in. So, but yeah, look, it's shaping up to be a cracker finish here with the pace on the 95 Lamborghini, and whether it will stop the tyres.
There you go, Steve. Thank you very much. Dig is about 2 seconds over a 7-lap stint, so there you have it. So it really does tell you about how strong I think the 95 car is right now.
Gee, if they could come back from that incident that they had, they were leading the race. They had that off that we missed, and if they could somehow put themselves in a position where they're fighting against this race win. Look, the other thing you have to consider here too is the psychological aspect. Because if you're in front of a car and you take tyres and they don't, you're watching the gaps, right? You know what the gap is. And if that gap goes from 30 seconds to 10 seconds, even if your car's stronger, you'll be thinking about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And how much of that plays into how you drive as well. So, I mean, if they can take a 20-second chunk out of here, this is very exciting now.
Yeah.
If they can take a 20-second chunk out by not taking tyres and run it to the end of the race, it would be a hero move.
Yeah.
It really would.
Game on as we just see that said 95 car coming up on the back markers, just sneaking past the 351 Smith McLaren, and will be making his way through those lap cars. Kays, I don't think he saw him coming.
No, and there's a car off.
There's a car in front, and it's backwards. Centre track, and that is Wells. So that unfolded very quickly for Ty there. All happened. Oh, mate, how?
It nearly all came undone. All that talk that we've been doing, all that theory, nearly all came to an end, didn't it?
Yeah, and look, and we weren't even watching him, guys. We were actually watching the battle these boys were having, and he just sort of loomed up in the background like a shark and chomped his way through it. So, and did a fantastic job, came out unscathed. As we still on the K's BMW, 91 BMW, very sideways there now with Smith in tow.
Yes, still not the best scenario there for Stephen Ty. It's
No,
compromised
it's
this car to the tune of about 2.7, 2.8 seconds, and
Yep.
you know, likely to be still quicker than the two in front. But you know, when you're out there punching that 5-6 seconds a lap, and he's definitely driving to a number at the moment, and it's a big number because mathematically, I reckon these guys know what's at stake here.
Also, just want to mention too, J-Man and Davo, the Ethan Kale car currently running in P7. Now, we had John Carter in with us, a co-driver for the 555 car, currently racing for P2, but also the championship winners, Bruno Gallo, enters the pits very quickly. Now, because of the incident that affected the 95 car, that would mean that the 555 car gets more points because they're in P2 rather than P3, which I imagine means that the Ethan Kale car is going to have to take at least another 2 positions based on what John told us before. So currently running in P7, that would mean they've got about 45 seconds to gain in this last stint.
Yep. That Gallo car looked incredibly fast coming into pit lane. I certainly hope they got the
no.
the margins right there. Just I don't want it to be, but it looked pretty quick on the way in. So hopefully everything's all good there.
Look,
back in.
Listen to us. We are nervous for these boys. Like we're as invested in this race.
They're clean. They're out. They're clean.
Nice and clean. Yep.
So nice work.
But that does put that Thai car effectively into the lead of this race, doesn't it, right now? Provisionally.
They do have to stop one more time.
Yep.
The Lawrenson car can go to the end. Just look at that. It's a 65-minute stint timer. There's an hour. There's 63 minutes and 35 seconds left in the race. So they can go to the end.
What's the call though? What's the call if it's just timing to when they get there? They've got to do one more lap. Do they have to come through the pits?
No.
If it's outside of the finish time, the 65-minute time.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer. I wish I did. Because obviously one more lap around here is not a couple of minutes, is
look
it?
at this.
You know?
Look at Faraday with Cutler and Tamiki down the
this
straight.
is busy.
It was Faraday, Cutler, and Tamiki behind, and Tamiki is just blasted past the both of them. Oh, is that Cutler off?
Oh, he just grabbed a bit of grass.
Slide.
He saved it.
Wow. So again, we see the Lexus. We just saw Cutler do that 2 laps ago.
Look at the range up in the pit lane beside him.
Side by side. Let's watch the replay of that. Let's watch this.
Giving each other an inch.
Look at the game from the Porsche. Oh,
Yeah.
did he stop that?
Battle on pit road, mate.
Wow.
Seriously.
That's next level.
I think he might have come in a little hot.
I think
that
you
Porsche
think
may
so?
have been a little hot, yeah.
And just looking at the replay, it didn't look good. It wasn't very flattering.
Well, because that Nissan was on the limiter well early, and
Yeah.
for the Porsche to stream past it over the line, I think there may be a penalty coming here for 33.
Yeah, so there you have it, Steve R. Thank you for the update. 58 minutes for 7 laps. Can't start lap 8 without pinging the stint timer, so they will need to do a drive-through. So this is what I'm saying about the Stephen Ty car being in, I think, a great position.
Yes.
I think he is in a great position because at some point, if
They
he's
do
got
one
track
more
position,
legitimate
they've got one
stop
more
and that's
legitimate
it.
stop, and he's just got to grab a little bit of fuel. Obviously, what is his stint timer? He's going to have to grab more fuel than
Cutler out and Cutler clean, no penalties.
35 minutes in. Yeah, he's going to have to grab more fuel than the likes of Bruno Gallo.
Yep.
But
They'll have to drive through the pit again.
yeah,
And what's a drive-through here? It's got to be, what, 35 seconds, thereabouts?
it's around 30 seconds because we saw a stop go 10 plus the drive-through was 44 seconds. So you could argue, it's just over 30 seconds. So
30 seconds. And the rate, the gap, we're looking back at Vic Chan in the 555 car. They're about 28 seconds behind.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, this car could win. This car could win.
It's well on the radar, and I still don't rule out Oh no, it's not quite where I thought it would be. I was going to say the Tamaki car, but no, he's probably just a little bit out of sequence there.
Yep. Hind is still on for a podium, I think. I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, so once again, on a very similar strategies to the Stephen Ty car, that car is very similar strategy. So those cars both still good factors in here. For me, it's just the absolute race pace of that Stephen Ty car. That on that lap that I didn't think was the best was still an 8:12.6.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Versus
Hind, yeah, there's a couple of 11s in there. Hind and Potter, actually, in the Lexus.
Steve R in the chat saying 12 shouldn't have to refuel if they fill the tank correct, but they do have to drive through the pits as well.
Right. Okay.
So that negates it. At least they won't have to stop, so they'll save, 5-6 seconds by not having to stop and put like a splash of fuel in it.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 seconds. Fair enough, but they still are going to give up. Whatever they have on track, they're going to owe 30 seconds to that 95 car.
Yeah, well, that 95 car's got around 5.8 to 6 seconds of margin, depending on how the tyre's holding on that as it is towards the back end of 37, 38 minutes into the stint.
Correct.
If we worked on a 2-second deck, we'll see what the Lawrenson's car has got to offer as far as race pace here, but we saw just epic pace and clear air for that 95 car. So if he can still make a second or two over the next 2 laps on the Gallo car, which is now piloted by Andrew Lawrenson, who would arguably be one of the fastest drivers out there as well, certainly in that stable.
Yep, best time is an 8:10.6.
Yep.
So not slow.
No. Obviously, Lawrenson probably going to have some traffic to deal with. I think there is I wanted to say it was potentially one of the other Lexuses in between him and Ty.
Yep. The 67 Lexus.
Yep.
So yeah, plenty of racing to go still, guys, as we scroll and through
looking
the
at
data.
on this away there.
Yeah, looking at
the 8P9.
Yeah. Both cars running at good pace. Skyline with a little bit of a straight line speed advantage, but Zoo showing intent. We are in the final hour.
We are.
Of this 8-hour race here, ladies and gentlemen.
More like a 9-hour because of the red flag.
Yeah, a little bit of red flag and a delayed start. So she's been a long day. But yes, still plenty to go in this final hour. It's actually a lot lighter than I thought it would be as well.
You're right too. I thought it'd
Rusty.
be darker by now too. Yeah.
Yeah. So headlights still ablaze. But yeah, still got good visibility. So
yeah,
I'm
completely
sure...
forgot about that. I'm very surprised now that you mention it. It's nearly 10:09 local time.
Yep.
Yep. The practice I did, it was getting dark.
Nearly an hour to go though, Rusty.
Yeah.
Okay, with sort of 56 minutes to go, so, interesting. But we can still see a little bit of sunlight here and there. You can see it on the fence just there as the boys run up the hill.
So Lawrenson car clears that 67 Lexus lap traffic there to give himself a clear run up the road, viewing up the road to the Stephen Ty car, which is coming about to complete another lap. Be interesting to see what this number is, because Stephen Ty had a relatively clear run this lap out, so we'll see what the dig's like. An 8:13.1. We'll get an idea from Lawrenson now. So that's still potentially out lap, is it? 9:09.5. Hang on, sorry.
Chan coming
8:10.6 is
No, that was the best,
Sorry,
yeah.
hang on, I'm just trying to get a read on. Yeah, so 9:09.5. So that was obviously the
That's
outlap.
outlap. Yep.
The gap has held. They're looking at
Just
between
over
6 and
6.
7s, yeah. But obviously that Lawrenson car is going to get stronger as it burns off its fuel.
Yep. And Chan taking over that car as we expected after that little interview with John Carter. So a good solid stint required for Chan here to maintain this third position. He is also another one. What was the Ferrari's fuel usage like, Rusty?
Oh, it's the best. It's the best in the field.
The Ferraris. Yep.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Okay, so definitely just a channel through pit lane you would expect for that car.
Oh, yeah.
Just to mitigate the 65-minute mandated
Absolutely, yep.
driver stint time. Yep. Greg Brock, everyone is safe now. I'm out for the remainder.
Nice work, Greg.
Yeah,
You've done well. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Good on you,
my friend.
absolutely. Give yourself a donut, mate.
And everybody else on track breathes a sigh of relief, and the teammate as we see, the skyline around Zoo getting tangled up.
Oh,
It's a wait there. The actually get a replay that.
That's disappointing for the 546 car.
This away car, just watch it jump out of here on the replay. It bounces out of the carousel, gets a big tank slapper, and Zoo just nowhere to go and helps him around to finish it off.
Oh, God.
So,
Nasty.
Just finished him off.
just to finish him off, that's right. Well, he was already well on his way. So.
Yeah, I've seen that car a couple of times. Just the rear suspension when it comes to the bump, it just gets a big huckabuck going on.
She's got a big fat ass, the GTR, doesn't she? You know.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
they like it
look
like that now, don't they?
Look what's going on just in behind him there, guys. We look over the rear wing of Cecil Waite's car.
Hello, gentlemen.
Greg.
Mr. Brock, you survived, and everyone else did, I assume. More or less.
It was going well. It was going well. And, you know, hedgehog and wall again.
What was the stop go 30
Well,
for,
it was
mate?
going well till you rolled out the pits.
I know.
Yeah.
Literally, we were laughing about it, saying, I'll jump back in for one more stint. They're like, yeah, all right. And then my teammate was speeding into the pit lane, so I literally was in the car 10 seconds.
Throwing his teammate under the bus here.
And I was given a 30-second stop for us. So.
That old chestnut. Well, no, mate, you got out there, you fired another one at it, mate, so well done. How's the car for the final still of the race? Currently P35.
The car's good. We're on our 35th chassis. We're on our 12th windscreen. I think we're bankrupting Ferrari at this rate. Nah, the car's good. The setup's really good. It's solid. It's pretty stable. It's just I'm just not familiar with the track. But you know, teammates are doing well. They're driving hard and going good. So the way we're looking at it is we started 36th, we're placing 36th. So
it looks like a very interesting end to the race we've got coming up here, Greg. We were just pontificating about how the 95 Lamborghini may be able to pit one more time, get to the end of the race. However, the number 2 Laundry House McLaren, the P2 Laundry House McLaren, number 12, is going to have to do a drive through the pits, and it might end up being very close here at the end of this 8 hours.
well, that was the purpose of the stint timer. So for this one, obviously, for other events, we had a maximum driver time and then a 65-minute stint time.
Yep.
And we felt for this one, by removing the maximum driver time and the minimum driver time and just allowing the stint time, that it would add to the strategy somewhat. So we figured it out by doing the math that if you could do 8-minute 11-second laps, you could just squeeze in an 8th lap, but I don't think anyone's risking it. No one's risking it for that, so they're just going 7 laps and then pitting. So it's a bit NASCAR-y to a degree, but I think it's actually going quite well. It's working well. And my biggest concern at the moment is that I don't know if it's going to stay light or if it's actually going to go dark by the end of this race. But
it's funny you say that, because I did some practice in an offline server and it was getting dark well before this, so I don't know if I had my date different or settings were different or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm actually quite surprised it's this bright, 9:15. But so it takes a long time for the sun to set, but I think when it sets fast.
Yeah.
So maybe
I think
last
It'll be
20
somewhere
minutes.
around, I think it'll be around about 9:30 p.m, 9:35. I think that's going to really...
It's going to get dark.
There'll be a big transition there. But
50 minutes still yet to race, Greg, so yeah, it's definitely going to change between now and then.
Oh yeah, and shout out to, just heard mention from one of the guys there, the John McAdam car, the 183 car, which had some very, very good pace and good positional spots throughout this race today. It's just dropped back to P16 with a hardware failure, so a wheel disconnect. However, they've got that going again and maintained a top 20, so currently sitting at P16. So
it's bad luck.
Yeah, bad luck to those guys, but nonetheless, they've still pressed on and carried on and out there doing it. So
yeah,
very, very good.
I agree with that. I think my driver of the day so far, looking at what's happened and what's unfolded, I'd have to give it to the number 1 car of Ethan Cale and Phil Antoon, because they were 3/4 of a lap back, and then obviously with the server issues, they've then been gifted a lifeline, and then they've fought themselves up to 7th place, and yeah.
They're fighting hard for the championship.
They are fighting hard for it, with the likes of Connor Hind starting to chase down Vic Chan, and obviously Antoon going as good as he can at the moment, and you know, bridging that gap between the 555 car and the 1 car really tightens that title up. There's only a 3-point swing between those two for honours, so still plenty to play for those two teams.
Yeah, especially with the outstanding. I mean, the outstanding drivers we have here being, I mean, Vic Chan, Connor Hind, Phil Antoon, Ethan Cale, Ben Hignett. I mean, they're just, once these guys get out in front, and Mia Rose as well, I think got to give him that driver credit, where once they get out in front and they start getting to their groove and their rhythm, I just cannot fathom. I do not understand what it is they do with their hands and their feet to make something that's just not meant to go that quick.
We're but mere mortals, Greg. We don't get it, do we?
I put it down to a very simple fact that I am fat, and that's never good.
Well, Greg, while we've got you, mate, it's, you know, we've had a couple of issues today, but overall, I would say that it's been a very successful event. People have attacked it in the right way, and it's been great racing on track. It's been great for us up here in the commentary box. Would you just like to take a couple of minutes to speak about, because this is the last race of the current championship that we have, what do you have on the horizon, AAES, or, as it's otherwise known, what's coming up in the future, and what can people look forward to?
Yeah, so this is the last event that we're going to be running under the banner of AAES. Initially, when I decided to go with that name, it was going to be based highly around a set of Corsa Competition, and then obviously with these additional sim titles coming out, such as Le Mans Ultimate, and a couple others that are potentially on the horizon, I felt that it just wasn't really suited. So we've decided to go with ESO, which is Endurance Sim Sport Oceania. So it's basically, we didn't want to basically pigeonhole ourselves into one sim. Not saying that we're going to be changing anytime soon. I feel ACC currently in its current setup does give us everything we want. But moving forward, we are planning on doing other things once they become more available. The biggest thing for us though is we're not doing what myself and the rest of the admin team want to do. We're doing what we feel is best for the masses. So by doing it for the masses, it's going to attract the most amount of attention with drivers joining the grid and whatnot. And it's welcoming. I mean, there's new drivers coming in all the time. There's a lot of skill and talent here, which is great in a sense where we've now got SOS here, School of Sim Racing, which is Meg and Ethan Cale. They're now obviously offering training to a lot of guys who are looking to get better. I mean, there's drivers out there who 12 months ago, the driver they were then to the driver they are now. I think Lucas Keys is a perfect example of that, where 12 months ago, he was a good driver, but now he's an outstanding driver. So when you really sit down with these guys like Ethan and Meg and learn throttle control and where to place the car and when to brake and when not. I mean, I've driven cars now for near enough 24 years. You kind of think you know what to do, but then they teach you all these different things that just completely changes what you do. Like, I never really understood how to trail. Now I do. I can't do it very well, but I know how it works. But yeah, so that's been a good thing. But on the horizon, we do have the Chaos and the Rising Sun. So that's going to be the race at the end of May, which is, I believe, a 50-car entry. To enter that, there is e-registration in the Discord. That's going to be a 50-car grid, 2.4-hour solo event, so it's not a teamed event. And we're going to have a wee break from teamed events after this championship, but that's going to be at Suzuka, and I believe the cars on that one, I'll need to double check, but I believe it's GT2 and GT4.
Nice.
Then the month after that, we've got the Goose Cup. That's going to be another 2.4-hour solo event at Misano. That's going to be GT3, GT4, and I think the TCX Ferrari. And then after that, we've got Green Hell Madness, where unfortunately we are coming back here. But that's going to be another solo event, a 3-hour race, but we've decided to not put any limitations on it. So it's going to be 100 entries, and you can take any car that ACC offers. So that goes from, that's your TCX, your Porsche Cup, GT4, GT3, GT2, and obviously the Super Trail cars. So there will be multiple different grids racing on the track at the same time, which I think, again, this is what these endurance events are all about. Is it's not just about long races, same class, but it's introducing that multi-class element where if you've got a bunch of people like these previous names I was saying before who are just astronomically quick, they can all race in one class, and you can have a whole different league of people racing in a different class. So you're not, I mean, you're going to have overall positions, that's a given, but having internal classes in ACC, which does it fantastically well.
In the pits. Sorry, Greg, I just picked up. We've got a car in the pits.
Yeah, so that's Wells. Very damaged for.
Well, that's awesome. Once again, thanks, Greg. Sorry to butt in there, mate. I have got a driver that I've been chasing for a little bit there, Mr. Brock. So I'm going to drag him up there, mate. So I'll just do this as we speak. So we have got Dylan Smith, who we were just talking about with the, I believe it was with the disconnected wheel. Dylan, was it?
Yes, car 183.
Yeah, mate, you're in the thick of it. The second stint tonight was incredibly impressive. Had the car well inside the top 10. But give us a bit of insight to what happened there with the wheel disconnect, and maybe a little bit of insight to a summary of the race so far.
Yeah, the race so far has been really good. As I said, we were running P5, P7 for a good majority there. It was we were nowhere near the pace of these front runners because they're just on another level, but we were doing it right. We weren't putting it in the wall. We weren't putting it in the wall.
You don't need to talk about me like that, right? I wasn't going that fast.
But yeah, we weren't putting it in the wall, we're just keeping it clean, and that was what was holding us on track, which was awesome. But then, unfortunately, my driver in the car now, Mr. John McAdam, his wheel had a disconnect as he was leaving the pits, and that was all she wrote.
Ouch.
Had to disconnect and reconnect, and obviously we get the RTG penalty for that. So
yeah.
Right,
but no good, mate.
But still with a solid position inside the 20, currently running P16 at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, so great result. If you can catch up to the 177 car ahead of you, I tell you what, they like to race against people. We've seen that all night.
Well, Mr. 177, Mr. Max Ricker, we actually know him personally, so we'll be going for him.
Hunt him down, mate, hunt him down.
Yeah, he's been in the thick of it all night, mate. And look, you guys up to that point did absolutely nothing wrong. A ton of pace on that car and engaged in so many good battles throughout the night, Dylan. So, yeah, well done to you guys. Condolences on the wheel disco, but you're still in this thing with still 41, just under 42 minutes to go, mate. So still time to make improvements.
Coming this far, there's no point disconnecting now.
That's right.
Talk to us a little bit about, obviously, with where you're at. I'll just try and click over and have a look and see where you're at. You are how many minutes into your... Okay, you are 17 minutes into your stint time. So you are probably one of the cars likely to be able to go from here?
Yeah, we're going to try and go from here all the way through. We were planning on doing a quick splash and dash at the end, but the wheel disconnect may work in our favour for the final stint, that we don't have to. So,
so you'll be inside that 65 and be able to just run this thing home. You may make some margin there over a couple of guys that, you know, there's always potential for incidents, whether it be drive-throughs or speeding or anything, you know, untoward going in pit lane. So you still just got to keep your head down, don't you?
That's it. Keep the head down, and hopefully other people make the mistakes for us.
Yep. Nice one. No, that's awesome. Thanks for the chat, Dylan, and best of luck to you and the team for the rest of this one, mate. Great job.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for the event.
Cheers, mate. there you go. Sorry, Greg, for that. I was just chasing him for a little bit. I had put a little pigeon out, and yeah, he came aboard. So as you were mentioning, plenty on the horizon.
Yep, and the race leader, guys, is heading down the final straight. It's been looking very loose, the 95 Lamborghini over that last lap. So this will be the lap that they stop. So, Greg, we might say thank you for the event and thanks for what's coming up on the horizon. But we've got to get to the end of this race, mate. And we've got the race leader coming into the pits. So
yeah, lads, you guys do your thing.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, gents.
Cheers,
Thanks, mate.
There you go. That is
just riding on board with the 95 Lamborghini coming around the kink on the final straight. Now, this is critical, guys, because we were talking about, is it going to be a fuel stop only? Because remember, the Lawrenson car in number 12 McLaren is going to have to drive through the pits at some stage.
So 9 second the difference as he approaches this pit stop.
It was looking very loose at the end of that stint, so I'm wondering if they'd be tempted to throw a set on it for the last 40 minutes. This is going to be key.
Yeah, oh, look, the previous last lap was an 8:11 versus Lawrenson's 8:13, so still nothing really that bad about the pace, but as you mentioned, 40 minutes to go.
Is it too long to go on the same set?
I don't know.
It would be a hell of an effort.
We've just seen Lawrenson just go through. Where is Chan? Chan's just about to come past as well.
Yep.
There we go.
So 10 across the start-finish line, winding down to the end of this race, inside the final 40 minutes. What have you got for us there, Rusty?
I'm watching. We're up to 16, 17 seconds, 18 seconds in the box. It looks like we are putting tyres on this car, boys.
This car will be fast at the back end of this race.
It will. It'll be fast and light. 30 seconds. It's definitely a tyre stop. So they're going for it. It's a 32 seconds on the jacks.
Yeah, it's a good stop.
It's a good stop. The tyres are on. It's tyre staying in the car too. Double stinting to the end. So it's game on.
So where does that bring Ty out?
Well, where's the gap to Lawrenson now?
Okay, he brings him out, for me, provisionally in third.
Yeah, provisionally in third. The 256 car just coming into the final complex of corners.
But that critical gap is going to be 35 seconds as there's a car off ahead of Ty. It's going to be 35 seconds, isn't it, for a drive-through or thereabouts, right?
It is going to be around that 30 to 35 seconds for sure.
Which both Lawrenson and Chan need to do.
Correct.
Yes. So it will come down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned.
The current live margin is around the 30 seconds.
Oh boy.
Oh, hang on, it is growing. It'll stabilise. We'll give you a stabilised number once it is done, but it is looking like it is somewhere in that 30. He's going to have to go out and punch those low 810s, 811s.
Which he's very capable of doing, because remember, at the end of this stint, remember the McLaren of the Laundry House team and Vic Chan's 555 Ferrari, at the end of this stint, those cars are going to be a handful, right? They're going to be pushing that stint timer right to the end. This thing's still going to be fresh. It's going to have half tyre life by the time it gets there, so the lap times will be significantly faster than those cars in front. I think this is gearing up for a really close finish, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering, I'd love to hear if Mitch Hobbs is tuned in, whether he's keen on jumping up into the green room so we can grab him for a chat, because this will be it now. We can see the driver in there is Stephen Ty for this last stint, so there's nothing left to hide other than raw pace for this 95 car.
Yep, quali laps to the end. That's the mission. Half a tank of juice. Fresh tyres.
What is the margin?
I'm looking at 40 seconds.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to... Okay, so the lead of the race may be out of the equation, although Lawrenson... Where's Lawrenson at? Stop wires. No, they can go all the way to the end. Okay, but they do have to do the drive-through. Okay, so I think that the tyre car may be challenging for P2 here, but what I'm seeing at the moment, I think that P1, as long as the laundry house car can keep it clean, they will still retain possibly a 10-second gap after their drive-through, what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, I'm seeing you. Yeah, I'm seeing you there for sure.
But that's based on the times they're doing now.
Yes.
It's not based on the times that they're going to be doing at the end of the stint, which, as we know, Ty was going around 4 or 5 seconds a lap faster. So
yeah,
it's all to play for.
Yeah, so it's pretty much, and that last lap, because you got to be realistic that the Lawrenson car is probably literally only going to come in with one to go.
Yep.
And then drive it through and then press on. So it'll be all about these next two. These next 2 laps are critical.
Looks like a pretty speedy outlap so far too, mind you.
So
how far back is he?
Ty back on the boil immediately.
Yep.
Which he really does need to do. Like I said, new set of boots and the right attitude. And yeah, it is game on, Rusty, as we wind down to around the 34-minute mark. All eyes on the 95 Lamborghini as he chases down Vic Chan in the 555 OES Ferrari and Lawrence in Laundry House. Number 11 McLaren. This will go down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Yeah, so stay tuned. A little bit longer to go. It's been a long day here for round 4 in the AAES. Round at Nords. We did have Greg in the comms box with us there, just announcing a few things to come and obviously a name change for the community. So yeah, plenty to stick around for. So if
and they do a great job.
Oh,
don't
they do. So yes, obviously MatchFit Entertainment broadcasting their stuff at the moment. So if you like what you're watching and you want to stay involved, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe, hit your notifications, and keep up with all the action at AAES and elsewhere. As we
soon to be ESO, Davo.
As soon to be ESO, as Greg just mentioned, as we have eyes on Stephen Ty.
Just coming up to a little traffic here, Lockie.
Yeah.
Oh. Lockie, good job, mate. Good job,
that
Lockie.
Was close.
Oh.
The closing speeds are just amazing.
Ty is driving this thing on the edge. He is taking every bit of track he can. He's taking grass where he can. This is ride or die stuff here from Stephen Ty. This is right on the edge. Right, look, a little bit of grass there. Look,
damn that.
You cannot get any closer to the edge. They are going for this.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they know there's a chance. There's the slightest of chance, and they need to go for it, don't they?
Absolutely.
They've come this far. It's been a long day for everybody. A delayed start. We've had a red flag race and restarted with a look. It was at least a 30 or 40 minute delay. So it has been a long day, not only for us boys, hard working up here in the broadcast team, but yeah, for these guys out on track. So coming down to the wire, the 95 car on the edge, the ragged edge, as it chases the lead. 31 minutes to go.
He is absolutely just to see what this thing comes back as, what sort of lap times it punches.
Well, we've got 4 laps to go, and I'm thinking he's going to have to take, with a drive-through that the leaders are going to have to do. He's definitely got P2 in range, but to get to the lead, he's going to have to take around 4 or 5 seconds a lap for the remaining 4 laps. That's what I'm looking for. So Lawrenson just went through an 8:13.
Yeah, we're out for another lap.
Okay.
Chan just coming down into the final complex corners here. Will he pit? Stays out. And Ty up under the bridge.
Screaming. Lamborghini.
I'm just looking at the mini-map, guys. If you look at the mini-map, there is a gaggle of cars. There's a lot of traffic, which I think is going to be around about where people will be exiting after their pit stops, mind you. Just to throw another cocktail, Molotov cocktail into the window.
Yeah. So we're going to get a read on the lap time, or will this still be an outlap? Hang on, it's an outlap.
Oh, it's a quick outlap, though.
That is a very, very quick outlap. Yep.
That's 5 seconds quicker than what people have been doing on their outlaps.
Yep.
Yeah, we usually see 909s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, because remember, he's carrying half the fuel.
Yeah.
Half the fuel for a
So
shopper.
I just see Hines outlap with a 907, so that wasn't too shabby either.
Nope. Same strategy as the 95 car as well.
Yeah. So
some bad luck there. Actually, in an hour or so ago for the Hind car in the pits, big damage repair bill on that car, and are recovering in 5th position now. The number 66, the Brad's mum's car. Is that the one? Did I get that right? Anyway.
That's right. Yep, that's Brad's mum. You're all over Brad's mum, mate. That's good.
Okay. Oh, okay. So am I all over Brad's mum now too? Am I? Okay.
Got it right.
Okay. Aerosmith and Yam in the pits, boys.
It's their little splash and dash to get to the end. We know that 777 car has been chasing down the number 91 car after their incident, which is currently P24. Aerosmith pitting from P26.
Nice. So getting close. Only a handful. Look, what, 2 or 3, 4 maybe laps left to go for some of these guys. You just pick up on Potter and Thistlewaite going at it.
Still in a couple daylight out there, isn't there?
Oh, and I was just going to mention it is fading though. So, but we don't see any sun flickering through the trees anymore.
How's the
Thistlewaite
8091 from the 256 car? We've seen how speedy that car is under driver's hands tonight, but yeah, at 809.1.
That's 4/10 off the fastest lap so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I think the previous was an 809.5. So.
Yep.
It's a case of what could have been for this BMW, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah. And a couple of little penalties here and there. A little bit of contact.
Major incident at the restart.
Yeah.
To the back of the field.
So difficult day. As we see, this is Skyline. This is the drag race, boys. 12th. 11th and 12th. Here it is.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Oh,
here it is.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Look at the Lexus go.
Oh,
baby,
the
go.
Nissan's holding its own though. There it is. Oh, the Nissan's not giving up. It's the only thing that's been able to duck in behind the Lexus and actually keep up with it.
Yeah, and stay with it. Yeah, for sure.
So what the gladiators of top speed here of the speed trap, these two at it, and we have waited nearly 8 hours, boys, to see that drag race just there.
Yeah.
And the Lexus clearly coming out on top in that little arm wrestle. So nice work there, Potter. Very up and down race for this team today. Look at that, just outside the top 10, holding down 11th in the number 23 Lakeside.
It's getting dark now, isn't it?
It is. The light is fading.
And Henderson got a lot going on in his world with driver in the 72 car as well. So that's a pretty hearty battle going on there for P16 and 17. We just talked to one of the team members from the Winterbin Racing team. We had the previous driver in there, John McAdam, back in the car now, obviously with those hardware issues sorted back into it.
Yep. I don't think this Ferrari has got the legs to take on an Aston down this straightaway. And as he ducks back in under the wing, looking for a little bit more, he's going to run out of road here.
Got out kind of the right time there, just as they come over the brow, though. It's going to put him in a good position
he's
running
got
down the
it.
hill. And Hendo actually just
It looks like he got out of that.
throttle, I think.
Yeah. So smartly gets out of that. Sykes pass. Oh, actually, Crick into the wall there. See if we can pick up a replay.
Can I just shout out to the scenario too, Davo?
Sorry, Hind nearly got tangled up in that as well, as we just pick up on Crick trying to right that skyline there. Sykes and
see
Crick.
that? Wow, Hind just down the inside.
So very lucky for Hind to sneak through there. We were just talking about how it was a car that was recovering in a good position. Yes, sorry, J-Man.
Okay, so obviously Rusty's just stepped out for a second, but what I'm looking at is Phil Antoon is currently in P6. Now, Vic Chan is in P2.
Yes.
Now, if Stephen Tai does the business here and gets past Vic Chan in the undercut or the overcut in the pit stop sequence, what we're going to see inside the next 24 minutes, and that drops Chan back to third and Antoon's in sixth. What were we talking about? 3 positions? We were talking about 3 points.
I think John said about 4 or 5 positions, but that's when they were running in P3. So I think if that 555 car stays in P2, that changes the equation again, maybe by a position.
Right.
Because of the gains in the numbers,
Exactly,
Yep.
And about 46 seconds, I think, was a rough calculation. We're seeing the difference between Lawrenson and Ty at the moment.
Yes.
So I just think that this isn't going to be done until we get right down to that last lap, boys. We're not going to know how some of these cars are going to fall. And I'm conscious as well, the 256 car of driver there.
Just
running
sneaking
that
around,
crazy pace, 809, 137. Actually bettered that lap slightly the last one around, I think. Who's that? Someone's up in front of him.
Car.
444, that's a Greg Brock, currently being steered by...
Can't blame Greg this time.
No.
Much as we'd like to.
Poor Greg.
Like we were just mentioning, drive the 256 BMW, just sneaking past that. So that's another of the top running drivers. Hind just sneaking past a little bit of an incident on track in front of him the lap before, J-Man. So look, anything can just unfold so quickly in front of you here. So these guys are not out of the woods yet, so to speak. They fly through the forest.
8:14.2 guys for the race leader, Lawrenson.
Okay, Lawrenson on an 8:14.
What we say about 5 seconds a lap needs to be the margin that Ty takes out of them. So watch closely.
Okay, so Chan just coming down into the final complex of corners. Be interesting to see his time as well.
Okay, so Chan comes across with an 8:23.
Okay. Yeah, so he hasn't had a nice lap.
Yeah, because Ty's just coming over the start-finish line now. So.
Oh, okay. Well, he's caught well up to Chan then.
8:07.
Jesus.
That really does give you an idea about the attitude of the 95 team car. They're in this. They want to take this the whole way.
That is truly impressive, isn't it?
We were talking about, will we see an 808? An 807.3?
Yeah.
That's in race trim.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So actually what he's done there is, we talked about, 4 or 5 seconds a lap is what he's going to need to take out of these remaining laps. He's just bought himself another half a lap there.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Oh, this is going to be very close, guys.
It's a pretty special drive.
Get Chan on the road here, the way he's going.
Yeah.
If I said 177, the number 177, what would you think?
Yeah, I would say that something's going on.
Something's happening, yeah.
And it's the McAdam car, it's the recovery wheel disconnect car.
Those poor boys in the 177.
Yeah.
Well, we did have, who did we have in the box? They said they're going to try and chase them down, so there you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did have one of the team in the box just earlier.
Oh,
look at that!
Careful.
Yeah, they are friends. Keep it friendly, boys.
I think you play rougher with your friends, don't you?
Normal.
Yeah. Good friends stab you right in the front, don't they?
Exactly.
So, ironically, here they are out on track together. We talked about it, they talked about it.
So, yeah, look, nice work. Epic driving from both up the hill there. Some seriously close contact racing there.
Hey, another factor too, guys, with this rundown attempt from Stephen Ty on Vic Chan and Andrew Lawrenson is a very real factor that we're just seeing in the final half a lap that the light is fading very quickly now.
Yeah, 20 minutes to go.
Hobbsy, where are you? Come for a chat, mate. Talk to us about your teammates' efforts here, mate, because I tell you what, I think we're about to witness something special.
I don't blame him if he doesn't join us, because I reckon he's probably talking Stephen Ty through the last part of this race, right? Just giving him constant updates on the pace and where he's at. And there'd be plenty of that going on.
Thanks, mate.
We mentioned, we spoke about this, a lap and a half ago. That Lamborghini is taking more track than I've seen anybody take all day. It is being ultra brave. They're taking grass. They're hitting every curb.
Yeah,
they are literally.
Mate,
you guys remember Kevin Schwantz? His whole mantra was, "I'm either going to win it or bin it."
Yeah,
right? This is what's happening now. This is a win it or bin it drive right here.
But it does look like a 20-minute sprint race at the moment. They are pushing so hard. Even when they're not in close contact with the other drivers, as we see from Ty smashing out a 8:07. Whoa! Just in the last lap.
Be illegal.
So
8:07.3. Shouldn't give up for speed.
What it leaves it to the third last lap, mind you. After 8 hours, like he's been sandbagging all day, has he?
Now, it's cold out there. It's got to be what? I can't see what the
8 degrees. 8 degrees.
Yeah.
So it's fallen out 3 degrees in the last hour and a half to 2 hours.
Which means that they've probably done a little bit of setup work and got their pressures right in the best zone. They've probably closed the brake ducts a little bit at the start of the day to make sure that they keep the heat in the tyres at the end. There's a lot of things that go in here.
Yeah. So rough calculations is probably around about 38 to 40 seconds the difference between first and third now.
And what did we say, 35 seconds for a drive through?
Yeah, it's going to be tight. It is going to be tight.
Look at this drag race between the two Astons.
Yeah.
14th and 15th, that was epic. I was doing my standard camera view out the back wing, wait for the overtake, and they just never came. They sat side by side all the way down the hill. Awesome stuff. Epic effort there from Ricard to hold McAdam out. McAdam looked like he was all over that overtake.
Gee, you've got a feel here for Lawrenson in the race lead. Sorry to interrupt, guys. It's not too often that you have a 30-second lead with 2 laps to go and think, I cannot afford to ease off the gas here. I've got to keep pushing,
Yeah, look, hey,
it's a terrible
at this
feeling.
point of the time, he's still in the box seat. He is still in the box seat, but it's
closing.
It's got to be without incident, you know what I mean? It's going to require a great stint here, given the fact that he just got to come flying into pit lane, arrest the speed, trundle it on down there.
And get it right.
Yeah, get it right.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, in this position, you normally be like, well, I can give up 5 seconds a lap here and still win. He can't afford to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, Bruno. Come for a chat, Bruno. Give us your insights, mate. Come for a bit of a chat up at the box here and tell us.
He's got 15 minutes. You want to make it quick, J-Man, as we wind down. Eyes on.
Yeah, well,
Bruno's
Bruno Gallo
laundry
out of
house.
the laundry house, mate. I'd be interested to see what his take on the situation. Have we called it? Are we playing it up too much, Bruno, or is this legit?
Well, we're soon going to find out, aren't we?
They've had a hell of a race. Look, if they do come through with the win here, it's going to be well earned. They've had to earn every position that they've got. They had a little incident midway through the race. They've fought their way back. Other people have fallen by the wayside. And I spoke about this at the very start of the broadcast tonight. Look out for Laundry House. They always bring it on race day.
And, yeah, they've proven time and time again that they're going to be there. To write them off, it would be a mistake. I mean, they've just shown just consistently how well they race as a unit. So,
Yep. Always a good race package.
Yep.
Just wondering now, when does Lawrenson pull the trigger? Is he going to pull the trigger on this lap for this little drive-through? Are they going to even do the drive-through? They have to do a drive-through, don't they?
They do, don't they?
I think so.
Oh, that's his.
What's the stint time
track?
Stint time is on 48. They can go one more time, but they'll have to do one more lap. So he's going to have to do it this lap, I think. Unless they do it in the last lap.
That's what I was thinking. Is it going to be the last lap? Oh, just for fun, wheel died again. So that was...
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, that was a McAdam car.
Yeah, that was a McAdam
car. I did actually pick it up on stream, but I wasn't actually watching the screen at the time. So that is terrible news for those boys.
It's an 8:13.6. That's a good lap from Lawrenson in P1.
Yep.
So, yeah, those guys really pushing hard at the end there. Had moved back up just fighting right to the end, those guys. So, yeah, tough luck.
If you do the drive-through on the last lap to clear the stint timer, because we'll be in overtime by that point, you only have to go half of the pit lane before you cross the start-finish line, right? So the amount of time you spend in the lane goes from 35 to, 18 seconds? So... that's going to be interesting if they do that, if that works. I don't know if that works. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if that works. But I've been thinking about it.
Well, it depends. If the timer's run out, obviously, Rusty, that's applicable. But if it hasn't, then it is what it is. It's legitimately a full trundle through. So,
absolutely.
40 seconds of margin now, so there's probably only a 6-7 second margin in it.
Yep, as let's just dissect those last lap times. 8:13.6 for Lawrence and 8:15.3 for Chan, 8:09.0 for Ty. Now, that's what we're talking about, chasing right to the end. 13 minutes to go. There will be 2 more laps, this and one other.
Yep. So there you have it. That's what it's going to come down to. It's not going to be about an 18-second cross the line in the lane and it's done, Rusty. It is legit going to be a full 1-3, mate.
Yep.
Yes.
And that Stephen Ty car, I'm on board with it. It can now see that Vic Chan car.
It can see. He's actually been able to see Vic. I think just glimpses of Vic for the lap before as well.
Yep.
But definitely in touch and. That's the incentive you want, isn't it? When you start to get that visual, Rusty. Look, we will, as we're starting to wind down here, we will quickly thank our sponsors once again, Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, Sim League, and also Simtronic Industries, and of course, MatchFit Entertainment for bringing you all the action here on YouTube tonight. Give us a thumbs up and a subscribe, guys. But yeah, as we wind down here, it's been a long day for all involved.
Great day though.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a spectacle! It's been awesome. A couple of little hiccups. We've all had our little technical issues. YouTube had a hissy fit. The server, the Kunos servers had a hissy fit. But we look at where we are here with a little over 10 minutes to go. And it's going to go down to the wire, guys. You guys have been crunching the numbers pretty well for the last hour and a half, maybe more, nearly 2 hours. And we're calling it. This was going to be close, and that it is. Light is fading. Time is running out.
2 laps to go.
2 laps
1
to
and
go.
a half laps.
Well, maybe a little bit more than that. Where is Lawrenson actually?
Just about to start sector 2.
Okay, so yeah, keeping it clean, but the times aren't as quick as Ty's, and that is the key.
Lawrenson is going to have to do the drive-through on this lap.
Yes.
53 minutes in.
Yep.
Because the time will run down, won't it?
Yeah, he'll be DQ'd if he doesn't. So,
that's right.
Yep. Oh my. Oh my word! I said to you guys a little inside baseball for the viewers. I said to Davo and J-Man before we started today, I said, I'm missing the V8 supercars and the Formula One for this, so it better be good. And I'm not disappointed. It has been good.
No. It has delivered. And Vic Chan is also in that scenario too, as you're well aware, guys, that he is 53 minutes into the stint. So, once again, that car must come in to negate the 65 mandated driver stint time, which will play in the hands definitely for P2 for Stephen Ty, because you can see that margin now is down to 5.5 seconds.
Well, Ty doesn't need to stop.
Maybe a little bit under.
He's going to go.
Definitely got P2.
He's got P2 ready. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, it's tense, yes. Rusty, definitely well worth the watch over the V8 and Formula One at the moment. I think I spotted one of the comments in the chat box there earlier. Someone saying...
No spoilers, please. I'm going to watch the later tonight. Please don't ruin things.
No, he said watching the grass either side of the track on the stream was better than watching the Formula One.
Right. Well,
so there you go.
Now I already know who won it, so thanks.
That's all you needed to know.
That's all I needed to know. I just watch Formula One these days, hoping and praying that Fernando Alonso wins one more race.
Yes.
That's what I want to see before I die. Fernando win one more race. Anyway, back to this race.
Yeah, hang on. We've got something else going on here, guys. As we wind down, 9 minutes. There will be 2 more laps. Camera's focused on Ty at the moment. Awesome.
Oh, look at this. Look at the attack on these curbs.
Amazing.
And he's been driving like this for the last hour, mind you.
Rick in the pits.
Is that Maxian, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Sparks fly from the back of Rick's car as the light fades.
Yeah.
Gee, even if it doesn't result in a win, this is one of the bravest drives I've ever seen at Nordschleife. Stephen Ty, this last stint and a half that he has done, I've been on board with him for most of it, and literally every corner, every curb, taking grass. I've never seen anyone attack it this hard. So at the end of a race,
look
it's
at
all or nothing.
Law and Bell, amazing pass. I've seen these two guys side by side a few laps ago through the same part of the track. Incredible stuff. Very tidy racing, both clearly skilled pilots at the wheel here as we wind down.
Yeah, so they're still playing this one out for those top 9 or 10 positions.
The minor placings in the top 10, that's right.
Yep. Guys, a little update. The 777 car, currently driven by Stuart Harris-Smith. Remember, we had Stu in the box earlier, about halfway through the race. They have fought their way back to P24 from, I think they were about P45 when that incident happened. So,
only a couple of spots behind the car they're in the title hunt with.
And that'll be enough if they can hold it out for the last lap.
Oh, so, look. They will have, look, the pressure is on. We are nervous for some of these guys.
Lawrenson's coming down the straight, Davo. Lawrenson's coming down the straight. Do we want to see him?
We definitely want to see that. We definitely want to see that.
Is it a box?
Lawrence under the bridge and through the kink. Down into this final complex of corners.
Stint timer is 57 minutes. It's not enough to do another lap. He's going to have to drive through.
He is.
And then it's on track.
Chan already on the straightaway. So here it is.
Here he comes.
Now or never.
Now let's keep an eye on Ty. Where is he? He's coming down the straight now.
Yeah, so Chan and Ty on the straight. Chan just about to duck under the bridge. No, he's still heading towards the bridge. Under the bridge now for
pit lane feels so long in this situation.
Oh yes, As you hear it called, the leader is now on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at the gap.
He's just got to roll through. He's just got to roll through here. It's just a tick over the stint time.
31 seconds. 31 seconds.
This is This is close, but he's out of the pit lane, clear of Ty. Takes chance. But this thing is quick. This thing is lightning fast.
This is the last lap.
Chan still on the in the pits.
He's got 6 seconds to make up, 7 seconds to make up on this last lap.
It's a big ask. It is a very big ask.
And he's got to get past.
Right, McLaren has done a full stint, guys. This is like 1 lap beyond a full stint for this McLaren, right? So it is on the oldest of old tyres. It's right at the end of its life, and this Stephen Ty car, remember, they pitted with half fuel and a fresh set.
Yep.
They've got 5 seconds to make up. Oh, this could go right down to the wire.
It could do.
Enjoy this,
well
guys. Enjoy this.
I could understand Bruno not wanting to come for a chat right now.
I totally understand. The nerves. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we, after 8 hours, are nervous for these guys.
The other thing to consider too, Vic Chan relegated back
Yep.
to P3, and the Antoon car is now up into P6. So
That's
only
true. Yep.
not many positions in there. We got you, Bruno. Could completely respect and understand, mate. You guys have done an absolute stellar job tonight.
Yep.
And should you guys pull this off, you're in the box seat. You would well deserve it.
Now this is the thing. Oh, Ty's just clipped the wall on the exit there, going onto the old circuit.
Yeah, onto the old
That's going to cost some time. I was just about to say the temptation here for Ty is going to be to overdrive the car.
Yep.
He's only
so
7
hard.
tenths off his PB. He's still on the gas.
It's a long lap.
Lawrenson just cool as a cucumber. I'm sure Bruno just
he'd be
biting
sweating.
his biting his fingernails away, nervous.
As you see there, Bruno Gallo and the team monitoring gaps to make sure that they knew what they had to do to bring this thing home. And I tell you what, after 8 hours, to think that this thing could come down inside 5 or 10 seconds would be absolutely unheard of. Just right there, just see Ty again. I just picked up Ty again, just wheel on the grass. There's absolutely no real estate left here. So pushing very, very hard. Live Delta is telling me somewhere between 5.5 and 6 seconds.
It's a long lap, ladies and gentlemen. They just run across the first sector line here as they run down the foxhole.
He's taken half a second out of him already.
Yeah, Lawrenson away. Plenty of lap to chase here.
Now the thing is, even if Stephen Ty catches up to the Laundry House car, we know that car has been incredibly hard to pass all day. They've been very good at putting it in very difficult positions for the following cars. So he can just see it. He can see it now on track.
You can see him back a shot there now. And yeah, like I mentioned, mate, yeah, look, it's easy enough to say, well, we can catch him, but to get past him, you'd have to be right under the wing on the run down the straight.
The tyres on that McLaren must be screaming in pain right now.
Yeah. Ty. All eyes forward.
Oh, I feel for Bruno in the chat who's joining us in the chat, mate. Yeah. This is, I don't know what's worse, driving the car or watching someone else drive it. So it can't be good either way. Oh, I feel for you. Your buddy's doing a tremendous job here. You guys have done a tremendous job all day.
Yeah, fantastic. Absolutely. Entertained us well and truly throughout the day and the evening. And, you know, I feel like it's fitting that it's going to go down to this sort of scenario.
Down to 4.3 seconds, guys.
Oh, this is close. This is close. Hard to know who to watch. Look, and I don't want to focus on anybody too long. We don't want to throw the dreaded curse at anyone here. Vic Chan holding down third position after
doing really well.
Having to actually get on the jacks in his pit stop. Lawrenson was able to just trundle through to tick that timer over as he runs up the hill. You can see Stephen Ty in the background, headlights ablaze on the 95 purple Lamborghini halfway through the race.
Bruno coming at us with the emojis. Oh, little rub on the wall. Oh, it's gone back to Ty.
Oh, no.
He manages to keep it together. That is how hard he's pushing. He's going for broke here.
I think that will be enough because that's just pushed that gap out. He's lost a second there.
That car, that
might
corner.
do it.
Yeah.
That might do it. Oh, you can't blame him. He had to go for it.
Yeah.
He was going for it.
You definitely got to push. You definitely got to push that hard in this scenario. But look, Bruno's tuned in live. He'll be relaying what he's seeing right now to
Andrew. Yes.
To Andrew. Andrew will seek a little bit of comfort in how hard Ty's pushing now, and he'll probably just go for that 95% lap.
97.5 maybe.
Yeah,
Don't want to back off
99.5. Yep.
As the clock winds down to 0, ladies and gentlemen, that is 8 hours. As we watch, yes, in the bank, as we watch Andrew Lawrenson.
He hasn't given this up, eh?
No, definitely not. The Laundry House McLaren. You can they're still close. You can hear, even when we've got the cameras on Lawrence's car, you can hear the Lamborghini in the background.
I just feel like the Lambo might have done a bit of aero damage with that off. It looked like the front clipped the wall and through that very technical section. Yeah, that's where he needed more grip. So I feel like that was just enough to give that Lawrenson Gallo car just enough. A second back makes all the world of difference when you're watching a relative when you're driving, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, Lawrence is actually doing a great job this last lap. He is well and truly on pace.
Yeah, no mistakes from Lawrenson.
No.
As they wind down towards the end of the lap, Lawrenson through the little carousel there and running up to the right-hander over the crest onto the back straight for the final time here today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the run home. Well and truly, as you can see, Stephen Ty in the background, headlights ablaze on the purple Lamborghini, howling down the straight, chasing. What a close finish on such an epic circuit after 8 hours, boys.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Like, wow, really.
And also too, the backer shot here, just coming out of the little carousel, Vic Chan and that team doing just a stellar job tonight. Yep. Absolutely amazing. So
I can't wait to talk to these guys on the podium.
Absolutely. As we just call Andrew Lawrenson over the line, it takes out round 4 in the AAES
fantastic victory.
Endurance Series here at Nordschleife. Well done for the Laundry House team, number 12. Stephen Ty with an epic chase all the way to the end in the 95 Lamborghini. And Vic Chan rounding out. Thank you very much. We've got our own fans in the comms box here, ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful.
So nice work. Vic Chan just rolling down into this final complex of corners here to wrap it up. Rusty and J-Man, what an epic race. Chan.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Absolutely outstanding event. I'm so impressed with what I've seen here today and tonight with these drivers, especially the tenacity from some of them, just really digging that in, and that hard charge at the back end from Ty against the Laundry House racing team.
Absolutely. Hind not too far behind, coming across the line already, not that far behind Vic Chan, J-Man.
Yep.
So nice work from him. Also, driver in the 256 car. This thing has been
seriously quick car today.
Seriously quick car. Had an unlucky race, but look, here it is again. Quick succession across the line. All these guys on the lead lap in 5th position. Driver on the back straight now. So there's the gap. Back to the rest of the field. The number 18, Lexus, it's had a bit of an up and down race as well.
It has.
But solid team.
That number 1 Ferrari currently in P7, guys, is that going to be enough to hold on to the championship? Or
That's
will
the
the
question.
555 car get it done?
Yeah. Bruno, can you and Andrew please hang around for a bit of a quick chat shortly,
Please
mate?
do, yeah.
Yeah,
We've got to debrief this.
We'll get the Podium principals and drivers to just call into the green room, and we'll grab you as we can if that's
if they're
cool,
listening.
guys.
Yeah, that would
if
be
you're listening
awesome.
in, Bruno's listening in. So also that applies to Mitch Hobbs and Stephen Ty and John Carter, Jamie Kosa, Vic Chan. If we can interview those,
as many, all of you, if possible.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll take all three at a time and two at a time.
Oh, J-Man, you're a dirty boy.
Yeah, don't mind.
As we watch Phil Antoon roll down into this final complex of corners,
P7.
into the braking area in P7 for the final time here tonight after 8 hours of racing. Nice work, Phil, bringing the number 1 name-plated car, the reigning champ, across the line. Zoo, actually, a little bit of a quiet achiever here. It's had plenty of camera time throughout the day and this evening. Ripping that Porsche.
Should we get the race winners in first?
Down the straight.
Yeah,
definitely.
If you like.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
So if you want to start lining them up, guys, and we'll watch a Zoo come down into that final braking area. 8th position.
Yep. We got Andrew first cab off the rank, so we will actually grab him straight away. Andrew Lawrence, have you got us on comms?
Yeah, you got me?
Mate, we got you.
What, mate, congratulations. What an outstanding drive tonight. But I've got to say, especially the back end, mate, the numbers. I know you had Bruno on your shoulder crunching numbers for you. It got particularly tight, but well done, mate.
Oh, cheers, and thank you guys, the organisers, Rock, but everything else, getting all the server up and running was,
I
magic.
heard that.
Very much appreciated. I just thought I'd jump on.
Yeah, I heard that. Nice.
But you've got to have a little stab. But no, that was brilliant all day. But yeah, we worked out at the end that if we did the splash and dash, which was the safe option, we would lose because they were flying behind us, and neither of us had cause ever to do drive-through reset and stint timer. So we were furiously googling everywhere to make sure that our understanding was correct. And in the end, we thought, well, if we don't do it, we definitely lose. If we do it and it doesn't work, we lose. If we do it and it works, we've got a 5 or 6 second lead that we can play with. So in the end, it was a bit of a dice roll, and it was much more relaxing than we came on with fixing a preset at the timer, but very enjoyable.
Yeah, well, look, it was just had us on the edge of our seats, mate, and we've got your co-e in here as well, Bruno Gallo, with an outstanding co-drive with Andrew today. Both you guys just consistently proven throughout the series about what sort of race team that you guys turn up with, and just a fantastic effort. You'd have to be happy with your accolades tonight.
Absolutely. Cheers, boys. Appreciate it.
Mate, yeah, phenomenal. Just to go 8 hours and for that to come down, that is nothing short of just brilliance and entertainment. And yeah, just that car, I mean, we saw you sort of go back a little bit, had a little bit of an incident there and went back a bit and then worked your way back forward, and kind of the last 2 stints were always in it to be the car to beat, and came up trumps, guys, so well done.
Cheers.
I was watching it. I think it was about like 3 hours to go, and I'm a big fan of you guys. I think you do a tremendous. You always show up on race day, and you always, perform in race trim. And I think you guys really work hard on your strategy and stuff. So I've got a lot of respect for you. I really love what you do.
Thank you.
I was watching, and there was an incident. It was about 3 hours to go, and you went from the race lead down to P4, and I actually said on the stream, the race is still on from P4. Like, these guys are still in it because anything can happen. And then we saw people start to fall by the wayside, and you guys just kept nailing those laps. Like, were you talking each other through it? And, just to, hey, head down, bum up. Like, we've had a little thing, but that's okay. It's Nordschleife. People are going to make mistakes, right? So It's about minimizing it, yeah?
Exactly. I had a moment there, and mate, just respect to everyone really racing here, because this is called ring hell for a reason. When you think you've got it nailed, mate, you just cannot switch your brain off for a single split of a second. That's basically, it's a roller coaster, and you gotta be on it, focused all the time. So yeah, amazing track basically, and thankfully Lawrence also helped me support, like to come back, and then he drove amazing in the final couple of stints.
Absolutely.
And we still had a chance. That's it.
Yeah, it was. We knew fairly early on when Bruno was setting the car up for qualifying while I was away that the car was average and not going to be the fastest every lap, but we thought we could make it consistent, and sure enough, it'd pump out 12s all day, every day, reasonably comfortably, and it paid dividends. Like even though we consistently had an accident each, so oh god, that's
well, I mean, you spent the first 3 hours of the race behind Alexis, and the temptation must have been there to just chuck it into a corner, but you guys showed, that kind of maturity and professionalism. Yeah. And just, no, we'll bide our time, we'll just keep banging out those laps, banging out those 12s, and look what happens. Average lap time always beats fastest lap, doesn't it?
Yep. And quick complaint, they forgot to attach the rear wing in the Lexus.
Yeah.
Just one little thing there.
Just one little thing,
had we been able to get close enough to send one up inside, we would have taken the opportunity, but it just wasn't happening. Which is great. That's what's good about this track and the setups, the difference between the cars. As much as people may complain about the BOP, it does, with the range of performance between the cars, the different parts of the track, and people running max wing and us having run sort of half wing to be competitive, it does deliver decent racing and good drag races straight there, as we saw. So it's ready for the next one. We're going again tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's MATCHFIT.
There you go.
MATCHFIT.
There you go.
Well, there you go. So that is Bruno Gallo and Andrew Lawrenson from Laundry House Racing to take the top spot here tonight in this 8 hour at Green Hell. That one will go down in history as being one of the better ones I've witnessed. So well done, guys. Thank you for talking with us.
Cheers.
Thanks, boys.
Yes, guys. So there you go. And we shall bring in. We have got.
Oh, I was fucking trying.
Yeah, we've got. There's nothing wrong with the F-bomb, mate. Scotty McLaughlin got away with it, Hogsy. So I'm sure you and Stephen Ty can do it. Hey, congratulations, guys, on just an absolutely epic 8 hour race. Really, really got us on the edge of our seats for the back end of that one, especially with those mega laps from Stephen Ty. What do you think about that one, boys?
Oh, it was a rough one, that's for sure. I had the sweats out. Oh, I was pushing. I had nothing left on the table, as you clearly saw in the last lap if you caught it.
Oh, no. I was watching. I was on board with you for like the whole last, I reckon, hour and a half. And I actually mentioned on stream, I have not seen any, like that was the bravest driving I've seen at Nordschleife ever. You were taking every bit of grass, every bit of track. You were hitting every curb. I said, this guy is off the hook. You need to get on board with this. Like you were like, it reminded me of Kevin Schwantz, like win it or bin it. You were basically winning it or bidding it, man. And it was inspiring to watch, honestly. An 8:07.3. How the hell did you do that at the end of the race, man? That was incredible.
No, I can't take all the credit. We were alternate strategy by the end, so we had a bit less fuel in. So I did kind of just send it.
Fresh
but
tires,
it was win it.
fuel.
Yeah, fresh tires, less fuel. Yeah, that's it. So it was win it or bin it, pretty much. I was like, well, we've kind of thrown the lead, so I'm gonna give it my all. And
Did you know the math? Like, did you know the equation that they're going to have to do another drive-through, and we've got to take like 4 or 5 seconds lap out of them for the next 4 or 5 laps? Were you guys working on that in the background, or was it just shut up and go for it?
Nah, we knew from the start because we were planning to do the last splashing dash as well, or just the drive-through.
Yep.
So we knew that you had to do the drive-through. So we knew that it was a really slim chance, and it was closer than I thought it was going to be. With 5 seconds, but yeah, we knew that they did have to do a drive-through, so it wasn't all hope wasn't lost, which is why I was just going for it.
Yeah, and you had the backup there with Mitch, with Hobbsy, absolutely doing a fantastic job during his stints to be very, very quick as well. So package-wise, pretty much the top 2 teams there, it really showed that, the difference between the lap times, other than that crazy 8:07 that you pulled out there, Steve, that you guys are very, very consistent. So as a race package between the two of you, very, very consistent. And just, I think alluded to pretty early in the piece, didn't we, Rusty, when we saw that the car was out of sequence and didn't have to do that final trundle down the lane, that you're well on the hunt. And then just, the whole attitude of the car and that last 2 stints, the way you drove the car, really attacking the lap. I mean, countless times that you had 2 wheels in the grass, Steve. I just,
it was
mate,
wild.
was some pretty wild stuff there, and a bit of a rub up on that last one compromised you a little bit, but you never say never. You didn't leave anything out there, mate.
No, definitely not. Definitely in that corner I didn't. Didn't leave anything there, but yeah, no. Well, the last lap I knew 5 seconds went long, so I was like, yeah, I'm just going to send it. Last lap, why not? Then, yeah.
And Mitch, I've seen you a bit in sprint races, not so much in the enduros. I know you're a very quick guy. Being partnered with Steve, like it's a very quick team. And Dave and myself, we've watched you throughout this enduro series, and what we've learned about the 95 car is you guys are just quiet achievers. Like at the start of the race, we're not really paying attention to you, and then at the end of the race, there it is again. There's that 95 Lamborghini again. There it is again, and you've done it again today.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we always just try to be consistent. I know I certainly probably didn't play the part I'd like to have today, having put it in the wall multiple times. You probably saw.
Well, we saw a couple of things.
Yeah, I figured you might have. Yeah, we didn't have a lot, planned in our minds for, coming into the season. We couldn't make the first round due to us not being able to make it and things like that. Then we had Poor Ricard, which we didn't have any expectations. Then we had connection issues and things like that, so we didn't finish that one. And then we got to Rebel Ring, and we were just like, let's just finish the race, regardless of the result. And we seem to get a little bit of fortune on our side with drivers that sort of, I think, push a little bit too hard too early, I guess. And we sort of try to maintain the tyres, and especially at Nords today, that's always a big one. And I know, having battled with a couple of the guys, I think it's the mindset, it's that sprint mindset, or that the mindset of you're on a smaller track, like something like the normal Nürburgring or Barcelona. You can, push and not have too much focus. But if you're pushing early, you're using all that focus up, then you start to sort of back off at the end of the stint. And that's where I think we've managed to sort of pull ourselves up on that and go, right, we've got this amount of time to get to this car. What can we do? Do we just need to keep consistent? Do we keep it out of the wall and things like that? And I think that's probably why we usually aim for a top 10. We try to be a bit more realistic. We're not going to say, we're going to win every race, because we know, as you say, the likes of Laundry House, Harry, Andrew and Bruno have an unholy amount of experience in sim racing, and they're always a tough competitor. Same with the OES guys, Jamie, Vic and John. They're all very fast as well, and we race against them for a very long time now, and we know what a lot of them are like, so we sort of use that to the best of our advantage and try and get ahead really, and use that as best we can.
You've got to find your edge, right?
Truly well played.
Advantage.
Yeah, truly well played, given the insight that you've just given us there, because really did feel like, and we thought this with the Hignett car as well early in the piece, that maybe yourself and that car as well sort of just hung back and didn't get overexcited inside that first 2-3 hours, and think it really paid big dividends. And then when we saw the attitude of the last 3 stints in that last 3-hour mark from yourself and from Steve, who was really throwing caution to the wind, I thought that was the right time to fire. And just from listening to what you're just saying, you played it very, very clinically, very well, and it bodes well for a very successful endurance team.
Yeah, I think for us, and Stephen and I, and I know Stephen will agree with me on this, we've never had the best luck in endurance races in the past we've done together. We've done a couple of events in the past. I think that Rebel Ring race where we got second, that's the first endurance race we've actually finished. And we've done probably 3 or 4 endurances together previously, endurance races, and we hadn't finished any of those. So we were happy just to finish Rebel Ring, let alone be P2. And then I think we with Nords today, as you say, that the last 3 hours we knew that we just needed to keep it on track. Ignore the fact that I didn't keep it on track, but it's
that's the same for everyone though, Mitch, isn't it? Like, at Nordschleife, like that's a factor. There were so many stories of guys that were running in the top 5 at the start of the race who ended up, outside the 10, and But then you managed to, refocus, put the head down, and you really gave yourselves a chance. Like, you had no right to be challenging for the win at the end of that race, but you were,
We sat here at the start of the day early this afternoon, and we weren't sitting there going, "Oh, we're going to win this." We were Steve and I were taking the piss yesterday, going, "Oh, we're going to be P1 by turn 1," which just taking the piss. Obviously, we knew that was going to not happen, but to be challenging for P1 after putting it in the wall multiple times, probably a collective 3 or 4 minutes of damage over the race. Being that off strategy towards the end, which I think definitely assisted us in trying to take that advantage, and having driven with the others, you saw, Hignett and Hind as well. We've driven against them many a times for quite some time now, and I think we were a bit shocked actually, and we felt really bad that we took P1 off them, because the car had a moment that Connor had never seen. And there was a couple of moments during that race where I think a lot of drivers would agree that their car did something that they'd never seen in practice. Because
we heard
Nords,
that from Mia.
Mia said the same thing.
Exactly. And Nords is one of those tracks where
it's got a personality, doesn't it?
It's got a personality, and people just think that. And usually in sim racing, practice is key, but Nords is one of those tracks where
you got to have a bit of luck.
Exactly. It's a bit of luck. And Nords is, I personally think, Nords is the one track in ACC that by far does not rely on setup or the car. It's all driver. There's, by 5% setup and maybe 5% car, but it's all down to the driver. If you can drive that track, and that you've got the mentality and you've got the memory to be able to nail that track lap by lap, well, you're going to end up there. That's why the Laundry House guys are always up there. They've been in sim racing for God knows how long, and they've got, heaps of experience on Steve and I. Probably you put Steve and I's experience together, and you probably still wouldn't get what there's each individual ones of them. And it's a lot of the teams are always, it's always high class racing anywhere you go with endurance racing, but Nords seems to bring out the best, but also it brings out a lot of really bad luck for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, it bodes well for the future, right? So that's back-to-back to P2s. We enjoyed your race at Red Bull. We definitely enjoyed your race here at Nordschleife. So looking forward to the next season. I mean, that's a pretty nice carrot to be dangling out there, right? So you guys are kicking goals at the moment. So
100%.
We hope to improve, but we'll see what happens.
Nice work.
Hey, look, there's only one more step to climb on that one there, Hobbsy and Stephen. So, hey, congratulations. Super, super good race. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us tonight at the back end of the stream. We do really, really appreciate it. And, good luck trying to get to sleep tonight, fellas, after that one. So we'll leave that with you. And no doubt we'll see you guys at some point again soon in one of these races, and no doubt be talking again soon.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes, guys.
Yeah, cheers for the chat, guys. And cheers for the goals as well.
Great
drive. Well done. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so that was Hobbsy and Stephen Ty, and now we have got, I think Rusty's bringing the boys up, and this is the usual suspects. It's like every one of these guys pretty familiar to us. Congratulations on P3 here in the 8-hour. Vic, John, and Jamie. How are we?
Yeah, cheers, boys. How you doing?
All good, all good. So obviously, first and foremost, well done on the drive. You absolutely nailed that one to be in there fighting for that podium at the back end of what was for so many an up and down day / afternoon, evening. And have you done the math? That's
the question I want to ask.
That's the
Where are
$64
we at
million
with the
question.
championship? Have you done it? John, I'm looking at you. Have you done it? Where's the spreadsheet?
We think that's the outcome. Ethan thought the same thing, so we're.
I want to be invited to the OES debrief. I want to hear that conversation.
Hey, I'm just glad we were fighting out against each other. Makes it nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Some serious dominance throughout the series. You know, the three of you, the whole OES stable knows how to endure, plural. That's a gimme. But the three of you just done an outstanding job tonight, trying to John, you gave it away, I think, subtly, that we knew Vic was going to jump in the back end and did a great job holding his own there in P3. Vic, did you see collectively, did all three of you see the Stephen Ty coming on that strategy? Did you realise that was a factor, or were you well aware early?
Yeah, we saw him coming. I mean, they binned it and then had to pit earlier, so they didn't have to do the splash and dash like we did. So.
Yep.
And he was coming hot, like he was flying.
Absolutely flying. Yeah.
He did an 8:07.3 at the end of that race.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was ridiculous.
Right after I spun.
yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught Vic's spin on the stream, but that was a bit of a heart and mouth moment.
No,
we just saw the margin shrink.
Yeah, we did see the margin shrink, and I thought something had happened. So yeah, there you go.
To be fair, I would have been disappointed if I didn't spin it, because the whole lead up to the races, I said I was going to win it at some point.
Just let them right to the end.
Through. Yeah, good to stay true. But hey, look, mate, all three of you, from your perspective, what, I don't know how many 8 hours you've done in recent times, or what sort of length endurance you have done up to that point. I know you've done the smaller ones this season, but as a whole, how did you find that event? And keen to do another big one at Green Hill.
Talk about the start of the race too, guys, because you had to kind of fight your way to get up there on the podium, didn't you? There were some hairy moments at the start of that race, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, I ended up, I think I said to you boys earlier, I wasn't supposed to start, and then I was thrown in with all the server dramas, and got bumped around a little bit at the start and just was in survival mode, honestly. But yeah, from there it was just keeping it clean and people falling off, and managed to, with the help of these two, to absolutely sending it. We managed to just keep it clean, climb up the leaderboard.
That's the game at Nordschleife, isn't it? It's all about survival. Jamie, was there any temptation from you this time out to go for the fastest lap at the end of the race, or did the boys keep you in line this time?
Definitely not. I wasn't going to try that. To be honest, going into the race this morning, I still wasn't 100% sure that I'd learnt the track.
Yeah, right.
But by the end, I felt pretty good in it, so I was able to, at least keep us in the competitive times, and yeah, it was good. But Vic is the master, and he really taught us well the last couple of weeks and coached us through it.
Oh, well done.
Such a hard place to really attack as well. Just huge high risk with the curbs in certain places with these cars and stuff. And talk to us about maybe the aspect of the nightfall as well. Did that make it quite hard at the back end, Vic, or you've driven that place at night?
Oh no, it didn't seem as dark as I thought it was going to be, looking at the times, but it was actually it felt quite good, to be fair. I mean, we've exceeded our expectations finishing up on the podium, so can't complain really.
Well, we've got Ferox in the chat, and I know Ferox may be a little bit biased, but anyway, we'll put it out there anyway. Confirming you as champions in the 4-round Enduro series. So
yeah, well done. Well done.
We'll take it.
Appreciate it. And I mean, you made the best of a bad situation. Obviously, bad luck to your sister team there with Ethan Cale, but they did a tremendous job to fight back. I think they ended up P6 or P7 or thereabouts.
Yeah, I believe they would have won had they not been a kerfuffle at the race start.
Yeah, that caught a couple of people out, and so what a huge fight back. But I mean, if you take out the championship at the end of the day, then you had to be there to do it. So congratulations, guys.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Well done, team.
OES marches on.
Yeah,
I'd like to send a big shout out to the organisers too, and you guys, comms.
Yeah,
a great job.
Yeah, 100%. No, these guys here have done a brilliant job at putting together such a great endurance series, and it's been an absolute pleasure to broadcast it. So there you go. There you have your overall champions, Vic Chan, John Carter, Jamie Kosa. So thanks for talking to us, boys, and we'll no doubt talk again soon.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Enjoy it, guys.
See you soon.
All right, so I shall leave it in the capable hands of our boss man, Davo, to pay some bills and maybe wrap this thing up, because it's been a big day.
It is late, and it has been a big day. normally we do like a little bit of chatter after it. I think we're all very weary after that one, guys. A few delays, bit of a red flag, and yeah, some epic racing. So we have been busy, I must say, ladies and gentlemen. But we must thank the good people at AAES again for bringing us their 2024 Endurance Series. That just wrapped it up there at Nordschleife for round 4. Plenty of big things to come, so look forward to see, apart from a sneaky name change for the community, what's to come for the rest of 2024. We must thank, obviously, Titanium Digital Solutions, LD Carpentry, Sim League, and Simtronics Industries for supporting this and all of the AAES events recently. Thanks very much, guys. Obviously, us here and myself and the boys, MATCHFIT Entertainment, bringing you the comms and the live broadcast on YouTube here tonight. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Thanks for your patience through all the ups and downs and the technical difficulties. It's been a big day. It's been some great racing. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
See you now.